Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Hango Town, an ordinary small settlement tucked between forests and hills. After days of trekking through the jungle, Aoki and Kamiser finally arrived here to replenish their supplies. Almost immediately, Aoki noticed something unusual. Nearly everyone in town was training flying-type Pokémon. Curious, he asked around and soon learned the reason. Hango Town was about to host a flying-type Pokémon ring contest. The champion would be honored as an honorary resident of the town. Looks like a lot of people are joining, Kamiser said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the gathering trainers. Do you want to get a try, Aoki? Aoki gave her a speechless look. Kamiser, if you like it so much, why don't you participate yourself? But I don't even have a flying type. She puffed her cheeks, then suddenly realized something. Wait. You don't have one either. Technically, Aoki did have a flying type, Gyarados, but while its typing counted, it couldn't really fly. Hovering in air wasn't the same thing as soaring through rings. Participating was out of the question. Forget it, Aoki sighed. We'll just watch. A little rest here won't hurt after so much training in the forest. Fair enough, Kamiser nodded. They were on their way to the Pokémon Center when Aoki suddenly froze. His eyes were locked on a Skarmory gliding overhead. It wasn't the steel bird that caught his attention. It was the rider, clad in armor like an ancient general, with a commanding presence and a striking figure. She was unmistakable. Winona, the Four-Tree City Gym leader. Aoki hadn't expected to see her here. She was even more stunning in person, heroic in both poise and beauty. It made sense why she was called the commander-in-chief of her gym. Beside him, Kamiser noticed his stare and frowned slightly. She's pretty. You don't like her, do you? Aoki coughed lightly, forcing a calm expression. Relax. She's just another gym leader. Nothing special. Kamiser let out a relieved sigh, but Aoki's mind wandered. Another girlfriend wouldn't hurt. The Skarmory circled lower and landed right beside them. Winona dismounted gracefully and approached. Excuse me, she asked sweetly. Is this Yokoto Town? I heard there's a flying-type ring contest here. Even her voice was as pleasant as her presence. Yes, Aoki replied evenly. Sign-ups are today, and the contest begins tomorrow. Perfect. Thank you. Winona recalled her Skarmory and hurried into town to register. Aoki's gaze lingered on her retreating figure until he forced himself to look away. Not now. Kamiser's right here. Let's head to the Pokémon Center, he said quickly. When they arrived, Winona was already there, having completed her registration and reserved a room. She glanced at Aoki with curiosity. Are you signing up as well? I'd love to, Aoki shrugged, but my only flying Pokémon is Gyarados. Can't exactly make it fly through rings. The image alone made Winona stifle a laugh. Before they could continue, Nurse Joy greeted them warmly. Mr. Aoki, your room is ready. No payment necessary, of course. Winona blinked in surprise. Even as a gym leader, she didn't have privileges like that. Clearly, Aoki wasn't just some ordinary trainer. Later, in their room, Aoki began preparing food for his Pokémon. Individual energy cubes tailored for each one. Kamiser busied herself helping with ingredients, watching quietly as Aoki worked. After dinner, Aoki and Kamiser wandered through the quiet streets of Hango Town, casually buying supplies. At a street corner, Aoki leaned against a wall, watching the flow of people. Looks like half the town is joining this ring contest, he muttered. If I had a proper flying type, I'd give it a try too. But even as he said it, he knew it was just talk. He couldn't exactly send Gyarados up into the skies. It would be humiliating in front of so many people. Aoki valued his pride far too much for that. Just then, one of his luxury balls popped open on its own. A burst of light appeared, and Shelan charged out. "Do be." Aoki blinked. Then his expression shifted into stunned joy. He crouched down, gripping Shelan tightly. "Shelan, are you saying it's time? That you're ready to evolve and fly?" Shelan gave a determined nod. Without hesitation, Aoki turned to Kamiser. "The streets here are too crowded. I'll take Shelan outside the town to evolve. Wait for me at the Pokémon Center. I'll sign up after it's done." Before she could reply, Aoki was already sprinting away, Shelan following at his heels. Kamiser watched his back with a trace of envy in her eyes. "It would be amazing if I could understand Pokémon the way he does." The evolution. Aoki reached the outskirts of the town and released Shelan into an open field. His heart pounded in his chest. "Shelan, don't hold back anymore. Show me your true power. Evolve." Blinding white light engulfed Shelan. Its body grew larger, the shell splitting apart as wings unfurled in a dazzling display. Aoki's eyes shone with excitement. Finally, the day has come. From the long path of Bagon's evolution, after months of growth and training, Shelan had gathered the strength it needed. And now, the light faded. Standing before him was a majestic dragon, wings spread wide, aura blazing with pride. "Salamence." Aoki rushed forward, laughing as he hugged its wings. "You did it. Salamence, you finally evolved." This was more than just evolution. It was proof that his efforts and his edge as a transmigrator with knowledge others didn't have were paying off. In just months, he had raised Salamence, a pseudo-legendary, into battle-ready form. Aoki quickly pulled out a capsule he'd been saving. "This is the ability capsule I found before. Use it. Salamence absorb its power." Aoki checked its status and grinned wider. Name: Salamence. Type: Dragon/Flying. Abilities: Intimidate and Overconfidence. Strength: Quasi-Elite, Comprehending the Secret. Potential: Champion level. Both abilities were perfect, lowering the foe's strength, then boosting its own with every victory. Truly a monster destined for greatness. "Salamence," Aoki whispered, rubbing its head. "Tomorrow is our first match together. You'll soar higher than anyone else. Don't let me down." Salamence roared, wings beating proudly. Flying had always been its dream. Now that dream was real. Back at the Pokémon Center, when Aoki returned, he signed up for the contest on the spot. By chance, he ran into Winona again. "One of my Pokémon just evolved," Aoki told her with confidence. "Tomorrow, we'll be rivals." Winona's eyes lit with fighting spirit. "Then I'll hold nothing back. Let's give the crowd a match worth remembering." Kamiser, watching from the side, clenched her fists. She wanted to join too, but with only water and electric types, she had no way to participate. Frustrated, she could only watch. That night, in their room, Aoki and Kamiser lay on a large bed side by side. Their relationship remained innocent, just occasional accidental brushes as they slept, or waking up leaning against each other. As Aoki drifted towards sleep, he felt a hand rest gently on his shoulder. Kamiser's face was faintly flushed. "Aoki, do your best tomorrow. I know you'll win." Aoki's eyes softened. "Of course. And you need to work hard too. Become a gym leader. You're more than capable." Her heart swelled at his words. Handsome, a great cook, an amazing breeder. How could such a man even exist? She made up her mind. She would work harder than ever. She had to stand proudly at his side. The night passed quietly, both lost in their own thoughts. The next morning, at dawn, Aoki finished his meal and picked up Salamence's luxury ball. He held it for a moment, smiling. "Salamence, today's the first step. Let's win this together." The ball shook slightly in response. "Let's go," Aoki said, his voice firm. "We're going to win." In the square outside the town, the Pokémon ring contest is about to begin. A group of 4 people lets their flying Pokémon grab the ring and then hang it at the designated location. Then you can advance, and the final winner is the champion and can become an honorary resident of this town. Aoki doesn't care about this at all. He just wants to try Salamance's strength. These people are stepping stones. The game started quickly, with Winona in the first round. With her super strength, she quickly defeated rival. The second and third rounds were all with unknown people. Until the fourth round, it was finally the turn to feel sleepy. Everyone, fourth round contestants. Here is our champion candidate, Mr. Volt. Aoki listened to the referee's words and looked at the champion candidate, Mr. Volt. It seems to be the person in the original work. Alas, even the champion candidate in the original work is just a stepping stone for him. Go ahead, Beautifly. Go ahead, Poison Powder. 19, go ahead, Illumise. Salamence. The decision is yours. For Pokemon appear at the same time. The moment Salamence appeared, he let out a roar, and the other three Pokemon were astonished. Not only was he frightened, but his combat effectiveness was also reduced. The other three contestants looked a little solemn, and they all cursed in their hearts. Originally, everyone was just ordinary contestants, but suddenly a king came, and of course they were angry. Salamence is a very strong and extremely rare Pokemon in the Hoenn region. It seems that I will definitely end this game. Rushing, Ralts jumped out happily and fell into Aoki's arms. Be good, don't move. Aoki hugged Ralts and focused on Salamence. Outside the venue, Winona looked at Aoki's Salamence with a solemn expression on her face. Such a strong Pokemon. It looks like you need to be careful, but I won't lose. Wow, our Aoki player's Pokemon is actually the particularly rare Salamence. The referee's words aroused the envy of many people. Countless people were watching eagerly. Salamence, they also have it. The other three contestants looked at each other and quickly made the decision to defeat Aoki first. Beautifly, Poison Powder, Illumise, use Hurricane immediately. The three Pokemon started to flap their wings at the same time, and powerful hurricanes blew out. Name, Illumise. Strength, Gym level. Qualification, Gym level. Aoki was speechless. The strongest one was Illumise, which was only at the gym level and not very strong. The remaining two can reach the elite level. There were just 3 Pokemon like this, and they actually wanted to defeat it. Salamence used Dragon God Dive, hit me directly, and then grabbed the ring. Salamence let out a roar, spun around in the air, and then charged towards Hurricane. Salamence didn't do anything despite these powerful hurricanes blowing on him, and he even managed to survive the storm. Then he rushed into the air as fast as he could and grabbed the ring in his mouth. Salamence is so strong. It looks like he must not be underestimated. As an exclusive flying trainer, Winona can see the power of Salamence at a glance. After all, being able to penetrate the storm easily is something that the normal flying Pokemon cannot do. No, Illumise, use Thunderbolt right now. Volt's expression changed instantly. If Salamence reaches the finish line, the game will be over. He didn't want his championship candidate to end in the first round of eliminations. At the same time, he was also roaring in his heart, who arranged such a strong rival for him. Illumise immediately releases a powerful Thunderbolt. Salamence, get out of the way, then speed up and put the ring on top. Salamence dodged easily. There is a huge gap in strength between the two sides. Illumise's Thunderbolt cannot hit Salamence at all. I can only watch helplessly as Salamence gradually approaches the finish line. Once you get close to the end, Salamence is over. Salamence, Encore Dragon God swoops down and hangs the ring. Salamence heard Aoki's command and became faster, accompanied by a purple light. Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone, he successfully hung the ring at the destination. That is the end. But just as Salamence hung the ring on it, his huge body collided head-on, and the mast at the end was broken. Aoki! Oops! Salamence failed to control himself for the first time when he was flying and actually broke the thing. Should I ask for compensation? Although Aoki doesn't particularly care about money, he still feels heartbroken when he thinks about the possibility of compensation. Wow! Player Aoki Salamence was so powerful that it broke the mast. But it's okay. It can be repaired right away. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. Salamence was embarrassed just now and thought he had done something wrong. But now he also breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, such a powerful rival actually appeared. I was almost certain to win. Volt gritted his teeth and said with a somewhat evil look in his eyes, "It's all Aoki's fault for not participating in this competition." Aoki 883 also noticed Volt's eyes and didn't take this kid seriously at all. Even without him, Volt probably wouldn't have won. After all, Winona is the gym trainer. If you can become a gym trainer, there are many powerful Pokémon. Even if you don't have it, at least your family does. These days, if you want to be a gym trainer, there are only two possibilities. The first is to be strong enough. Another way is that the elder is very strong and then inherits the elder's gym. For example, the Nibby gym in Nibby City and the Cerulean gym in Cerulean City are all because the elders are stronger. Especially Misty's 3 older sisters, who have already reached a certain level of degeneration and are still able to become gym trainers. If he didn't have help from his parents, he wouldn't believe it to death. The next game is still very fierce, but most people regard Aoki as their rival. After all, that is Salamence, the strongest quasi-god. Without defeating Salamence, they have no possibility of victory. Finally, after a lot of hard work, both Aoki and Winona have successfully reached the semifinals. The qualification for the finals will also be chosen between the two of them and 2 other people they don't know. And the games started soon. Everyone, the semifinals have begun, and the qualifications for the finals will be determined from the following 4 contestants. Skarmory, on Salamence, use Air Slash. Winona's Skarmory quickly flew into the air, and then flapped its wings vigorously, creating air cuts. The sharp air cutter tore apart the space, and then flew toward Salamence. Name, Skarmory. Strength, gym level. Qualification, quasi-elite level. Although they are both only at the gym level, Winona's Skarmory has been trained quite well and is by no means comparable to Volt. And the attack is also particularly sharp. As for the current Winona, it is estimated that she has not obtained the future Flash Swallow. Salamence, pull away quickly, and then fly towards soaring in the sky. Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. Poison Powder Butterfly, use Illusion. The other 2 contestants also wanted to eliminate Aoki as soon as possible. The 2 attacks surrounded Salamence and could hit Salamence at any time. Salamence, use Flamethrower. Salamence opened his mouth and spit out a very hot flamethrower, which collided with Hurricane and Illusion. Then there was a very strong explosion. The airflow generated by the explosion affected both the Pidgeotto and Poison Powder Butterflies and had to fly backwards. Fortunately, he stabilized his body at the critical moment. Damn it, Pidgeotto, use Hyper Beam on me. One player is furious and just wants to defeat Salamence as quickly as possible. It doesn't matter whether you can win the game or not. You have to vent your anger first. Hyper Beam. Aoki was stunned for a moment and then realized that this Pidgeotto had relatively high qualifications and actually had the genetic skill Hyper Beam. But this Hyper Beam is nothing at all. Pidgeotto's strength is still too poor. Salamence, step aside. The moment Hyper Beam approached, Salamence suddenly dodged away and flew into soaring in the sky. But at this moment, Pidgeotto trembled and failed to control his body. The Hyper Beam suddenly turned in a direction and hit Winona's air balloon head-on. Not good. Everyone secretly said something bad. Winona also felt a sense of crisis in her heart, but it was too late at this time. She had no time to take out the baby ball, and she had no time to get Skarmory back. Salamence, fly over quickly and rescue her. Aoki no longer cares about the game. Salamence immediately flew over, his body glowing with purple light. Dragon God dives. Aoki was a little worried, fearing that Salamence would not be able to control himself, and suddenly a Dragon God would swoop down and kill Winona. Salamence was very fast and caught Winona in an instant, then flew in front of Aoki. With a slight turn of the body, Winona was thrown to Aoki. Aoki didn't even react before he hugged Winona into his arms. It's a pity that Winona is wearing armor and is still a little uncomfortable in her arms. But she's also a beauty, and this posture has the feeling of holding a girl in your arms. Aoki is really grateful to Salamence for giving him such a good assist. It happened that he was already interested in Winona, so Salamence sent Winona over. Winona felt Aoki's warm embrace and blushed as she looked at the handsome face in front of her. Suddenly, I thought this man was so handsome. Not only is he handsome, he's also a good person. In order to save her, he even gave up the game. This is not something a normal person can do. Winona looked at soaring in the sky again. Due to an accident, the poison powder butterfly successfully won the game. Aoki didn't expect that something like this would happen, and in the end, he got the poison powder butterfly for nothing. From now on, the owner of the poison powder butterfly can go out and blow for a while. In the audience, Kamiser's eyes were filled with anger. This rage flame wanted to eat Aoki. These two people actually hugged each other openly in front of her, and they acted so cordially. Could you stop being so kind? I have never hugged Aoki like this before. Oh, by the way, I think I have hugged each other at night. Winona also came to her senses, immediately broke away from Aoki's arms, and looked to the side shyly. She was already embarrassed to look at Aoki, especially the hug just now. Winona felt very shy. The referee outside also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing serious happened, otherwise it would be over. Everyone, thanks to player Aoki's Salamance, player Winona is fine. However, seeing the two contestants hugging each other, maybe they can accidentally rub Ember in love and become a touching couple. Aoki just wants to say one thing now. What the referee said is really good, is simply a divine assist. Winona's face turned redder. She was quite shy, and she was complaining about the referee in her heart. Just like she has a certain affection for Aoki, you'd better not say it. I will feel very embarrassed. Kamiser really wants to tear the referee's mouth open. Can he say this casually? Don't you know that I am Aoki's prospective girlfriend? Where did you put me? Kamiser roared crazily in his heart, but he had no choice but to accept it all silently. The game is over. Let's go down first. Don't take the referee's words to heart. He is just worried about something happening, so he is calming down. Aoki stared at Winona seriously. Winona was very embarrassed and felt even more shy inside. At this moment, Winona felt as shy as a little daughter. The game was over quickly. Because there was an accident this time, Aoki did not win, and the competition organizing committee lost some Pokemon-specific berries. Aoki and Winona both got it, but neither of them cared about it very much. After all, they Moheo were also very rich. Especially Aoki, the energy cubes are about to be sold, and he will be the richest person in the world by then. At night, during dinner, Winona specially invited Aoki and Kamiser. Although Kamiser was not particularly willing, he still wanted to give Aoki some face. Don't be too embarrassed in front of your love rival. She has to act gracefully and let Winona know that Aoki is her man. Aoki, I really want to thank you for preparing a delicious meal for me. Winona is really grateful to Aoki. If it weren't for Aoki, something would have happened to her today. You're welcome. This is all what I should do. After all, I can't watch a person make a group show in front of me. Aoki said confidently. If Winona wasn't beautiful, who would save Winona? Well, maybe he is kind-hearted and will actually save people. The next morning, Aoki was ready to leave this small town. When leaving, Winona also followed behind, preparing to set off together in a short time. Although Kamiser was very unhappy, he did not refuse after all. Just like that, a group of 3 people set off together. The target happens to be for Tree City. At noon, the 3 of Aoki came to the nearby woods and prepared lunch here. Aoki, can you prepare a copy of this energy cube you made for me? Winona looked at Skarmory and the others who were eating with gusto and said with a blush, after all, this is supposed to be a recipe, but seeing that the Aoki Pokemon has been trained so well, I can only shamelessly ask for it. This is why so many people are willing to become Pokemon breeders, because the status is not bad at all. At least he can gain the respect of the big family. No problem. I can prepare one specially for you. Although it will be on the market soon, it is just the most common one. I can customize it for you. Aoki naturally agreed. This is an opportunity to get closer to Winona, an opportunity that comes to you for nothing. Thank you, Mr. Aoki. Winona thanked her and had a better impression of Aoki. He is really a good person. Kamiser said nothing but kept adding food to Aoki to declare his sovereignty. While eating, Winona suddenly paused and looked at the forest in the distance with a touch of surprise in her eyes. That tail-lo seems to be particularly good. Aoki turned around and saw a green tail-lo. This should be Winona's future Flash Swellow and Winona's trump card. Name, Tail-lo Flash. Ability, Perseverance, Courage. Strength, Elite Level. Qualification, Elite Level. Good guy, there are really 2 abilities and the qualifications have reached the Elite Level. If you train it well, it will definitely become an Elite Level Pokemon. Hurry up, I also have Flash Pokemon, and Pokemon like normal have 2 abilities, go and get it. Aoki didn't grab it. Although Tail-lo was really good, he didn't lack elite Pokemon. A Tail-lo, he didn't care. He already has Flash Greninja and Flash Beldum, so there's no need to compete with Winona for another one. Not to mention that this was discovered by Winona. Really? Skarmory, hurry up and catch up with Tail-lo. Winona was immediately excited when she heard about the dual ability. Tail-lo's 2 abilities are both good abilities. And Aoki has 2 Flash Pokemon, so she shouldn't be deceived. Skarmory immediately flew towards Tail-lo. When Tail-lo saw Skarmory flying over, he was particularly arrogant and had no intention of leaving. He even flew towards Skarmory, his wings glowing silvery white. Orbird wings. I actually learned the Orbird wings. I want this Tail-lo more and more. Winona ran up excitedly and was ready to command Skarmory to fight. Kamiser was nearby, feeling a little jealous, so why not let her conquer it? She didn't care about Flash Tail-lo, but she was mainly unhappy that Aoki actually let Winona subdue her. Aoki noticed Kamiser's expression, and when Winona wasn't paying attention, he gently pulled Kamiser into his arms. Don't be jealous. I know you like me, and I also like you very much. I can guarantee that I will spend my whole life with you. Kamiser, who was still very jealous at first, suddenly smiled, and his heart was filled with warmth. I'm not jealous. I just think this woman is not a good person. Aoki rolled his eyes at Kamiser. He was clearly jealous, but he had the nerve to say it so grandly. Forget it. There's no need to worry so much. Skarmory, you also use Steel Bowl Drop. Skarmory Orberga's wings also glowed silvery white and then rushed towards Tail-lo. 2 Pokemon collided. Tail-lo suddenly screamed and fell to the ground uncontrollably. After all, his strength is still a bit low, and his body size is not enough, so Skarmory wears armor. These differences are indeed quite large. Although Tail-lo was knocked down, he did not lose his fighting ability and still stood up with difficulty. You are so perseverant, Tail-lo. I like you more and more now. Tail-lo, let me conquer you. Winona became more interested and eager to conquer this Tail-lo. As long as he can be successfully subdued and trained well in the future, he might be able to become her trump card. Die. Tail-lo is still very stubborn and has no intention of joining Winona. Winona, you have to defeat it. Tail-lo is very arrogant and will never accept that his trainer is too weak. Aoki reminded. That's right. I actually forgot such an important thing. Then Skarmory used the Orbird wings immediately. Winona gave the order. Skarmory rushed towards Tail-lo again, his wings glowing white. Tail-lo was very arrogant and immediately flew into the air. He also used his Orbird wings and rushed towards Skarmory. 2 Pokemon collided violently. Tail-lo was knocked away and fell to the ground, sleeping and losing the ability to fight. Go for it. Baby Ball. Winona threw the Baby Ball. But before the Baby Ball touched Tail-lo, another Baby Ball suddenly flew out from the distance and knocked Winona's Baby Ball away. What is going on? Winona immediately looked into the distance with unknown anger in her eyes. She was almost successful in subduing him, but someone suddenly appeared and stopped her. Aoki's mouth twitched, fearing that this person would suddenly say something, since you asked the question sincerely. Fortunately, Team Rocket isn't here. Aoki was also wondering who was seeking death and dared to snatch Pokemon in front of him. And it's from Snatch Gym Trainer. I didn't see him. There are Salamence, Aggron, Greninja, Blaziken, and Gyarados here. Who would dare to offend such a trump card combination? People are becoming more and more courageous these days. Not far from the forest, a man with blonde hair who looked like a gangster came out. "I'm going to order this flash tail low." There was a bit of contempt in the blonde man's words, and he looked like he wanted to be beaten up. And the name Defei sounds more like he wants people to hit him. Isn't this just the name of a little gangster? Winona sounded more and more angry. She was obviously the one who subdued him, but this person appeared out of nowhere. "This tail low was obviously defeated by me," Winona said angrily. "This man is so abominable." She obviously subdued tail low, but she actually came out to interfere. So what? Anyway, you haven't conquered it yet. I can conquer it now. Defei had greed in his eyes. This is a flash Pokemon after all, extremely rare, and Swellow itself isn't too bad. Once you can conquer this flash tail low, you might be able to become an elite trainer. Go! Flygon. Defei threw out his Pokemon, a Flygon. Aoki frowned. This Flygon was a bit powerful and not something Winona could handle. Name, Flygon. Strength, Quasi-Elite, Junior. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. Although the qualifications are not good, it is Quasi-Elite after all, and it is a Dragon-type Pokemon. Winona is currently the strongest, which is Altaria, but it hasn't been long since it evolved and only reached gym-level strength. Flash Beldum. Defei was about to take action when he suddenly noticed Aoki's Flash Beldum, and his eyes widened. This is Flash Beldum, the trump card of former Hoenn region champion Steven Stone. That is Flash Beldum. It would be great if he could get this Flash Beldum. Maybe he can become the next champion. Defei could no longer suppress his inner greed, which naturally attracted Aoki's attention. Aoki stepped forward and gently patted Winona on the shoulder. "You are not his rival yet, so leave it to me to deal with you. You go and take a rest." Winona was ready to refuse, but was dismissed by Aoki. "You brat, do you want to interfere?" Defei was thinking about how to get Aoki's Flash Beldum. There is no way, it is impossible to rob it by force. After all, there are Aggron, Salamence, Gyarados, and Blaziken here. All of them are very powerful. Moreover, Aoki has 3 people, which gives him a certain advantage in terms of numbers. "That's right. If you bully my girlfriend, I can't let you go," Aoki said domineeringly. Winona's face was slightly red, a little shy, and Aoki was so serious that she actually said she was his girlfriend. Kamiser was a little unhappy. She is obviously Aoki's girlfriend. Girlfriends too? Defei looked at Winona and Kamiser and felt even more depressed. Not only are the Pokemon better, but my girlfriend is also so beautiful and has a particularly kawaii figure. Yes, both of them are my girlfriends, and you will never be allowed to bully them. Winona blushed even more, and Mizrai also felt particularly shy. As for the 2 people Aoki mentioned, they have already ignored them. In this world, polygamy is allowed. This is why Aoki teases so many people. Anyway, he can have many wives. Boy, let's use this tail low as a bet. If I win, you could give me the Flash Beldum. No, I don't agree. Winona was the first to refuse. She didn't want Aoki to bet Flash Beldum for her tail low. After all, Flash Beldum is rarer and more expensive. What about you? What are you betting on? Aoki is not very scared. There are 2 elites and 2 quasi-elites. Is he afraid of a Flygon? If nothing else, his Greninja is enough to defeat Flygon, let alone Salamence. I'll just use this Pokemon egg. What do you think? Defei took out a Pokemon egg. Aoki glanced at the Pokemon egg and had a strange expression on his face. Why are they all gift-giving boys? Steven Stone last time, he is very grateful now. Although this Pokemon egg is not from a fantasy beast, it is actually pretty good. Name, Shinx. Strength, Qualification, Elite Level. An Electric-type Pokemon with Elite Level qualifications. This will become the first Elite qualified Pokemon in Kamiser. In this case, it is even more impossible to lose. Aoki, don't be like this. Beldum is really expensive. Winona is ready to organize Aoki. No problem. You are mine. How can I watch others bully you? Also, this Pokemon egg should be an electric Pokemon. Just think of it as my present to Kamiser. Please give me flowers. Winona's face turned slightly red. You are mine. This sentence is really overbearing. Kamiser also blushed, not expecting Aoki to bet Beldum in order to get her a Pokemon egg. Both Stephanies have forgotten each other and are extremely shy at this moment. Defei's face turned green. Please, can you stop showing off your affection? Let's start fighting now. My Pokemon is Flygon. Salamence, I leave it to you. Salamence immediately flew out. Defei looked at Salamence in front of him, feeling even more unbalanced. Another quasi-god. Who is this man? Why so rich? Every Pokemon looks particularly rare. Flygon, use Dragon Rage. Salamence, we also use Dragon Rage. Two Dragon-type Pokemon open their mouths at the same time, spitting out a huge purple light. The purple rays of light collided together, directly triggering a huge explosion. Salamence, show the dignity of your Dragon Pokemon and use Dragon God Dive directly. Salamence roared and rushed out quickly, his huge body glowing with purple light, and he sprinted faster. But in an instant, Salamence was close to Flygon. Flygon, don't lose. You also use Dragon God Dive. Defei doesn't want to lose to Aoki. He just wants to have a duel between men, where the two sides collide head-on. Salamence and Flygon soon collided with each other, and the two purple flames continuously impacted each other. It seems that both sides could do nothing about each other. But after only a moment of stalemate, Salamence relied on his strong strength to successfully knock Flygon down. Not only does species strength have the upper hand, but Salamence is also better trained and stronger. I can't think of any reason why Salamence would lose to Flygon. Flygon was knocked to the ground, with a trace of pain on his face, and he let out a cry. This time the Dragon God swooped, causing too much damage to it. On the contrary, Salamence just took a breath and was not seriously hurt. This is the gap in strength. No, Flygon, stand up quickly. Defei's expression changed, and he was a little worried. If Flygon lost, he would give away a Pokemon egg for free. He got this Pokemon egg accidentally, and he didn't really care. The key is that if you lose the game, you won't be able to get Aoki's Flash Beldum. Salamence, don't be polite. Rush forward immediately and use Dragon Claw. Salamence dived and came to Flygon's side. Not good, Flygon Dragon Pulse. Flygon turned around with difficulty, opened his mouth, and spat out a Dragon Pulse. Salamence hit Dragon Pulse head-on, and the sharp Dragon Claw grabbed Flygon's body hard. Both sides were hit head-on by the other. However, Salamence has a rough skin and thick flesh, and he was well-trained, so 413 survived, but his expression was a bit ugly. On the contrary, Flygon has just entered the quasi-elite level, and his strength is not at all like Salamance's rival. He was directly blasted to the ground by Salamence. Ice Fong. Salamence opened his mouth, his two teeth were filled with cold air, and then he bit down on Flygon. The freeze attribute is 4 times more effective against Flygon, and Flygon was injured and had no time to escape. After being bitten by Ice Fong, Flygon let out a wail and then fell to the ground. I'm sorry, your Flygon has lost its fighting ability. If you still want to fight, you can choose one here. Aoki crossed his arms and looked particularly domineering. Winona and Kamiser looked at Aoki's back and were both fascinated by Aoki's charm. Defei was ready to continue fighting, but when he saw the Pokemon behind Aoki, he immediately relaxed. No matter which one is very powerful, and among his Pokemon, the strongest one is Flygon. Flygon has already been defeated. How can he challenge Aoki? This Pokemon egg is yours. Defei had no choice but to leave. He definitely couldn't steal it because he couldn't beat Aoki, but Flash Beldum was already in his mind. No, he must find a way to get the Flash Beldum. He really wants this Flash Beldum. Defei left first and couldn't forget Flash Beldum. Winona, you conquer Taillow, Kamiser, and I'll give this Pokemon egg to you. Thanks. Winona and Kamiser thanked him at the same time. One captured Flash Taillow, and the other took the Pokemon egg. Both of them were very happy, especially since Aoki had admitted their identities before. Aoki looked at the two happy people in front of him, thinking in his mind whether he should pursue the victory. He just said that these two people were his girlfriends, and neither of them refused, and they're still so happy now. Maybe these two people are interested in him. Aoki thought for a moment and quickly made a decision to take the initiative first. Winona, Kamiser, I just said that you two are my girlfriends, but you didn't seem to care. How about we fall in love? Winona's face turned red again. This was the first time someone had confessed to her, and it was such an outstanding man like Aoki. It is said that a hero who saves Melton can win Stephanie's heart, and he indeed captured Winona's heart. In addition, Aoki was a hero who saved the beauty just now and stood up for her. She, Aoki, was particularly fond of her. Needless to say, Kamiser is also a hero who saves beauties and often slowly cultivates Pokémon. She also has a special liking for Aoki. But now that Aoki had confessed openly, both of them felt very shy and quite embarrassed. When Aoki saw these two expressions, he knew that Winona also had a good impression of him, and Kamiser also had a good impression of him. Aoki was not going to give up such a rare opportunity, so he immediately opened his hands and hugged the two of them quickly. Actually, I think you two can be my girlfriends, and I will definitely take good care of you. Kamiser and Winona were particularly shy and embarrassed. Especially Winona. When she saw Kamiser next to her, she immediately asked Aoki to push him aside. Well, although you're very good, we can't be together at the moment unless you can win the Evergrande Conference Championship. Understood. When I win the Alliance competition this time, I'll marry both of you home. Aoki is not in a hurry. There will be plenty of time in the future anyway. When the time comes, he must take down Winona, and Kamiser. None of them can be spared. Then work hard as soon as possible. Winona breathed a sigh of relief and finally sent Aoki away temporarily. Although I have a special liking for Aoki, I always feel a little at a loss when facing Aoki. Okay, let's leave here. There's still some time before the next town. Aoki put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and was about to leave. Wait a minute. I have something else to do, so I want to leave for now. Winona wants to leave here first and return to Fortree City. After all, she is a gym trainer and has her own things to do. That's fine, but just wait a moment. I'll make some special energy cubes for you first. And after a while, I may arrive at Fortree City and challenge you. No problem. Then you must come. I also want to see your strength. Although you are very strong, I will not lose to you in the Taoist challenge. Winona is still so heroic. Half an hour later, Winona took an energy cube and sat on Skarmory. Aoki looked at Winona, sitting down, and couldn't help but take a second look. This figure is really beautiful, especially the way Winona sits. No, he can't think so much. Anyway, Winona will be his from now on, and he could be with Winona. It's just a bit pitiful for Wallace. Before he could catch up with Winona, Naki was already taken care of by him. Winona, be careful when you go back. Be careful not to be attacked by surprise. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me, and you have to protect yourself. Only by winning the Evergrande Conference Championship can you be qualified to be with me. Winona blinked. Her eyes were really charming and eye-catching. What a beautiful and charming woman. I will definitely win, and I will never lose. Aoki is quite confident. With two elites, there might be a champion-level Pokemon. Will he still be afraid? From now on, Winona will be his. Then I'll leave first. Winona patted Skarmory lightly and then flew away. After parting ways with Winona, Aoki and Kamiser embarked on a journey again. Because he confessed to Kamiser, both parties recognized each other and were quite cordial. The two men soon arrived at the next town. There is no gym trainer in this town, so Aoki comes here just to replenish supplies and take a rest. You can't train in the forest every day. Pokemon Center. As soon as Aoki finished taking a rest, Kamiser grabbed his arm. Aoki, I heard there seems to be a Pokemon contest here. Do you want to participate? Contest. Aoki touched his chin and thought seriously. If you ask me to participate in the contest, isn't that bullying? Not only many people who participated in the Pokemon contest heard Aoki's words, they all looked over. Isn't that bullying? Does this mean they can't do it? Aoki felt so much murderous intent that his expression changed instantly. It seems that I accidentally said too much power trip, but he was not wrong. As long as he passed the preliminaries, then he was indeed bullying others. After all, his Pokemon are very powerful, but being heard by so many people is quite embarrassing. I have never participated in a contest. I probably won't be able to enter in the first round. Wouldn't I be bullied if I participated in the past? Aoki felt that it was necessary to give her current boss some face, so as not to be targeted by so many people. Everyone nodded collectively. Fortunately, they didn't say anything bad about them, otherwise they would have been doomed. Then you go and participate once, and I will participate too. After all, I've been training for so long, so I should show off. Kamiser is quite interested in this contest. Originally, Aoki didn't care, but now that Kamiser has decided, let's kill some time. You can't be so tired every day. I agreed, so I will also participate in this competition. Let's go to training first. In a wasteland, Aoki and Kamiser are training here. Since you're going to participate in the contest, you should train well, especially the moves, and be more contested. Aoki thought about it, and finally decided to send Ralts on the field. At least in the first round, Ralts can take action, and the rest of the battle can be left to others. The next day, the contest began. Everyone, the Pokemon contest has begun, and the winner will receive a ribbon badge. Now, I would like to invite the first contestant, who is also participating for the first time, contestant Aoki. Aoki was stunned for a moment, not expecting that he was the first one. Aoki, oil. Kamiser encouraged. Aoki slowly walked onto the ring, holding Ralts in his hands. Ralts, double team. Ralts immediately jumped onto the playing field, and then turned into more than a dozen shadows, with the main body standing in the middle. Ralts, devils. All Ralts collectively use Magical Leaf to surround the real Ralts. Ralts use Draining Kiss. Ralts also used Draining Kiss, a kiss visible to the naked eye, rolling in the air. Finally, the super powerful Emperor appears. Aoki teleported into the air, and Ralts floated above Aoki's head. The remaining Ralts, bringing Aoki and the real Ralts together in the middle. It's great, like a prince and a princess. What a beautiful show. The three judges all liked it very much, and Aoki also successfully received 30 points, a perfect score. Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. It's your first time to participate in a contest. You can't be eliminated in the first round, otherwise it will be too embarrassing. Kamiser is also happy for Aoki. The next competition continues. As a model, Kamiser is very good at performing beauty. So I also passed the first round of assessment and entered the second round. The second round is also very simple. It is a battle. Within 5 minutes, whoever has all their points deducted or is eliminated first will lose. The second round of the competition will begin, and the Aoki player with the highest score will appear first. The contestant on the opposite side is a Stephanie, and the Pokemon he uses is a Beautifly. Although your Ralts are very powerful, they are definitely not my Beautifly's rival. Aoki looked at the confident girl in front of him and wanted to say, "Who said I want to use Ralts?" The combat effectiveness of Ralts is too low, and if you shoot it, you will get killed. Do you really think he is a fool? Go ahead, Greninja. Aoki sent out Greninja. Since he wants to win, he should win easily. His Pokemon are too strong, and it doesn't matter who he sends. Beldum and Ralts, forget it. They haven't learned many skills yet, so sending them out will only cost them their lives. Why don't you use Ralts? Little Stephanie was a little angry. Aoki was speechless. Please, my Ralts are still children. Do you want to bully them? Little Stephanie was left speechless by the question. Do you want to bully the children? It is absolutely impossible for her to bully children. Beautifly, sleep powder. Little Stephanie said angrily. Beautifly immediately flapped its wings, and a lot of silver powder appeared in the air. Greninja, freezing ray. Greninja immediately jumped into the air and then moved the light with a move. Beautifly had no time to escape before she was affected by the freezing light and was frozen into an ice sculpture. Instantly kills rival with just one move. The battle is over. The victor is Greninja. For a time, all the contestants regarded Aoki as their rival. Killing Beautifly instantly with one move, it is definitely the most difficult rival. The battle is over. The victor is Greninja. Greninja, come back. Aoki turned around and left. If Kamiser didn't want to participate, he wouldn't participate in the contest. After all, his Pokémon is extremely powerful, and normal Pokémon can't defeat it at all. The next game is Kamiser's game. As a gym-level Eelektross, and without any weaknesses, Kamiser won the battle easily. After a fierce battle, Aoki and Kamiser enter the finals. Others are complete foils. Fortunately, both Aoki and Kamiser were just participating for fun and not serious. Otherwise, these people may not be able to win the contest at all. Aoki, we have known each other for a long time, and this is our first duel, but I won't lose to you. Kamiser had determination in his eyes. She must become stronger and must not let Aoki down. Then let's get started. Aoki also wants to see Kamiser's progress. If he can become a gym trainer, he must be very talented. Go ahead, Eelektross. Go ahead, Greninja. The two sent out their own Pokémon at the same time. The game has begun. Kamiser's player is Eelektross, and Aoki's player is Greninja. The referee shouted loudly, which instantly mobilized everyone's enthusiasm. Name, Eelektross. Strength, gym level. This is the progress of Kamiser during this period. Eelektross used Discharge. Kamiser made the first move. Eelektross released a strong current and rushed directly towards Greninja. Greninja, Mud Sport. Greninja grabbed a ball of mud out of thin air and sprinkled it on the surrounding ground. Not only can it weaken the damage of electric type, but the attribute itself can also be turned into ground type. This is the flexibility of Greninja's dual abilities. Discharge hit Greninja head-on, but Greninja did nothing. Eelektross's Discharge hit him head-on, but Aoki chose Greninja, and nothing happened. The referee was completely shocked. It's okay, what's going on? In this case, how can I deduct points? After all, I'm not from the Kalos region, so I don't know Greninja's ability. Referee, my Greninja ability is the ability to change into ground type. Aoki reminded him. Otherwise, he would be deducted points, which would be a huge loss for Dafa. I see. Since it has become the ground type, it means that it cannot be harmed by the thunder type. The referee shouted. Kamiser deducted a point due to the failure of his attack. This is not the biggest headache. Eelektross's main ability is electric type, which was suddenly blocked. Greninja Water Shuriken. Greninja immediately jumped out and threw several water shurikens hard. The water shuriken was very fast and hit Eelektross head-on, causing Eelektross some pain. Eelektross, since you can't use electric-type attacks, use Dragon Claw. Eelektross quickly approached Greninja, stretched out his right hand, white light glowed on his claws, and grabbed it hard. Greninja Dark Pulse. Greninja was faster and threw a black ball in his right hand, hitting Eelektross head-on. After all, Eelektross's strength is too weak. The gap between the two sides is huge. Greninja, give him one last move, Dark Pulse. Greninja threw another black ball, pitch black and translucent, hitting Eelektross again. Eelektross fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. After all, the gap is still too big. Kamiser also knew that it was impossible to win. After all of Aoki's Pokémon were very powerful. The weakest ones are Ralts. You can't bully Ralts. Isn't this bullying others? The battle is over. The winner is Aoki player Greninja. After the competition, Aoki also received the contest ribbon badge. It's a pity that this thing is of no use at all. It's better to give him a gym badge. But since he has taken it all, there is no need to say anything. He is not a villain, so he can say something eye-catching. After the contest, Aoki and Kamiser tidied up and prepared to retreat. On the way out, Aoki held his backpack in one hand and looked at Kamiser next to him. Kamiser, you have made great progress during this period. I estimate that in 2 months, your Eelektross should be able to reach the quasi-elite level. Kamiser was very happy when he heard that. He threw himself into Aoki's arms excitedly and grabbed Aoki's shoulders with both hands. Then he pulled Aoki into his arms. Aoki, thank you for taking care of me during this time. If you hadn't helped to train me, my Pokémon wouldn't have become so strong. Kamiser is sincerely grateful. You're welcome. Who are we two? We're very good friends, and we're also boyfriend and girlfriend, so naturally we should be together. When Aoki was talking, one hand actually suffered from Parkinson's disease and was shaking constantly. It's over. I got sick at a young age. Kamiser's face was already red, but he did not refuse. He just looked at Aoki silently and felt the warmth on Aoki's body. I really want to be with Aoki forever. Okay, don't be so shy. It's time for us to set off. Next, we will go to the next town. Aoki let go of Kamiser and didn't do anything extraordinary. After all, this is the main road. Even if you have thoughts about Kamiser, you can't do anything on the main road. If you were to do something on the street and were accidentally discovered, it would definitely be very embarrassing. Wait, it can't be on the road, but it can be in the forest, and then both parties can get to know each other. Aoki started to think about things again. After Kamiser and Aoki separated, she felt very sorry, but there was nothing she could do. She was too embarrassed to pester Aoki on the road. After walking for half a day, Aoki and Kamiser arrived at the nearby forest again. In the forest, Aoki started preparing today's dinner again. Ralts, earned by money, is playing happily next to him. He is currently the youngest and does not need to fight hard. The other Pokemon are all doing their own things, either exercising their bodies or training their skills. Kamiser is also training his own Pokemon and doesn't want to fall behind too far. Half an hour later, Aoki prepared dinner and found a place to sit down. It's so tiring. Being a Pokemon breeder is really hard, having to prepare food for so many Pokemon. And in order to allow them to eat well and grow quickly, each Pokemon must use its own energy cube. This causes him to do a lot of energy blocks and mega waste energy. Everyone, dinner is ready, so I can come over. Gyarados, a foodie, ran the fastest, but in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Aoki and then looked at him with big eyes. At noon that day, Aoki and Kamiser had just finished their meal, rested for a while, and were ready to embark on their journey. Not long after leaving, Aoki saw a man with dark skin walking over from a distance. This man looked familiar, but Aoki didn't think much about it, only thought he had seen it occasionally. "Sir, are you also a Pokemon trainer? I'm going to attend the Evergrande Conference this year. Do you want to have a competition?" Aoki stopped. Since someone wants to challenge, there is no reason to refuse. "Yes, I am indeed this year's rookie trainer. If you want to have a fight, it's not unacceptable." "Well, my name is Yu, and I just set out last year." Yu took out a treasure ball. When Aoki heard the name and looked at the familiar person in front of him, he suddenly understood. Isn't this the man who defeated Ash in Chengdu Alliance and owned a trump card Blaziken? His own abilities are pretty good, but I didn't expect him to be a trainer who started last year. So he started out last year. By the way, did you achieve any results last year? Aoki asked curiously. When 617 mentioned this matter, Yu felt particularly embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Aoki saw Yu's expression and knew that last year's results were probably not very good. "Well, I just got 8 badges last year, but I got lost in the forest. When I came out, the registration had just closed." Yu felt particularly embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. "The more I think about it, the more embarrassed I feel." Aoki was also a little speechless. He didn't expect Yu to do so for such a special reason. "Well, I don't think there's any need to worry so much. Let's have a competition first." Aoki was in no rush to send out his Pokemon. "In that case, I'll leave it to you, Inian Snake." Yu first recognized his Pokemon, a huge rock snake. Aoki recognized it. This should be Yu's future trump card Steelix, but it hasn't evolved yet. "Then it's up to you. Go ahead." "Chansey." Aoki throws out a pink demon from his future. Kamiser looked on, thinking of Yu's Onix. It's over. Onix's attack, BJCJ, is not strong at all. It is estimated that he will not be able to defeat Chansey and will be tricked by Chansey. Onix used Tackle. Onix immediately bumped into Chansey. "Chansey, don't be afraid. Carry it down for me, and then use Defense Curl." Kamiser showed an expression that was indeed true. It's still the same formula. Onix collided head-on with Chansey, but Chansey tolerated it. Not only did he hold back, but his defense power also increased. Onix, Iron Tail. Yi saw that one move missed and continued to issue Lu Shi's orders. Onix immediately raised his tail, which glowed with white light, and then smashed it down hard. Encore Defense Curl. Chansey stood there, letting Onyx hit her, and still stood motionless. Yu had a headache. He failed to defeat Chansey twice in a row. When did Chansey, who was so gentle, become like this? Little did he know that Aoki's Chansey had the prop leftovers. Very well, Chansey, this time we use Calm Mind. Chansey immediately made a Calm Mind gesture. An array of light appeared on her body. Onyx used Double Edge. Onyx immediately twisted his huge body, rushed towards Chansey quickly, and went down hard. Although Chansey is petite, she managed to carry it off. There was a hint of pride in the corner of Aoki's mouth. After 2 defense curls, Chansey's defense has been enhanced, although the defense species strength is very poor. But because it is well cultivated, it is quite durable. The so-called training is actually equal to the effort value, but it all depends on the person's training status. Chansey continued defense curl. Chansey minimize. Chansey soft-boiled. Aoki keeps asking Chansey to increase defense and dodge or Calm Mind. Once the physical strength is severely exhausted, use Protect and wait for 1 round to restore combat power, or use soft-boiled to increase your physical strength. Yu has been beaten to pieces by Chansey. Is this still Nurse Joy's pink angel? He's clearly a demon. No matter how hard he fights, Chansey can withstand it, and he has the experience to defeat him no matter how hard he fights. Unfortunately, his Onyx doesn't have any changing skills, it's just attack skills. If the fight continues like this, his Onyx may be defeated in advance. Kamiser felt pity for Yu, who actually allowed Chansey to fully develop. Now his defense has become stronger, his physical strength has also become stronger, and he can't fight at all. Chansey used rest. Chansey closed her eyes and fell asleep. As long as you sleep for a certain amount of time, you can regain your full strength. Yu frowned. Once he takes a nap, Chansey will probably recover completely. So how can he still fight? Onyx used Double Edge, collision continuously. Onyx immediately twisted his huge body and slammed into Chansey. Chansey, sleep talk. Aoki raised his lips slightly. The battle was about to end. Chansey said something unintelligible. Then his hands gathered together a green light, which was very dazzling. Yu's mouth twitched. Not only can rest, but also sleep talk. The key point is that your sleep talk is a bit too much. It directly condenses the sunshine and flames. His Onyx is 4 times restrained by the grass type. Once the sun's flame hits him head-on, he will definitely be doomed. Rumble, rumble. The sun's flames completely erupted. No, Onyx, get out of the way. Yu was a little anxious and wanted Onyx to get out of the way quickly, but unfortunately he was still a step too late. There was a loud noise and Onyx was hit from the front, and then he lay on the ground, losing his ability to fight. Come back, Onyx. Yu took back Onyx, and then looked at Aoki's Chansey with a strange expression. To be honest, I've seen a lot of Chansey, but no Chansey has ever been so good. Aoki smiled and said nothing. His Chansey is so powerful because he has eaten various energy cubes and cultivated it better. Not to mention, there's also an item called Leftovers, which restores stamina every turn. As long as you can't kill me instantly with 1 move, I can restore your despair. Then, I will send out my second Pokémon, Blaziken. Blaziken, it's up to you to win this battle for me. Yu sent out his own trump card. Only Blaziken is the strongest. An attribute can restrain Chansey. Name, Blaziken. Strength, Gym level. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. A very powerful Pokémon, slightly stronger than Chansey. It's just that the qualifications are relatively poor and they don't have elite level qualifications. However, among these 3 Imperial families, only a few can reach elite and championship levels. Flame Chicken used Sky Uppercut. Blaziken quickly approached Chansey and punched Chansey. But these powers are not very big for Chansey. After all, his defense has been enhanced, his endurance is particularly strong, and he just woke up. Chansey, have you learned any tricks recently? Show them to me. Aoki asked Chansey without continuing to give orders. Chansey's current special attack skills are Sun Flame and Freezing Ray. But these 2 skills don't do much damage to Blaziken. Fortunately, during this period, Chansey has been learning skills, but I don't know if she has learned any skills. Chansey listened to Aoki's words and nodded. Putting his hands in front of himself, a golden light appeared. Aoki's eyes widened, thinking that he might have seen it wrong. This seems to be Hyper Beam. Unexpectedly, Chansey learned Hyper Beam during this period of time while studying with several big brothers. Fortunately, this is also a special skill. No, Blaziken. Hurry up and knock him down, Yi said hurriedly. Blaziken also quickly approached and punched Chansey in the body. Chansey gritted his teeth and held the sky uppercut, and at the same time launched Hyper Beam, hitting Blaziken head-on. Blaziken couldn't hold it at all and was sent flying out, falling heavily to the ground. Because he has calm-minded many times, Blissy's special attack has become stronger. Blaziken, are you okay? Yi was particularly concerned about Blaziken, and at the same time, it was unimaginable that Chansey actually survived. You must know that Blaziken is very powerful in combat, and is particularly good at fighting skills. Even this can't help Chansey. Blaziken, stand up quickly, I believe in you. Encore Sky uppercut. Blaziken stood up with difficulty, then quickly jumped towards Chansey, using Sky uppercut again. Chansey, get out of my way. Chansey dodged easily. After all, it is minimized and the dodge is increased. Blaziken can only pass by Chansey and cannot touch Chansey at all. Encore Hyper Beam. Chansey released a Hyper Beam at close range. Hyper Beam hit Blaziken head-on and knocked Blaziken away again. This time, Blaziken was completely knocked to the ground and lost the ability to fight. That is to say, Blaziken was knocked down just now. Otherwise, if Chansey had the opportunity to stand in a stalemate, he would definitely be able to defeat Chansey with one move. After all, Chansey had already hit Sky Uppercut, and it was difficult for him to withstand the second punch. Blaziken loses the ability to fight and Chansey wins, so the winner is Aoki. Yi took back the Blaziken and sighed, feeling really helpless. This Chansey is really strong. It seems that the next time we face Chansey, we must deal with Chansey in advance. Sir, your Chansey is really strong. I'm not rival. I lost this game. It's okay. My Chansey, if I get punched again, I guess she might not be able to withstand it. Aoki took back Chansey. As expected, he is indeed a pink demon. He is already so powerful even before he has completely evolved. If you evolve completely and learn more skills, your strength will be even stronger. Although I lost this time, I will never lose next time. I will definitely be able to defeat you. Yi Yu's eyes were full of determination. It's okay to lose once, never lose a second time. Then I'll wait for you. I will also participate in the Evergrande Conference this time. Then we will have another match. Aoki and Yi Yu soon parted ways. Aoki, your Chansey is so strong that it's a bit abnormal. This is clearly bullying. Kamiser felt pity for Yi Yu. What an unlucky guy. Please give me flowers. They were consumed to death. This is nothing. When Chansey evolves, she will be even more powerful. But my strongest ones are Aggron, Salamence, and Beldum. I hope they can become stronger. Aoki thought about his Pokémon for a moment. Aggron, Greninja, Salamence, and Beldum are 4 Pokémon with championship qualifications. This is comparable to Cynthia. Oh, there's also Jirachi, but forget about Jirachi. The qualifications of a second-level god are just bullying. Let's go. Let's set off quickly and try to reach Fortree City tomorrow. I'm going to challenge the gym trainer there. When it came to Fortree City's gym trainer, Kamiser thought of Winona and gave Aoki a gentle push. 0. You're not thinking about Winona, are you? Aoki heard that Kamiser must be jealous, so he spoke in such a strange tone. Stephanie just likes to be jealous. But we still have to find a way to deal with Kamiser, and we can't make this little girl jealous. Aoki suddenly stretched out a hand and pulled Kamiser into his arms, with greedy desire in his eyes. Kamiser, as long as we don't see each other for a day, I will miss you very much and wish to be with you every day. Kamiser's little heart was beating wildly when Aoki looked at him like this. Especially that look in his eyes, full of tenderness, made Kamiser feel like he was about to fall. I really want to be with Aoki forever. But after a moment, Kamiser immediately pushed Aoki away. Don't think you can be with me. You must at least win the Evergrande Conference, otherwise I will never agree to be with you. This Tsundere look is really cute. Aoki couldn't help but take another look. She was really a beautiful woman. After the Evergrande Conference, both Kamiser and Winona won them all together. It's a pity that May is a bit young. Otherwise, we could have won it together with May. Wait, Aoki suddenly felt that he had become a beast again, actually thinking about such a thing. Okay, Kamiser, it's getting late. They can leave now. Tree City finally arrived at the destination. Kamiser opened his hands, took a deep breath, and showed off his perfect figure. Although it's nice to be with Aoki, the forest is too boring and not as nice as the city. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go take a rest first and then challenge the gym tomorrow. Aoki was not in a hurry to see Winona, but took the initiative to pull Kamiser. I need a good rest today. Kamiser happily leaned on Aoki's shoulder and came to the Pokemon Center together. After one night, Aoki packed up his things and then came to the gym. Winona has been waiting for a long time. Aoki, you are here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Although you are very strong, I will never lose in the gym challenge. 797, Winona. Although you are my woman, I will not lose. This time, I will definitely win. Aoki had confidence in his eyes. In this battle, Philonkyu should not lose no matter how he looked at it. Winona blushed. Although I did promise to give you a chance, I'm not your girlfriend yet. Kamiser is a bit sour, but has been taken care of by Aoki during this time, so naturally it won't be entangled. Go. Taillow, the first battle is yours. Winona threw out her own Pokemon, which was Flash Taillow that she had conquered last time. Since yours is Taillow, then mine is Beldum. Aoki sent out one of his weakest Pokemon. Apart from Ralts, Beldum is the weakest and knows very few skills. Taillow, use Orberg Wings. Taillow yelled die, and then flew quickly towards Beldum, with silvery white light shining on his two wings. Flying is very fast. In an instant, Taillow flew next to Beldum, slamming his wings hard against him. Beldum, use Iron Head. Beldum, who looked like a dumbbell, had a white light shining on his head, and then he hit hard. The two bodies collided. After a stalemate, Taillow was suddenly knocked out and fell to the ground. Although Taillow is a Flash Pokemon, Aoki's Beldum is also a Flash Pokemon. And Aoki's Flash Beldum is an elite-level player, a bit more powerful than Taillow. Taillow, don't admit defeat. Get up again and use the turning attack. Taillow is also very brave. Even though he was hit very painfully, he still insisted on standing up and flying and soaring in the sky. Then it suddenly turned around and hit Beldum's back. Confusion. Aoki was very calm and not too worried at all. Beldum listened to Aoki's order with a gleam in his eyes. Taillow was flying rapidly and was shrouded in this light, stopping in midair. Zen Headbutt. Beldum suddenly hit Taillow and knocked Taillow away. Taillow fell to the ground again, his eyes turned white, and he lost the ability to fight. After all, the strength is still a bit inferior. Taillow has lost the ability to fight. This is Beldum. Taillow, come back. Winona took back Taillow. She also knew that Taillow had just been subdued and his fighting power was not very strong. But she believes that with her careful training, Taillow will definitely become her trump card. The decision is now yours, Skarmory. Name, Skarmory. Strength, gym level. It's not much improvement, but it's very difficult for Beldum to deal with. After all, Beldum only has a few unique tricks, and they are all for abuse. But his next few Pokemon are all very strong here. Come back, Beldum. The decision is yours. Go ahead, Blaziken. Among the gym-level Pokemon, there is only one Blaziken, and it restrains each other. The rest are either elite or quasi-elite, completely bullying. Blaziken, then Skarmory, use Hurricane. Winona is a little more confident. Blaziken is restrained by Skarmory's fierce Hurricane. As long as it hits him head-on, Blaziken will definitely be injured. Blaziken, Flamethrower. Facing the oncoming Hurricane, Blaziken opened his mouth, and a powerful ball of flame spurted out. The flames hit Hurricane head-on. Rumble, rumble. Then there was a loud noise, and the flames exploded, accompanied by a storm, affecting most of the venue. Orberg wings. Skarmory circled, its two wings transformed into the shape of Orberg, and rushed towards Blaziken with silver light. Blaziken flare blitz. Blaziken looked at Skarmory, flying from soaring in the sky, suddenly increased his speed, and ran quickly. The whole body was shrouded in flames. As Blaziken ran, a flame flew into soaring in the sky, instantly wrapping Skarmory in it. Skarmory was hit head-on by Blaziken, and the flames continued to burn. In just a moment, Skarmory felt severe pain, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. But he still relied on his strong strength to withstand Blaziken's attack, and bumped into Blaziken's body. Blaziken had already received the reaction force, and suffered quite a lot of injuries. In addition, he was hit head-on by Orberg's wings, and flew out uncontrollably, falling to the ground. When Skarmory saw that his attack had hit, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then he couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground on the side. After falling to the ground, Skarmory lost the ability to fight. On the contrary, Blaziken, although he was also knocked to the ground, stood up with difficulty. The corners of Aoki's mouth raised slightly. Sure enough, his Blaziken was better cultivated. His resistance to fighting and physical strength were both ranked first at 5.2, much more powerful than Skarmory. So although Skarmory fell to the ground and lost his combat effectiveness, Blaziken could still continue to fight. Skarmory, thank you for your hard work. Winona took a deep breath. Although she knew that Blaziken was very powerful, she only understood how powerful Blaziken was when she actually faced him. The reason why she can be cultivated so well is definitely because Aoki is outstanding and he is worthy of being her man. Wait, her man. Winona slapped her face. How could she think about such a thing at this time? She is not a nymphomaniac, but she actually thought of Aoki. You must not think like this anymore. Now you should find a way to win this gym challenge. Even if she can't win against Aoki, she can't lose too badly. As Aoki's future wife, she must become very powerful. Wait, I'm thinking of Aoki again. Aoki, you are really powerful. Then I will leave it to you, Altaria. Winona finally sent out her own trump card. This isn't his Pokemon, it's her father's Pokemon. She can become a gym trainer and take over the family profession. This is the trump card that her father temporarily left for her to prevent danger. Name, Altaria. Strength, quasi-elite level, peak. Qualification, quasi-elite level. Aoki frowned. This Pokemon seemed a little different from the last Altaria. Hey, this shouldn't be your Pokemon, right? Aoki asked. Even the skills learned are different, definitely not the Chi-Chi Palace from the last time. It is impossible that Altaria has become so strong without seeing each other for a while. Winona was slightly embarrassed. Her face was red, and she was quite shy. You can't say that you don't want to be too embarrassed and lose too badly, so you want to win a round. Altaria, use the bird special attack. Altaria's body glowed with white light, and then 19 suddenly swooped down and arrived at Blaziken's side in the blink of an eye. Blaziken, the most powerful flamethrower. Blaziken opened his mouth and spit out a very hot flamethrower. The blazing flames quickly engulfed Altaria. Altaria flying was very fast, with a white airflow on the surface, directly rushing through the flames. Then in an instant, Altaria flew in front of Blaziken and bumped directly into Blaziken. With flying's ultimate move and the gap in strength, Blaziken simply couldn't handle it. He staggered and was knocked out, then fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Blaziken loses the ability to fight. The winner is Altaria. Salamence, the decision is yours. Aoki took back the Blaziken and threw his own Salamence. Currently under the Elite Trump card, you can never use Elite-level Pokemon to bully Altaria. Salamence is expected, then Altaria used Dragon Pulse. Altaria opened her mouth and spit out a mouthful of Dragon Pulse. The purple Dragon Pulse rushes toward Salamence. Salamence, hurry up and use Dragon Claw. Salamance's flying speed was very fast, and he came to Altaria in an instant, then stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed hard. Altaria, we also use Dragon Claw. Altaria also raised his claws and struck Salamence down. The two sharp claws collided together, feeling each other's power at the same time, with a look of pain on their faces. They're all quasi-elite peak-level Pokemon, just a little short of reaching elite level. But overall, Salamence is more powerful, whether it is species, strength, or qualifications. Salamence, Dragon Pulse. Altaria, Dragon Pulse. Two Pokemon are right next to each other and using Dragon Pulse at the same time. Rumble Rumble. Dragon Pulse bumped into each other. Dubé. Salamence and Altaria screamed at the same time, and then flew out uncontrollably. Both sides were attacked by each other, and naturally felt very painful. Just when he was about to fall to the ground, Salamence stabilized his body instantly and floated in the air. Altaria took a step slower, but also stabilized her body. The two Pokemon stared at each other. Altaria used disarming voice. Altaria sings, and although her voice is very beautiful, it does great harm to Salamence. Salamence had a pained expression on his face. The attack of Fairy Skill does a lot of damage. Salamence used Dragon Rage. Salamence endured the pain and spit out a blue ball of light. Dragon Rage also hit Altaria head-on. Both Pokemon were severely damaged, but the dignity of Dragon Pokemon made Altaria and Salamence stare at each other. This is clearly because he wants to defeat the other party. Altaria, you must not lose, use Perish Song. Altaria sang again, but it seemed to be of no use. But only Aoki knows that after 3 rounds, Salamence will be damaged. So you must work hard this time. Salamence, I believe in you. You will definitely win. Use Dragon God Dive. Salamance's eyes were filled with anger, and he suddenly rushed towards Altaria. The speed is very fast, and there is a purple air current on the body, and the momentum is raging with the same momentum as before. It seems that he will not give up until he achieves his goal. Altaria, get out of the way. Winona just hoped that Altaria could stay out of the way. But Altaria's speed was a bit slow, and she was caught up by Salamence not long after she flew away. Then Salamance's huge body collided head-on with Altaria. Thump! Altaria was knocked to the ground, let out a shrill wail, and then stood up with difficulty. Salamence encore Dragon God Dive. Although Salamence knocked down Altaria, it was also extremely painful. Just after hearing Aoki's order, Salamence immediately flew up and rushed towards Altaria again. Altaria used the wave. Altaria spits out a Dragon Pulse. 433. Salamance's flying was very fast and collided with Dragon Pulse, but endured the pain and collided with Altaria. Altaria let out another scream, then was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. This time, Altaria did not hold on. She just stumbled, fell to the ground, and fainted. Altaria lost the ability to fight, and Salamence won. So the winner is Aoki from Bed by Town. Winona felt particularly disappointed. I originally planned to show off in front of Aoki, but I didn't expect that I would be defeated. Even his father's Altaria couldn't beat Aoki's Salamence. Wait, if she remembers correctly, Aoki's Salamence seems to have evolved not long ago. This is Salamence that is having such great strength. He is indeed her man. Winona figured it out quickly and wasn't too angry. After all, he lost his own man, so there was nothing to be angry about. By the way, Winona remembered something again. Aoki's Salamence has just evolved and is so powerful. Wouldn't it be easy to win the Evergrande Conference? Then she will become Aoki's person from now on. It doesn't seem unacceptable. After all, Aoki is really good. Aoki, congratulations, you successfully obtained Feiyu Badge. Winona said sincerely, making Aoki feel happy in her heart. I also want to thank you for competing with me. Your Pokemon has been cultivated very well. Aoki pinched Winona's face. Winona blushed slightly and gently patted Aoki's hand away. Don't do this. Wait until you win the Evergrande Conference Championship. Okay, Winona, Kamiser, We can leave first and go to the Pokemon Center. Aoki put one hand around Kamiser and felt Kamiser's waist. After all, Kamiser is also his wife, so he cannot ignore her. Good. A group of people quickly came to the Pokemon Center and healed the Pokemon. In the afternoon, Winona and Kamiser had another gym match. It was a serious gym match, but the very powerful Altaria was not sent. Winona did not send out her own trump card, but played according to the normal routine. In the end, Kamiser won. At night, Aoki asked Winona and Kamiser to have dinner together. Mainly Aoki prepares it himself. After dinner, it was already late at night. Aoki really wanted to invite Winona to stay so that she could do something. Unfortunately, Winona did not agree. After all, if Aoki stayed, she would be worse than a beast and her bestiality would flourish. If she really wanted to do something, she would be embarrassed to refuse. There was no other way. Aoki had no choice but to send Winona off in person. As for Kamiser, she rested in the hotel and played a gym match in the afternoon. She felt physically and mentally exhausted. Aoki personally took Winona to the door of Winona's house. As soon as she arrived at the door of her house, Winona noticed a person and frowned slightly. This is a man wearing a hat, with burnt green hair, and dressed in a special mid-range dress. It should be said that he is an androgynous person who wears very average clothing. It's just that Aoki knows this person, so he knows his gender very well. That is Wallace, the current Fongren region champion. Trump card is a Milotic. Miss Winona, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a while. By the way, who is this man? Is he your friend? As soon as Wallace got closer, he saw Aoki next to him. He frowned and felt that the relationship between the two people was not normal. He is pursuing Winona now and thinks Winona is a very good woman. She's my boyfriend. In fact, it is impossible for us to be together. You are very good and many people will like you. Aoki took the initiative to hold Aoki's arm before he could speak. During this time, Wallace had begun pursuing Winona. In fact, Winona didn't like Wallace very much, so she refused. So even though she has not accepted Aoki for the time being, Winona is still prepared to use Aoki as a shield. After all, she and Aoki are considered quasi-boyfriends. Aoki didn't say anything, but he was very happy. This champion, Wallace, was really a good assist, creating such a good opportunity for him. Wallace also felt particularly disappointed. Judging from Aoki's appearance, Aoki is also relatively good. It seems that he and Winona are destined to be together. It turns out you already have a boyfriend. In that case, forget it. Maybe there is no fate between us. Wallace said hello and left. Winona looked at Wallace leaving and felt relieved, but he was afraid that Aoki would misunderstand, so he quickly explained. Aoki, actually I have nothing to do with this guy. It's just that he is pursuing me, and I have never agreed. What? Are you worried that I will be jealous? I will not be jealous. Someone is pursuing you, which proves that I have excellent vision. Aoki put his hands around Winona's waist and looked at Naki silently. This look had a hint of aggression. Winona's heart was pounding, and she was quite nervous when she saw it. Winona suddenly became nervous, worried that Aoki would suddenly attack her and take this opportunity to take her down. Although she does have a crush on Aoki now, it doesn't mean she is willing to be with Aoki. Aoki, don't be like this. We're not suitable now. We are too young. Aoki suddenly had a sly smile on his face. It's not impossible, but you have already admitted that you are my girlfriend. Shouldn't you give me some rewards? Winona's face was extremely red, which meant that the sky was dark and she couldn't see clearly. But she also knew that Aoki's purpose was nothing more than to pay some reward. For example, Winona mustered up her courage, stood on tiptoes, and leaned against Aoki silently. The two people soon separated. I still have something to do, so I'll go back first. Winona felt very embarrassed and did not dare to face Aoki, so she turned around and ran away, worried that Aoki would continue to bully her. Aoki wiped the corner of his mouth with a proud smile in his eyes. I'm so lucky today. I actually took advantage of Winona. It's such a good day. It's a pity that there is still half a year until the Evergrande Conference starts. He just wants to win the conference as soon as possible, and then Lasudu will take care of Winona and Kamiser and live a happy life. No, Aoki, You can't continue to think nonsense. If you continue to think like this, you will fall one day. Aoki calmed down, then turned around and prepared to leave. Kamiser is still waiting for him at the Pokémon Center, but he can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, if he is misunderstood by Kamiser, he will definitely be jealous, and it will definitely be over by then. Aoki soon arrived at the Pokémon Center and saw Kamiser standing at the door of the room. Kamiser looked at Aoki silently, folding his arms, his eyes filled with inexplicable meaning. Aoki, why did you come back so quickly? Could it be that, okay, Zhao, you were so fast? Aoki's face turned green. He must not be ridiculed by Kamiser. After all, how could such an excellent person like him admit that his health was not good? Aoki immediately came to Kamiser's side, with a hint of cunning in the corner of his mouth. He pulled Kamiser into his arms with both hands. What? Do you want to know my abilities? My Pokemon is very powerful, and I am also very powerful. Kamiser didn't know Aoki's teasing. He blushed and gently pushed Aoki aside. Aoki, it's getting late. It's better to go to bed early today. Aoki didn't continue to take action. One day, he would take down Kamiser, then let Kamiser tremble. Leak, leak, leak. This day is not far away. Kamiser, wait patiently for me. In the morning, after Aoki woke up, he immediately opened the system panel to see the gold treasure chest he obtained yesterday. I'm really glad that Winona took out a quasi-elite level Altaria and provided him with a golden treasure chest. Otherwise, it would probably be just a silver treasure chest, which would not be able to meet his current needs for Pokemon. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully opened the golden treasure box, obtained the dragon secret fruit, and obtained the flying secret fruit. Another secret fruit. This fruit is of great help to quasi-elite level Pokemon, especially for the current Salamence. Help is particularly great, allowing Salamence to understand the secret as soon as possible and become an elite level Pokemon. This golden treasure chest needs to be renamed the Salamence Treasure Chest, which is dedicated to providing secret fruits to Salamence. Kamiser, I'm going out and I'll be back soon. Aoki left the Pokémon Center, came to a deserted place, and released his Salamence. Salamence, this is the secret fruit I just obtained, and I will give it to you. After Salamence came out, he saw the two fruits in Aoki's hand, and he immediately guessed it. This should be specially prepared for it. And for some reason, Salamence feels like covet from the bottom of his heart and wants to take a swallow. Aoki hasn't thrown it yet, and Salamence is too embarrassed to bite it, so he can only twist his body 590 to give Aoki charm. I have to admit, Charm Salamence is really cute and a bit majestic. Salamence, you don't want charm anymore. This was originally prepared for you. Aoki threw two secret fruits. Salamence opened his mouth, swallowed it in one mouthful, and then lay on the ground, constantly comprehending the secret. A series of mysteries spread out, shrouding the surface of Salamence. Right in Salamence's mind, a gate to the void invisible to the naked eye appeared. Salamence let out a roar and kept tackle the void gate. But this invisible door to the void is so solid that it cannot be opened even by Salamence's tackle. But as time went by, cracks appeared on the void gate and continued to expand. Not long after, the void gate was shrouded in cracks and could break at any time. But at this moment, Salamence felt very tired and fainted. Of course, this is just in my head. In the real world, Salamence opened his eyes and roared. Although he did not successfully comprehend the secret and become an elite-level Pokemon, his own strength has still become stronger. Name: Salamence. Strength: quasi-elite, about to understand the secret. Qualification: champion. Aoki felt particularly sorry. There's only one step left, just one step away. As long as Salamence can hold on, he can become an elite-level artifact. But when I think about it, not long after Salamence evolved, Aggron ate the secret fruit twice. It is estimated that next time, with another secret fruit, or after a while, Salamence will be able to successfully become an elite Pokemon. At that time, it will be the second elite-level Pokemon. Thinking of this, Aoki was not as heartbroken as before and even patted Salamance's head gently. Salamence, Thank you for your hard work. I believe you will become stronger soon. Dubé. Salamence let out a happy growl, then nuzzled Aoki's shoulder with his head. It has long since accepted Aoki. Not only can you make delicious food, but you can also make it stronger. This is its owner. Aoki looked at Salamance's neck, where Salamance's Mega Evolution Stone hung. This was a gift from Steven Stone's nice dad, who hasn't tried Mega Salamence yet. Now I suddenly want to try it. But when I thought that I still had something to do and would travel with Winona next, I had no choice but to give up this idea. Salamence, it's time to go back. Aoki took back Salamence, then turned and left. Soon we arrived at the Pokémon BJBJ Center. Winona is already here, and the two of them have made an appointment to go shopping here today, which counts as a date. Winona, Kamiser, it's time for us to leave now and go shopping in Tree City. You can buy whatever you want. Then I must buy more. Kamiser had a sly look in his eyes. Winona also nodded, and the two of them snickered. Since Aoki is already so generous, we must not let Aoki down. They really should buy more. No problem. You can buy whatever you want. I have plenty of money anyway. Aoki waved his hand, feeling particularly heroic, because just last night, he signed a contract with Nurse Joy here. It won't take long for the energy cubes to be sold. Once the energy cubes are sold, it will definitely be a high profit. And also in Kanto region, Johto region, Orange Alliance, Hoenn region. By selling energy cubes in the 4 regions together, he is about to become a world-class rich man. Then let's leave now. Kamiser and Winona stood on both sides of Aoki, one on the left and the other on the right. They pulled Aoki and rushed in the mall on one side. Then I started shopping there, basically clothes and all kinds of decorative items. These two girls have let themselves go. Aoki also bought a lot of tree fruits and packed the evolution stones here. After all, evolution stones are still very useful. With these evolution stones, Pokemon eggs can be converted into various attribute gems in the future. Winona and Kamiser were shopping all day long. Even if Aoki was an intermediate psychic, he couldn't hold them back. When he returned to the Pokemon Center in the evening, Aoki was lying on the table, feeling extremely tired. Basically, 2 people were shopping, and then he was carrying things in the back, all kinds of baggage. So tired, quite tired. Aoki, your body is a little weak and need to exercise regularly. Winona teased with a smile. Aoki glared at Winona fiercely. You still have a nerve to say that, to be honest, if it were that kind of thing, I would let you know how powerful I am. Winona immediately understood what Aoki meant, and her face turned slightly red, feeling particularly shy. It was really too much to say such words in front of Kamiser. Such people should be taught a lesson. Aoki, don't talk nonsense. Kamiser pinched Aoki's arm with a hint of shyness in his eyes. Okay, then I won't talk nonsense. I must find an opportunity to practice it in the future. Aoki started to think a lot. At night, Aoki rode Salamence alone and came to a forest outside. He did not take Kamiser with him, because today will be the time for him to meet with the 2 executives from the Soaring in the Sky team, Courtney and Izumi. Before Aoki appeared, the 2 people had already appeared and noticed each other with wary eyes. They all got to know each other. One was from Team Lava and the other was from Team Aqua. These 2 people are natural enemies, so when they first met, they almost started fighting. If they hadn't heard about each other, they would probably start fighting. It's just that although the 2 of them suspected that each other was from the Soaring in the Sky team, they couldn't find it easy to ask, so they could only look at each other silently. Suddenly, Izumi and Courtney looked at Soaring in the Sky at the same time and saw a huge Salamence slowly falling from Soaring in the Sky. Pokemon on both sides were nervous. Ludicolo, Ninetales. Don't worry, it's me. Aoki jumped from Salamence back in the air. Leader. Izumi and Courtney shouted at the same time, then looked at each other and understood instantly. Both parties are executives of the Soaring in the Sky team. You two, stop arguing. I came to see you today just to take a look at each other. Aoki called the 2 people out to let both parties get to know each other. It would be terrible if these 2 people fight one day. I'm afraid that when the time comes, I won't know each other, and I'll beat him to death. I can't wait to see him. Aoki looked at their trump cards again. Name. Ludicolo. Strength, quasi-elite level. Name, Ninetales. Strength, quasi-elite level. These two Pokemon have been trained very well, and with Aoki's Energy Cube, I estimate that with luck, they will become elite within a year. Not as good as him, but not bad. By the way, there are two Pokemon here, both Lyron and elite level. You should train them carefully. Aoki threw 2 baby balls. Although Lyron is quite rare, Aoki is not lacking. After all, his Aggron already has championship qualifications. Izumi and Courtney will be soaring in the skies, main executive team in the future, and they should naturally be trained well. Thank you, Chief. The two people also knew the rarity of Lyron and did not refuse. They both took it and released Lyron. Dora, Liddy, and Courtney were very happy to see the very strong Lyron growing up in front of them. As long as you train him well, you might be able to become an elite trainer within 3 years. If you add Aoki's Energy Cube, it is estimated to be about 2 years, probably 1 year. It is worth mentioning that Aoki's Aggron has eaten many special measuring cubes. They were all opened at the beginning, not before the trip, so they advanced so quickly. Simply eating energy cubes is not that good, unless it is the top energy star cube. Another example is the process of comprehending the secret. Aoki gave Aggron the secret fruit twice. In addition, I also have a Gyarados, a fast-swimming frog, with very high qualifications. Each of you has one, so train it well and don't let me down. Aoki took out 2 more Pokemon balls. They were all Pokemon he had caught before, and their qualifications were also elite level. Put at Professor Birch's place, it ate so well, and then evolved. But he didn't need it, so he planned to give it to these 2 people so that they could be trained well. To do well in Team Lava and Team Aqua, you must have enough strength. Not to mention that the 2 of them also need to be responsible for recruiting the team, which requires them to be strong enough. Thanks. The 2 took over the Pokemon again, and were particularly touched by Aoki, especially Courtney, who has a good impression of Aoki. If Izumi hadn't been by her side, Courtney might have taken the initiative to throw herself into Aoki's arms. Aoki did not prepare Pokemon for Kamiser, nor did he prepare any for Winona. After all, Kamiser has always been by his side, and, as long as he is trained well, he can become an elite. Winona also has a Flash Tailo. However, Kwanmei and Courtney will not always be by his side, and may be in danger at any time. You need powerful Pokemon. 2 plus F8F. Well, that's almost it. I have prepared an energy cube for you. After you take it back, you must cultivate it well. Beyond that, try to conceal your identity and don't expose it. You will still have to clean up your name in the future. Please give me flowers. Aoki reminded, and then watched the 2 people leave with his own eyes. But Courtney was not in a hurry to leave, but found a place to hide. After Izumi left, Courtney couldn't wait to walk to Aoki's side and threw herself into Aoki's arms. Aoki, have you missed me during this time? Aoki immediately gave Courtney a princess hug and held her in her arms. Your figure is really soft. Okay, let's hug each other, don't talk, and feel each other's warmth silently. Courtney closed her eyes and accepted Aoki silently, without saying a word. The 2 of them were just leaning against each other. On the other side, although Kwanmei left, she noticed that Courtney had not left. Thinking of Courtney's eyes just now, Kwanmei guessed it. 0. It seems that Courtney likes Aoki very much. In fact, Izumi also has an inexplicable liking for Aoki, but is embarrassed to say it out. After all, Aoki is the leader. But seeing Courtney and Aoki together today, Izumi was also thinking about whether she should take the initiative. After hugging each other for a while, Aoki felt that it was almost time to leave. After all, there's a Kamiser at home. If he stays outside for too long, he will definitely be discovered by the Kamiser. Courtney, that's it for today. I will continue my journey tomorrow. When the Evergrande conference is over, I will accompany you to go for a walk. Aoki kissed Courtney. Courtney's face was slightly red, but she did not refuse Aoki after all, and could only reluctantly leave with Aoki. Then that's it for today. We'll meet again when we have the chance. Salamence, you can go back. Aoki moved on his Salamence back and left. Courtney watched Aoki leave with her own eyes, and Kwanmei also saw Aoki in the forest. After leaving for so long, there must be some hidden secret between Aoki and Courtney. Half an hour later, Aoki returned to the Pokémon Center and took a shower first to wash away the smell. Although they will definitely meet in the future, at least they cannot be exposed for now. Aoki played in for Tree City for a few days, but eventually had to leave. There is no other way. He still has to embark on the journey. He can't always stay in Winra Township. At the entrance of the Pokémon Center, Winona looked at Aoki reluctantly. After a few days of getting along, she had a good impression of Aoki. Winona, then I will leave first. You have to work hard and strive to become stronger as soon as possible. 11. Don't worry, I will work hard. And you have to work hard too. The two parties eventually separated. Kamiser followed Aoki, left for Tree City together, and entered the forest. Aoki opened the system map, quickly found a treasure chest, and walked over immediately. Even if it is just a silver treasure chest, Aoki will not miss it. He needs these treasure chests the most. After entering the forest, Aoki encountered many Pokémon, and none of them would let go. Both Beldum and Ralts need to fight at the moment. The other Pokémon have all evolved, and the next step is to accumulate stockpile. Only these two Pokémon have not evolved yet. Among them, the one he focuses on training is Beldum. After all, it is a flash Pokémon and has the qualifications to be a champion. Looking at the strength of Salamence, you can guess the strength of the final evolved form Metagross. Salamence has just evolved and is at the pinnacle of quasi-elite level. I guess Metagross is not bad at all. Beldum, use Iron Head. Beldum hit a Beedrill hard and knocked the Beedrill to the ground. After defeating Beedrill Ho, Beldum was very happy and immediately came over and rubbed Aoki's shoulder. Beldum, you did a good job, and now you're getting stronger and stronger. Aoki praised and then patted Beldum's head gently with his hand. Beldum happily accepted. Aoki, your Beldum is getting stronger and stronger, but it's a pity that your skills are a bit lacking. Kamiser was happy for Aoki and a little envious, but not jealous. There's no way. Beldum hasn't evolved yet and can only learn these skills. But it's okay. As long as Beldum evolves, he will be able to learn many skills, and then there will be no need for headaches. Aoki rubbed Beldum's head, feeling helpless. No matter how powerful he is, Beldum only has so many skills at the moment. Even if you want to learn, it's not that easy. It's better to wait for it to evolve, and then you can learn. Beldum seemed to feel Aoki's loss, and he mustered up the courage in his heart, and suddenly a white light appeared on his body. Aoki was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched, feeling really speechless. Although I knew that Beldum had already reached the time to evolve, I never expected that Beldum would evolve with a little stimulation. If I had known, I would have stimulated Beldum earlier, and I would not have delayed it until now. Kamiser reacted quickly and patted Aoki on the shoulder happily. Aoki, congratulations, your Beldum is finally going to evolve. Once planned, its strength will become stronger. I am indeed very happy. Today we are celebrating together. In the evening, I will cook something delicious. Aoki put his hands on Kamiser's shoulders and gently pulled him into his arms. Try to evolve Beldum into Metagross, Flash, and Metagross's Mega Evolution Stone as soon as possible. He seemed to have predicted that the two quasi-gods would definitely shine in this competition. The light on Beldum finally disappeared, and his size became larger. Congratulations, you finally successfully evolved into Metal. Aoki stretched out a hand and gently touched Metang. The silver-white Metang is very domineering. Metang waved his hands happily and leaned on Aoki's shoulder again. Very well, Metang. I will leave the fighter jet to you for the next few days. Aoki patted Metang and then continued walking forward. While walking, I looked at Metang. Name, Metang. Ability, Eternal Pure Body, Light Metal. Strength, Gym Level. Qualification, Champion Level. Skills, Confusion, Metal Claw, Takedown, Bullet Punch, Zen Headbutt, Psychic Agility, Meteor Mash. Aoki finally waited for this day. A Pokemon worthy of being a champion has learned so many skills by evolving into Metang. And even the farmer has learned 3 punches. After Beldum evolved into Metang, his combat power became stronger and he learned many skills. I encountered many wild Pokemon along the way, but they were all easily defeated by Beldum. In addition to Beldum, Kamiser is also training his own Pokemon. The progress is obvious. Mudkip successfully evolved into Marshtomp, and Spheal successfully evolved into Celio. 6 Pokemon, respectively. Guide Amalga, Elite level, Zebstrika, Gym level, Electros, Quasi-Elite level, Celio, Elite level, Marshtomp, Elite level. This is the strength of Kamiser, enough to be a gym trainer. After all, Elite level strength is a big hurdle, and almost Elite level is already strong enough. It's just that Electros focuses on training, but it's not that easy to have Elite level strength. Also, Shinx's Pokemon eggs haven't hatched yet. Kamiser can have such strength. All this is indispensable without Aoki's help. So Kamiser is especially grateful to Aoki and already likes Aoki. Metang used Meteor Mash. Metang's hands were like Comet Normal, hitting Vileplume's body continuously. Vileplume let out a scream, then fell heavily to the ground, losing the ability to fight. Awesome, Metang, you're stronger again. Aoki praised him generously. After evolution, Metang has indeed become particularly powerful in 3.7. Just defeated Vileplume of the same level easily. It's also possible that Metang is very restrained against Vileplume, so it's particularly easy to fight. But it also proves the power of Metang. Metang waved his hands happily. Aoki opened the system log. This is the last silver treasure chest in this forest. Congratulations to the host. You successfully obtained a ton of tree fruits and received an additional reward of proficiency in hacking technology. Aoki's mouth twitched. The fruit is not bad. At least it is high-grade fruit, which he particularly needs. But is this level of hacker proficiency a mistake? This is the Pokemon world, not the urban world. What are you doing? The Dragon King returns, the king of soldiers, a miracle doctor, and a minister of the temple world. After taking down all the treasure boxes in the forest, Aoki left the forest and came to a nearby wilderness area. In the wasteland, there is no grass, no water, and very few Pokemon. Aoki just wants to cross the desert as quickly as possible, go to the next town, and get the gym badge. It is worth mentioning that the hacking skills Aoki opened 3 days ago have already been put to use. After all, this world also has a network. Aoki used his hacking skills to search the internet for the whereabouts of the Mega Evolution Stone, then secretly buy the Mega Evolution Stone. The price is not very high, but it is not low either. He planned to obtain enough Mega Evolution Stones in the next few years so that even if he couldn't use them himself, he could still give them to his subordinates. In the desert, Aoki and Kamiser walked together, with Greninja standing beside them. In order to prevent being attacked by surprise, Aoki will arrange a Pokemon every time he travels. For example, Greninja this time is Aoki's bodyguard. After walking for a long time, Kamiser felt a little tired and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's really hot in this place. It's okay, but since you feel hot, let's find a place in front and you can have a good rest. Aoki pulled Kamiser and found a rock. Then he stood on the backlight and started preparing food. Kamiser tasted Aoki's delicious food and felt very happy. Seriously, when you are tired every day, eating your food is a kind of enjoyment. Next to her, the guide Amalga happily flew onto Aoki's shoulder and nuzzled her gently. He also likes to eat Aoki's food, which is very delicious. Every time he eats, it is a pleasure. Greninja and Blaziken stood up at the same time, staring at Amalga. This is our master, and you are taking advantage of our master, which is a bit too much. The director, Amalga, was shocked. They were so scary, so they had better forget it and go back to their homes first. Okay, we've finished our meal. Now it's time to set off. After resting for a long time, Aoki took Kamiser and left. Aoki, why are there so many big holes in this place? Kamiser noticed the big pit next to him and asked curiously. Aoki then stopped and looked at the big pit in front of him, and the memories in his mind kept reappearing. He remembered that this episode seemed to be called Trapinch's Lake of Mew. If he remembered correctly, there were a lot of Trapinch here, and they finally successfully evolved into Vibrava. That was Trapinch, and its final evolved form was Flygon. Its strength was no worse than that of Usangia, and because it has Dragon type, it is stronger. Although he conquered a group of Aggron, the number was too few. If you can conquer so many Trapinch, you can use them to train your own subordinates. Although this is a protected area, it doesn't seem to say that it is not allowed to capture Pokémon, which means that it can be captured. If he can meet the qualifications of a champion, it is not unacceptable. If he only has elite qualifications, then forget it. With a Salamence, there is no need to cultivate an elite-level Flygon. After all, Cynthia also promised to give him Gibble's final evolved form, Garchomp, which can still be used as a Mega Evolution. Suddenly, an orange head emerged from the cave next to it. The big head looks very cute. Kamiser. This Pokémon appeared so suddenly. Aoki reacted and was extremely happy. Great, these are giant ants. They are extremely rare. You can't miss them. Even if you don't use them, you can keep them in captivity. Then let's hurry up now. Kamiser took out his Pokémon ball, and Trapinch had disappeared. Let's go, I'll take you out. Aoki grabbed Kamiser, and then a teleport appeared in a cave underground. Kamiser wasn't too surprised. She had known for a long time that Aoki had a super Pokémon, but she never told her about it. Although he was very curious, Kamiser still believed in Aoki. As everyone knows, those were all Aoki's teleports. After arriving underground, Aoki followed the giant ant secretly without exposing himself. He doesn't know where the Lake of Mew is yet, so he needs to follow Trapinch, and he should be able to find it soon. The two people followed the giant ant and quickly passed through the underground hole and arrived at a basement. The underground world has many trees and a huge lake. There are many Pokémon around the lake, all of which are unique to the Hoenn region. There are also a lot of water-type Pokémon. There are really a lot of Pokémon here. I didn't expect there to be a world underground. Kamiser looked at everything in front of him and felt deeply about the magic of nature. It's indeed amazing. Have you seen the giant ants over there? There are a lot of them. Do you want me to catch them all? Aoki looked at the giant ants by the lake, his eyes filled with excitement. There's so many big ants, it would be great if they were all captured. It could be used to train your subordinates. 730 can also be given to May, Winona, Kamiser, Courtney, and Izumi. I looked at the map, and it seems that catching Pokémon is not prohibited here. In that case, there is no need to be polite. The natural way of Kamiser, Aoki thought about it, and looked at the map specifically. Aoki was not polite. First, he opened the system map and looked around. There seems to be only one golden treasure chest. This also means that there are no elite-level Pokémon here, let alone championship-level Pokémon. Since there is no such powerful Pokémon, there is nothing to be afraid of. Let him take down these Trapinch alone, pack them all up, and cultivate his own Usangia. Now that you can take action, Greninja, Gyarados, use Freezing Ray, Salamence, use Dragon Pulse. Aoki threw a few Pokémon balls and started taking action. Only Aggron was left standing by his side, specifically to protect himself. 3 Pokémon attacked at the same time. The giant ant group, Vibrava, was not rival at all. There are a lot of Flygon, and it's not rival of Gyarados either. A very powerful freezing light wiped out all these giant ant groups. 10 minutes later, the entire group was suppressed by Aoki's Pokémon. Name, Trapinch. Qualification, Elite. Name, Trapinch. Qualification, Quasi-Elite. Name, Vibrava. Qualification, Elite. Aoki took a look and saw that there were hundreds of Trapinch, but only a few had elite qualifications. Most of them are gym qualifications and quasi-elite qualifications. But yes, although it is a dragon-type Pokémon, its species strength is too poor. Kamiser, you tame this big ant, and don't give the remaining ones to others. Aoki thought for a moment. 1 for Winona, 1 for May, Jihua, and Yuanmei. By the way, Cynthia also wants to give one away. Although Cynthia's family is very rich, she still needs to take the initiative. Otherwise, If you give it to someone else and don't give it to her, she might be angry and probably jealous. No problem. Then I will subdue one first. In addition, for the time being, I will channel Amalga to Professor Aurea Juniper. Kamiser did not refuse. Although he liked the electric type, she could also accept such high strength. For the remaining Pokémon, Aoki collected a few elite qualified ones and sent them all back. I also captured one with quasi-elite qualifications and gave it to May's brother when the time came, as I had promised after all. It is impossible to give someone with elite qualifications, and one with quasi-elite qualifications is already quite a face-saving gift. Aoki walked in front of several bosses, and then helped the bosses recover. He planned to have a good talk with these leaders, otherwise Professor Birch's research institute would be destroyed if he didn't send them back rashly. After Flygon woke up several times, he enjoyed the power of Iridian and Aoki and was not in a hurry to take action. Everyone, what do you think about me changing some places for you? What? You're used to staying here, so you don't want to leave here. I'm doing this for your own good, because I have investigated and someone will catch you and do research. Those people can't even defeat me. If you don't leave, you will probably be scattered by the entire group. And if you follow us, you can eat such delicious food every day. Aoki used coercion and inducement, coupled with deception, to fool these Flygons around. The main thing is that Aoki took out the energy cubes, which were particularly delicious, and Flygon was captivated. In addition, Aoki still has the power of Iridian, so Flygon trusts Aoki more. I really thought that someone powerful was coming to catch them and conduct experiments on them. In order to protect their own tribe and eat delicious food, Flygon agreed to move collectively. Aoki immediately took out a large number of Pokemon balls and captured all the Flygons, as well as their degraded forms. Then via Pokédex, it was transferred to Professor Birch's laboratory. Kamiser watched the whole process and admired Aoki for being so good at fooling Pokemon. Fool these Pokemon around. Aoki, I didn't expect you to be so good at talking. Kamiser's beautiful eyes turned white. No way. This may be my unique personality charm. Aoki flicked his hair. The power of Chompan is good. On the other side, Professor Birch's laboratory. Professor Birch looked at the sudden appearance of hundreds of Pokeballs and didn't react for a while. This seems to be Aoki's Pokemon. Has he conquered so many? By the way, you can go to the yard and have a look. What kind of Pokemon is it? Professor Birch was particularly curious and immediately came to the yard at the back of the mountain and released all the Pokemon. When they saw the giant ants in the yard, Flygon, Vibrava, and Professor Birch were all stunned. This is considered a relatively rare Pokemon, and it is of the dragon type, so Aoki has packed so many of it. Is it possible that they belong to the protected area? By the way, it seems that there has never been any word that they are not allowed to be tamed. Professor Birch looked strange. Although there is no prohibition on collecting Pokemon here, you do not need to pack up an entire group. Wait, Professor Birch noticed something else. Many Flygons here are already at the quasi-elite level, but they're still conquered by Aoki. Does this mean Aoki already has an elite-level artifact, baby? Professor Birch suddenly became very curious about Aoki's strength. In this alliance competition, maybe Aoki can win the championship. Everyone, I will take you to Aoki's exclusive area, where you can dig. Professor Birch came back to his senses. He also knew the living habits of the giant ants, so he was going to take them to live in another place. You can't dig a hole in his research institute. How will you survive then? On Aoki's side, next to Muse Bear, there are many Pokemon. It's just that Aoki doesn't pay attention to these ordinary Pokemon. Most species' strength do not reach 500 and are not particularly powerful. The most important qualification is not enough. However, Aoki still scanned it in case he could encounter elite-level qualifications or championship-level qualifications. It's just a pity that Aoki didn't find the Pokemon he wanted. The qualifications were so poor that he didn't like it at all. Fortunately, I also got a gold treasure chest. Aoki immediately opens the system log. The reward of the golden treasure chest is another secret fruit, but this time it may be prepared for Greninja. The secret fruit of evil and water elements. Aoki didn't think much and directly gave the 2 secret fruits to Greninja. It's a pity that even Salamence has not reached elite level, let alone Greninja. It's just a little bit worse. Good. Well, it's a little worse than Salamence. Kamiser, it's almost time. It's time for us to set off. This time we have gained so much, you can train Trapinch well. Don't worry, I will definitely train such a powerful Pokemon. Although I like the electric type, I also want to become an excellent trainer. Kamiser held the Pokemon ball in his hand, thinking of Aoki, and his heart was filled with gratitude. What a wonderful man, and he gave her such a wonderful Pokemon. Let's go, it's time for us to set off. Aoki grabbed Kamiser and returned along the original path, and soon arrived near the surface. Then there was a teleport, Aoki and Kamiser, who had already returned to the ground. Looking at the deep pit in front of him, Malmu couldn't help but sigh. I gained a lot today. Although I didn't use it, it was enough. Aoki, why are you here? After Aoki subdued Trapinch, he was about to leave when a shout of growl suddenly came from the distance. Turning around, he saw that he was still a familiar person. Tyson. The two have also met many times. Aoki felt a little sorry for Tyson because he took away Tyson's Beldum last time. But you can't blame him for all this. Tyson is really too poor and can't afford Beldum. As a good person, he felt it was necessary to help Tyson take care of Beldum so that Tyson would not be destitute by Beldum. It's you, Tyson. Long time no see. Aoki greeted. After all, he took away Tyson's Beldum. He still has a good impression of Tyson. He is simply a gift boy. Aoki, I didn't expect you to pass by here too. Have you seen the giant ants? Tyson asked impatiently. The last time Beldum was not found. This time I came specifically to look for Trapinch. After all, Trapinch's final evolved form, Flygon, is also very powerful and can completely become his own trump card. Kamiser, 770-inch. What an unlucky boy. The last time Aoki took Beldum away, and it was flashes. This time I came back to look for Trapinch, but all Trapinch, Vibrava, and Flygon were packed away by Aoki. Tyson is really unlucky. I didn't see Trapinch, and I don't know where it went, but I don't intend to conquer Trapinch. Naturally, Aoki would not admit it. He packed up all the giant ant groups and took them away. Really? I didn't catch what I wanted last time. This time, I want to catch a giant ant. Tyson is still very sorry. A particularly powerful Beldum was not found, and I feel sad even thinking about it now. Could it be that the Pokemon you were looking for last time was Beldum? Although Aoki knew, he still pretended to ask. Yes, it's Beldum. It's a pity that you caught it and I didn't find it. Tyson's tone was a little sour. That is to say, the mentality is relatively good, otherwise it may have exploded. It doesn't matter. I will definitely be able to get better, Pokemon in the future. Keep up the good work, I believe in you. Aoki said hello, then made an excuse and left. That's pathetic. Tyson is probably wasting his time again. He found that after Tyson met him. He seemed to have lost his temper and couldn't get what he wanted. Then you have to work hard, and I will also start looking for giant ants. I must conquer one. Tyson said hello and did not leave. He still stayed in the wasteland, preparing to look for giant ants. After leaving, Kamiser looked in the direction of Tyson and couldn't help but sigh. Tyson is really pathetic. It's indeed pitiful, but it's okay. It has nothing to do with us. He can only blame his own bad luck. Aoki chuckled in his heart. Beldum, Trapinch, he wouldn't give up on any of them. Sorry, Tyson, though. Okay, let's set off as soon as possible and try to cross the desert and reach the forest at night. I'm going to take a rest there. Clear. Kamiser followed quickly. This desert is uninhabited and is really not suitable for rest. You must go to the forest. At least the air in the forest is fresh. In the evening, Aoki finally arrived at the edge of the forest. Aoki, we finally reached the forest. We could take a rest here tonight. Kamiser looked at the forest in front of him and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was still very tired after running for such a long time, but she finally reached her destination. Yes, we have indeed arrived in the forest. Let's take a rest first, then have dinner, and then go fishing after dinner. Aoki has already arranged the itinerary. As for fishing, basically as long as there is a lake, Aoki will fish. In addition to passing the time, Just see if you can get high-quality water Pokemon. He doesn't plan to use it himself, but he can conquer it first, and when he has younger brothers, he can use it for those younger brothers. Then I'll help you prepare dinner together. Kamiser took the initiative to help and was quite a model of a good wife and mother. Aoki looked at Kamiser, who was so proactive, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Then it's up to you. Kamiser blushed and stood silently beside him, helping Aoki prepare today's dinner. After eating and drinking, Aoki and Kamiser took the fishing rods and came to the side of the lake. The Pokemon are all undergoing special training. The reason why Aggron and the others can become stronger is not only the system, but also strict training. Of course, although Aoki will train his Pokemon strictly, he will not be as harsh as Shinji. At least I won't do any self-harming special training. Even the Ralts have started special training. After all, he is already strong enough. The next step is to practice his unique skills, and then when he accumulates enough, he can evolve. At present, Aoki does not plan to cultivate too many Pokemon, so many are enough. After all, excluding the 2 special balls, he already has 6 Pokemon. In addition, Ralts can be left outside for a long time, and the number of Pokemon is just right. And he plans to wait for a while before replacing Sceptile and Electabuzz. It's time for Electabuzz to evolve into Electivire. Only by successfully evolving can he become stronger quickly. When they reach the next town, Aoki will let Electabuzz evolve, and then leave Electivire behind for a good training. In the dark night, a bright moonlight shines on Chinga's body. Kamiser felt a little tired and bored because he couldn't catch any fish, so he leaned on Aoki's shoulder. While Aoki was fishing, he was friendly with Kamiser, feeling each other's warmth. The 2 sides were so close to each other. The fishing rod moved. Kamiser was particularly happy when he saw Aoki's fishing rod moving, even less excited than Aoki. Aoki immediately pulled up the fishing rod and took a closer look. It was another Magikarp. It's a pity that he doesn't have enough qualifications, so he probably won't be able to evolve into Gyarados. Naturally, Aoki would not accept this kind of garbage Magikarp, so he threw it into the river. Okay, forget about fishing. I just want to be with you. Aoki pulled Kamiser into his arms, feeling the warmth of the other person. The 2 sides just leaned on each other so tightly. Kamiser was very moved in his heart, but also filled with a hint of warmth. The next morning, the sun inside shone on the tent. There are 2 Pokemon lying next to it. One is Electros, and the other is naturally Aggron. The purpose is to protect Aoki and Kamiser from being attacked by others. Aoki rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked at Kamiser next to him, and patted him gently. Kamiser, you can get up, don't sleep. Kamiser was patted, his face turned red. He was so shy that he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. It's so embarrassing. Even though I was in a tent with Aoki last night, I still felt very shy. However, Kamiser didn't say anything, put on his clothes silently, and then walked out of the tent. After breakfast, Aoki took Kamiser and set off on the journey again. Wow! Aoki and Kamiser walked through the forest and suddenly heard the sound of leafage rustling next to them. Metang, always ready to fight. Metang immediately floated to the front. During this time, it faced wild Pokemon. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Aoki almost gave the order to attack, but when he saw the figure suddenly appearing in front of him, he immediately stopped. The main thing is that the person in front of me looks familiar, and the pair of beautiful snow-white legs are very eye-catching. What do you want to do? Embore. The girl thought Aoki was going to take action, so she immediately released her Pokemon. Embore. Usangia in Unova region. Tepig's final evolved form. Attributes are fighting and fire. Sure enough, this girl should be the heroine in a certain game. Name, Embore. Attribute, fire, fighting. Strength, gym level. Qualification, champion level. Seeing this Embore, Jia felt particularly uncomfortable. His Blaziken was specially prepared by Professor Birch, and his elite qualification is already very high. Tuko's Embore is actually qualified to be a champion, and she is worthy of being the heroine in the game. The championship qualifications of Usangia are even rarer than quasi-gods. After all, Species strength is there. I'm so sorry. I thought it was a wild Pokemon, so he was going to do it. Aoki immediately explained. This means that Tuko is a girl, and she is very beautiful. These beautiful white legs and short hot pants are really attractive. If you were a man, Aoki wouldn't have such a good attitude. I see. I thought you were going to attack me. Tuko believed Aoki, if nothing else. It's because Aoki has an inexplicable temperament that makes people not want to hate her. By the way, you should be a great Pokemon trainer too. Should we have a competition? When Tuko saw Aoki's Metang, she suddenly felt excited and wanted to challenge it. No problem. I accept your challenge, Metang. The decision is yours. Aoki didn't refuse and even sent his own Metang. In terms of attributes, they restrain each other, and in terms of strength, they're almost the same. But he was a little curious in his heart when Tuko went out to travel. This Embor has championship qualifications. If it has been traveling for more than a year, it should be quasi-elite. After all, she is a heroine. Since yours is Metang, Embor, use Flamethrower. Tuko took the lead and was full of momentum. Ember came out of Embor's nose, then he opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and then spit it out. The hot flames formed a whirlpool and rushed towards Metang with a roar. Metang, don't be afraid. Use confusion to push the flame vortex away. There was a gleam of white light in Metang's eyes. Then an invisible force grabbed the flame vortex and pushed it gently. The vortex of flames that could burn everything was pushed aside and flew over Metang's head. Metang used Psychic. Metang waved his hands, and his body glowed with silvery white light. The invisible confusion gathered together and formed a strong shock wave, rushing towards Embor. Embor, quickly get out of the way, Encore Flamethrower. Faced with the invisible attack, Embor jumped and quickly dodged the attack. A large crater was blown out of the ground behind him. After dodging, Embor spat out a powerful Flamethrower again. Metang, use agility. Metang immediately dodged, and his body kept moving, getting faster and faster as time passed. Please give me flowers? Embor, don't admit defeat. Jump into the air and use the most powerful Flamethrower. Embor jumped into the air and spit out a powerful Flamethrower, forming a vortex. The vortex of flame normal grew larger and larger, and soon enveloped the entire battlefield, approaching Metang. Metang, use confusion on me, from a layer of protection on your surface, and then rush into the flames. Metang immediately rushed into the flames, using his command force to form protection on the surface of his body. Although you still need to feel the heat, at least you can't be hit from the front. Very well, rush in and use the Zen Headbutt immediately. 0. Aoki's eyes sparkled. He is using Psychic to feel Metang's movements, and then using telepathy. This is Metang. Don't tell me he's cheating. Which time traveler doesn't cheat? Without cheating, can the time traveler outplay the protagonist? Under Aoki's telepathic coaching, Metang quickly came to Embor's side. Embor, be careful. Wait until the opponent gets close, and then use Flamethrower immediately. Embor looked around warily. Suddenly, Metang emerged from the flames and was so close that he could be knocked down at any time. Very well, take advantage of the moment and use Zen Headbutt immediately. Embor, Flamethrower. Embor looked at Metang in front of him and immediately spit out a mouthful of colored flames. Metang was hit from the front, but he still endured the heat of the flames and gave Embor a serious blow. Both sides were hurt by each other at the same time and let out a cry. The injuries were particularly serious. Metang, bullet punch. Metang was originally in pain, but after hearing Aoki's order, he immediately waved his hands. The fists are as fast as bullets, striking Embor constantly. Embor screamed, then was knocked out by Metang and fell heavily to the ground. Embor, you must hold on. Embor suddenly opened his eyes and held on. Force. Metang continues to use confusion. Embor was taken, and its population numbered 10,000. Embor was controlled by Metang's confusion and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Embor loses the ability to fight, and the winner is Metang. Embor, thank you. Although Tuko felt very sorry, she was not too disappointed. The battle will always be lost. Congratulations, you won. Tuko still congratulated him. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a gurgling sound. Aoki and Kamiser were stunned for a moment, not yet understanding what the sound was. On the contrary, Tuko's face turned slightly red, with a hint of shyness in her heart, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Aoki then understood that Tuko was hungry, and now he was sending out hoot hoot growl. You must be hungry. We happen to be eating soon, so let's come together. In other words, 883, Tuko is a bit cute, and her legs are very beautiful. So Aoki took the initiative to invite her dinner. As long as Tuko wasn't that beautiful, Aoki would just give her some food. Really? Thank you so much. I haven't eaten good food for a while. Tuko was very happy and touched her belly with both hands. Not long after, the camp opened, and a line of smoke rose in the sky. Aoki held the bowl in his hand and looked at Tuko, devouring beside him. The image of the beautiful girl in his heart was instantly broken. Is she still a beautiful girl looking like she is devouring food? Tuko noticed Aoki's eyes and felt quite embarrassed, but she couldn't help it. The food was so delicious. Sorry, I haven't eaten anything good for a while, so I'm a little hungry. I know, just keep eating. If it tastes good, just eat more. Tuko stopped being polite and continued eating. The food is quite delicious. After eating and drinking enough, Tuko touched her round belly, and it seemed that she had eaten too much. Those who didn't know thought she had Aoki's child. Thank you so much. I got lost in the forest and haven't eaten since morning. I'm fine. You must be from the Unova region, right? Why are you here? Aoki is more curious about this question. Yes, I'm indeed from the Unova region. I just traveled a few months ago and originally planned to attend the Virtus conference. But I heard that new energy cubes have appeared here, which are particularly nutritious, so I came here to buy some energy cubes. Tuko wiped the corners of her mouth. Aoki remembered that energy cubes are currently only available in the first few regions. Unova region and Kalos region have not yet launched energy cubes. We are currently negotiating business with that place. Nurse Joy is responsible for helping with negotiations and is preparing to deal with the champion and elite four there. It is estimated that before long, Aoki's income will increase by leaps and bounds. No wonder Tuko's Imbor clearly has such high qualifications, but is only at the gym level. By the way, what are you going to do next? Do you know how to leave this forest? Aoki asked again. Tuko's face suddenly froze, and she was too hurt to speak. She was really lost. Without Aoki, she might have to sleep in the open. Can I stay with you? Let's travel together for the time being. Tuko asked awkwardly, worried that Aoki would reject her. No problem. Then you can travel with us first. Yes, it's very dangerous for you to be alone in the forest, so you'd better set out with us. Kamiser didn't think too much. He just wanted to be a good person. Little does he know, Aoki really wants to be a good person, not only wants to take care of Tuko, but also wants to provide special care. Thank you so much. Tuko jumped up excitedly, feeling quite happy. Finally, I met a good person, and I didn't need to worry about getting lost. And you can also eat delicious food. Tuko drank a cup of tea with satisfaction. Next to him, Imbor was happily eating energy cubes, and there were two Pokémon next to him. Vanillux, Krokorok. They are two relatively powerful Pokémon. This should be Baizi's Pokémon. Unlike what he had found online, there was a Deoxys. It's so pitiful that he himself only has one Jirachi, but this heroine actually has Deoxys. It is said that he is still favored by the first-level gods. This should be the energy cube. I bought some when I came here, but unfortunately the quantity is very rare. I didn't expect you to buy so many. Tuko said something subconsciously. He came to the Hoenn region specifically for the energy cube. Kamiser looked at Aoki, covered his mouth, and snickered. The one who made the energy cube was Aoki, which made Kamiser particularly proud. Her man is very good. Tuko noticed Kamiser's strange smile and felt a little doubt in his heart. Did I say something wrong somewhere? You're right, but I'm afraid you don't know that the energy cube was developed by Aoki. Tuko didn't realize for a moment that this energy cube was actually made by Aoki. The person she admires is the man in front of her. Really? Did you really make this? I have always admired you for being able to make such delicious, rich, and nutritious Nunghuang cubes. Tuko said with admiration, his eyes filled with passion. Aoki looked a little embarrassed. Is this a passionate fan? I don't know why. Although Aoki was embarrassed, he was still a little hot inside. This looks like a crazy fan. There is nothing he can do. It's best to deal with this kind of idiot fan. Cough, cough, cough. Forget it. Don't think too much. Okay, this energy cube was also researched by me before. I'm not only a trainer, but also a breeder. Having said this, Aoki felt a little complacent. The 2.5 is an excellent breeder. Tuko's eyes were full of admiration. From the battle just now, we can see that Aoki is not only an excellent trainer, but also an excellent breeder. Mr. Aoki, can you also prepare some energy cubes for me? I can buy them with money. Tuko was a little shy and worried that Aoki would refuse. Moreover, this kind of energy cube that I have never seen before should be very expensive, and I don't know if I can afford it. Don't say you bought it. I'm not sure of money. If you travel with us, I will prepare it for you. Of course, Aoki can't ask for Tuko's money. He has already taken a liking to Tuko. If there's hope, Tuko must be taken down. Let Tuko be his woman. Wait, I started thinking wildly again. After afternoon tea, Aoki embarked on a journey again. Only this time he had an extra companion. Tuko, a young and beautiful girl. Aoki likes these big, white legs. Although it is not as slender as Kamiser, it is still very good. Metang used Meteor Mash. Metang faced a Beautifly and played Meteor Mash. Beautifly immediately lost the ability to fight and fell to the ground. Metang, you have become stronger again. Aoki patted Metang and then healed Beautifly. In this way, the three people came to a lake and started preparing dinner. Brother Aoki, besides Metang and Ralts, what other Pokemon do you have? Tuko had a trace of doubt in her heart. She has only seen Metang and Ralts so far, but has not seen Aoki's other Pokemon. Since you want to see it, come out, my companions. Aoki threw out his Pokemon. The strong Aggron, the majestic Salamence, the proud Greninja and Blaziken, the cute Chansey and the ferocious Gyarados. Then there are Metang and Ralts. Aoki, are you sure you are this year's rookie trainer? Tuko swallowed and couldn't help but ask. In fact, these Pokemon look very powerful, and it's also particularly vicious. No matter how you look at it, Aoki should be an excellent trainer who has been traveling for several years. That's right, except for Aggron, which I own a year in advance. I conquered the others. Aoki said with a smile. Kamiser next to him also felt quite proud and held his head high. This is my man, and I feel quite proud. Tuko opened her mouth wide in surprise, and her jealousy made her feel separated. It's also this year's rookie trainer, and she only has 3 good Pokemon. Look at Aoki, Rare Ralts, Flash Metang, Flash Greninja, Rare Aggron, Chansey, Salamence. They're all quite rare Pokemon. To be honest, I envy you. There are so many rare Pokemon, and I also like this Salamence and Metang. There was a sour taste in Tuko's words. In comparison, her Vanillux, Krokorok, becomes quite worthless. Look at Kamiser, Marshtomp, Celio, and Trapinch next to them. They're also quite rare Pokemon. Are these 2 people the children of destiny? You must be a rookie trainer too, right? There are only 3 Pokemon, and we can't participate in the Evergrande Conference. Will you participate this year? Aoki asked. Of course, I originally planned to attend the Virtus Conference, but now I can only attend the Evergrande Conference. Tuko does have plans to compete. She originally thought she could get a good result, but when she saw Aoki's Pokemon, she gave up. At least it's impossible to get good grades. Everyone is so strong. How can they fight? Fight Aoki. That's food delivery. Although you are very powerful, I will never give up on this Evergrande Conference. There was determination in Tuko's eyes. She could not admit defeat and must fight. Even if she failed in the end, she still tried hard. Then you have to work hard. The 3 of us are competitors and rival, but we are also good friends. Aoki patted Tuko on the shoulder. This shoulder was really weak, and he suddenly had the idea of leaning on it. Brother Aoki, where did you capture these Pokémon? I want to capture them too. Why? Tuko's eyes flashed. The powerful Salamence, the heroic and handsome Aggron, and Metang. These three are her favorites. Of course, others are also very good, such as Chansey. She also likes it very much. These Pokémon are very rare, and I have only encountered a few of them. However, I have a lot of Trapinch. If you need it, I can give you a chance. Aoki has hundreds of Trapinch, so naturally he won't care about one. The most important thing is that he has thoughts about Tuko. Now that he has taken his big aunt, he will commit himself to her in the future. That's right, I pledge myself to you. In this world where it is legal to take concubines, Aoki must have more wives. Really? That's great. The giant ants are also very powerful and quite rare. I like them very much too. Tuko jumped towards Aoki excitedly, grabbed Aoki's shoulders, jumped up, and held Aoki between her feet. Kamiser watched from the side, feeling suddenly nervous. Could this also be a robbery, right? But when I think about Aoki already having a Winona, it doesn't matter if I have one more. And she can't hold on to a man as good as Aoki. In this case, it is better to have a few more friends and then form a strategic alliance to tie Aoki down together. You can have more ladies, but you can never raise a few vixens outside and then compete with her for the position of totem. Tuko was indeed quite excited. Although Flygon is not as good as Salamence, it is still a dragon-type Pokémon, and its species strength is not bad at all. And it's even rarer than the Yuuzhan family. Overall, better than her Vanillux, Krokorok. Of course, not as good as Embor. A small Embor has the qualification of Crown Room 713. Aoki was equally envious of her separation, and then thought of another heroine, May. Superior probably also has championship qualifications. Tuko suddenly came to his senses. He was so excited that he even hugged Aoki. Aoki's boyfriend was obviously right next to her, so what she did was quite excessive. I'm so sorry. I was so excited just now, I'm sorry. Tuko immediately let go of Aoki. Her face turned slightly red, thinking about it in her heart. Aoki's embrace just now was really warm. Maybe even Tuko herself doesn't know that she has a crush on Aoki. Not only is he a powerful trainer, he is also an excellent breeder, and the food he makes is delicious. People are also extremely gentle. Okay, don't be shy. It's time for me to prepare dinner. We're going to camp here tonight. Aoki also recalled the hug just now. It's a pity that the time was too short, and she had to separate before she could fully enjoy it. I really want to never be separated from Tuko. I'll prepare dinner for you. Kamiser immediately stepped forward and proactively helped Aoki organize the tableware. I'm here to help too. Tuko was too embarrassed to be a freeloader, so naturally he came to help. After dinner, Aoki started fishing again, as usual, but this time, there was an extra Tuko. While fishing, chatting, Tuko also silently accepted Aoki and joined the team. When the moon rose and the sky was almost dark, everyone was ready to rest. But before taking a break, Aoki subconsciously looked at the system panel. The Pokemon page opens. On the Pokemon page of the system panel, you can see the data of all Pokemon. Using the data you also need to look at the Pokemon with your own eyes. Salamence is still quasi-elite level. Aggron is still a master of secrets. Blaziken has not reached the quasi-elite level. Jirachi is still elite level. Gyarados is still a small achievement in mysteries. Not much progress has been made. Wait, Aoki suddenly felt that something was wrong and couldn't figure it out for a while. After a moment, Aoki shook, as if he had an extra elite level. Aoki immediately looked at the system panel, looking at each one, and finally saw Jirachi. Aoki was so excited that she almost cried. Jirachi was only a few months old, but he already had elite level strength. It is indeed a legendary fantasy beast. It has the qualifications of a second-level god. Plus, Aoki provides unlimited energy. Jirachi's progress is rapid. At least before the third-level god, Aoki felt that Jirachi didn't need to waste time to understand the secret. It just comes naturally. Aoki opened Jirachi's detailed information and took a closer look. Name, Jirachi. Attribute, Steel, Superpower. Ability, Tianun. Strength, elite level, ultimate success. Qualification, level 2 god. Skills, Sunsteel Strike, Doom Desire, Hyper Beam, Psychic Shadow Ball. Jirachi, who has reached the elite level, has learned many skills. As for Sunsteel Strike, it is an extra skill obtained because a lot of Orberg gems were used when it was hatched, and because of the Jirachi Phantom Beast ability and the previous energy supply. Even though they are both elite level, Jirachi's strength is definitely not worse than Gyarados. It's even possible to defeat Aggron. There is now a third elite level Pokemon, and it won't be long before Salamence can also reach elite level. Becoming an elite trainer within 1 year is Aoki's goal. Aoki, what's wrong with you? You seem very happy. Tuko noticed Aoki's expression, beaming with curiosity. Why so excited? Kamiser didn't pay much attention. She was used to it, and Aoki would get particularly excited from time to time. He must be thinking of something good. By the way, you guys wait here while I go out. Gyarados, you come with me. Aoki took Gyarados back and sat on Salamance's back. He was ready to test Jirachi's strength. See if it's that powerful. Remember to come back early. Kamiser didn't ask too many questions. A good woman didn't need to ask so many questions. Tuko, on the other hand, had a hint of curiosity in her heart and didn't understand why Aoki wanted to leave. Sister Kamiserai, is there something wrong with Aoki? Tuko asked in confusion. Well, he also has a Pokemon that I don't even know about. It's very mysterious. Kamiser probably knew a little bit, but since Aoki didn't tell her, she definitely wouldn't ask more questions. Tuko nodded slightly. Although she was very curious, she was not one to ask questions. Aoki rode Salamence and quickly arrived at the coast. There was no one nearby, and he was going to try Jirachi's strength here. After all, having owned Jirachi for so long, he rarely fought against Jirachi. Jirachi, there's no one around. You can come out. Jirachi immediately flew out, spun around in front of Aoki, and then hugged Aoki's shoulders. Brother, give me a hug. Okay, hug. Aoki hugged Jirachi with affection in his eyes. Every night, he would separate from Kamiser and meet with Jirachi. Fortunately, during the day, Jirachi was hiding in Aoki's arms, comprehending the secrets, and was often asleep in contest condition. Otherwise, if Jirachi is not allowed to come out for a long time, Jirachi will probably collapse. Okay, Jirachi, you pay Gyarados for a fight, and let me see your strength. Okay, I won't lose. Jirachi floated in midair and spun around. Gyarados hovered and looked at Jirachi in front of him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. It's such a small thing. Do you think it's Aggron? Can he really be defeated? Do not make jokes. Gyarados just looked at Aoki, as if to say, Master, do you really want me to bully it? Aoki saw Gyarados' thoughts and felt pity for him. At the same level, Gyarados really can't beat Jirachi. After all, Jirachi is a fantasy beast. Gyarados, you two have a fight and don't let me down. Aoki patted Salamence back gently. Salamence understood immediately, flew into soaring in the sky, and distanced himself. Gyarados no longer hesitated, suddenly accelerated, rushed towards Jirachi, and spit out a hydro pump. It's just that the power of this hydro pump seems a bit small, only half of its maximum power. Apparently, Gyarados still likes this cute little Jirachi and doesn't dare to kill him. And Jirachi is deeply loved by Aoki, so he naturally doesn't dare to be too cruel. Aoki was speechless. Originally, Gyarados did not necessarily have the advantage, but now he is holding back, which is clearly looking for abuse. He seemed to have foreseen that Gyarados' fate would be particularly tragic. Sure enough, Jirachi easily dodged the hydro pump of the violent carp dragon. Golden light shines on the petite body. Then suddenly there was a loud noise, and the originally dark night was filled with deafening thunder. A huge thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit Gyarados head-on. Thunder. Aoki looked at Gyarados with pity. Just because of his carelessness, hold back. He actually took Jirachi's thunder head-on. This thunder is really powerful, and I don't know if Gyarados can withstand it. It turns out that Aoki was right. Gyarados was hit head-on by thunder and couldn't dodge at all. Huge electric current continuously impacted the body. Gyarados' body trembled, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, I have quite a lot of physical strength. Even with 4 times the restraint, I was able to carry it down and drag it down. It's just that the situation is not very good now. Although he has not lost his combat ability, he is probably close to it. Ho ho ho, Gyarados was angry. He was bullied by a little guy and beaten so badly. Embarrassed in front of Aoki again. It feels the need to regain its position and not be too embarrassed. The angry Gyarados opened his mouth, and there was a hyper beam. Jirachi floated in midair, and a golden light also emitted from his hands. Hyper beam. Rumble, rumble. The 2 hyper beams collided together, instantly triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Explosion formed a huge air wave, constantly blowing the sea, causing the sea to stir up violent waves. All the nearby wild Pokémon were scared away, so I was worried that they would be affected. The 2 hyper beams lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Such a strong hyper beam consumed a lot of Gyarados' physical strength, not to mention being hit by thunder before. Now Gyarados feels very regretful. If he had known better, he would not have been too arrogant, but he was hit by thunder. Jirachi glowed and enveloped Gyarados. Gyarados trembled for a moment, and then was controlled by Jirachi's confusion and thrown into the air. Fick! Aoki covered his face. It's really unlucky. This guy was too crazy. Now it's better. 500 has been repaired again. Gyarados was eventually defeated. They were all elite level originally. Even if Gyarados was not Jirachi's rival, there was no way he could be defeated so easily. After all, Gyarados was too careless. Gyarados, come back. It looks like I'm going to train you in the future. You're so crazy. Aoki tested Jirachi's strength, then took a Salamence shot and quickly flew to the camp. Back at the camp, Kamiser and Tuko didn't ask any more questions, but they roughly guessed it. It should be a test of Pokemon strength. They could still see the thunder just now, even though it was so far away. It's getting late. It's time for us to rest. As for you, Tuko, don't you have a tent? Aoki looked at Tuko and suddenly had an idea in his heart. Kamiser didn't have a tent. That was because he was in a tent with him. Tuko didn't have a tent, so that meant that she was in a tent with him. Tuko's face was slightly red and a little shy. My tent was gone accidentally. Forget it. There are 3 of us in a tent. My tent is quite big and can fit 1 more person in it. Aoki walked into the tent and laid down in the middle. As for why he is lying in the middle, everyone knows. Kamiser immediately laid down on the other side, holding Aoki's arm. Although Tuko felt shy and embarrassed, she couldn't live outside without a tent. And she still has a certain fondness for Aoki, so naturally she won't refuse. 3 people in the same tent quickly closed their eyes and fell into sleep. There is 1 more Pokemon outside, Embor, whom Tuko arranged to protect herself. The night passed quickly. The next morning, when Aoki got up, he heard someone mumbling. Opening his eyes, Aoki's mouth twitched. I don't know when Tuko actually fell into his arms. No wonder it was so warm last night. And what Tuko was still saying. Hold me tight. In his sleep at this moment, Tuko dreamed that he had caught Salamence, Metagross. So I felt very happy and hugged the 2 Pokemon tightly. But in reality, he is holding Aoki, and he hugged her very tightly, clearly not wanting to be separated from the Pokemon he had just conquered. Aoki was really speechless, but since he didn't do anything wrong, it had nothing to do with him. He'll let Tuko be the one who made the mistake. He just needs to enjoy it in peace. After some time, Tuko finally came over with smelling salts. As soon as she woke up, Tuko saw Aoki right in front of her. The key was that she was still hugging herself. Fortunately, at this time, Aoki had closed his eyes and pretended, BJFD, that he was still in rest. Oh, duh. A few minutes later, outside the tent, Aoki held a mirror in his hand and looked at the slap marks on his face, feeling speechless. If I had known better, I would not have pretended to sleep, but I was slapped hard. Fortunately, he still took advantage. After all, he held Tuko for a long time. What he still thinks about now is Tuko's pair of white legs. Tuko was right next to him, quite embarrassed. She also knew that it was her who was holding Aoki, not Aoki who took advantage of her. And she also vaguely remembered the dream she had last night, in which she dreamed that she had conquered Salamence and Metagross. They even hugged each other tightly. As a result, the one he held was not his own flying dragon in Metagross, but Aoki. Embarrassed. Tuko was embarrassed for a moment, feeling that she had done something wrong, and then walked in front of Aoki. "Brother Aoki, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. It's okay, my face just hurts a little." Aoki rubbed his eyes, thinking in his mind, "Come over here and rub my face." Tuko seemed to see Aoki's thoughts, and immediately stretched out a hand and gently rubbed Aoki's face. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. You must be in pain, right? Let me rub it for you." As soon as he stretched out his hand, Tuko regretted it. After all, he was a man. But at this time, I was too embarrassed to give up. Aoki accepted silently. Even though Kamiser was right next to him, Aoki didn't refuse. I just don't know why Kamiser didn't refuse and was even watching from the side. Is this woman so generous? Or should I say that his charm is too great? Okay, it's almost time. We should prepare breakfast. After breakfast, it's time to continue setting off. Aoki thought about the tenderness just now, and then began to prepare today's breakfast. After having breakfast, he planned to rush to the next town as soon as possible to replenish some supplies. Currently, 6 badges have been obtained. As long as 2 more badges are obtained, one will be qualified to participate this time. Kamiser is not bad either. Although he only met Aoki later, he also got 6 badges, and it still has the same 6 badges as Aoki. Tuko was just a little bit worse. She only got 3 badges not long after arriving, but her own strength was strong enough. In the next period of time, as long as you hurry up, it will be enough to successfully obtain 8 badges before the Evergrande Conference. With the help of Tuko and the others, Aoki quickly made breakfast and finished it. After breakfast, Aoki and Kamiser quickly packed their luggage and set off on their journey again. After leaving the forest, Aoki came to a nearby island to replenish supplies. The island is not particularly big, but there are people there, so Aoki plans to come here to buy some food. When he got to the island, Aoki noticed that many people on the island were exercising their muscles crazily. Aoki frowned, not really liking such a muscular man. It's best to be like him, with a strong body but not strong and handsome and more masculine charm. "Excuse me? Are you 3 from outside the island?" A man blocks Aoki. "Yes, we're indeed people from outside the island, and we're going to come over to buy some things." Aoki nodded and said. He could tell from the man's eyes that he didn't have any bad intentions. At least men like Kamiser don't pay much attention to models like her. Or I have no other ideas. "I see, but there is no place to sell supplies on this island. But as long as you are willing to fight with me, I can give you some food." "No problem, I agree." Aoki agreed without hesitation. It's nothing more than a fight, and he will never refuse anyone's challenge. "Okay, let's go have a fight now. But the rules here don't allow others to watch." Aoki suddenly remembered that there seemed to be this episode in the original work. This man should be Tokoski. As expected, the man introduced. "I forgot to tell you, my name is Tokoski." "My name is Aoki. Let's go have a fight right away. Tuko, Kamiser, you can also find a rival." Aoki made some suggestions, and then left with Tokoski. The two came to an open space with many rocks nearby, and no one else around. "Aoki, I think singles matches are too boring. How about we have a doubles match?" "I won't refuse." Aoki agreed. "Well, go, Quagsire will reign." Rock Tokoski sent out his own Pokémon, all of which were ordinary. Name, Quagsire. Strength, elite level. Qualification, gym level. Name, Walrein. Strength, elite level. Qualification, gym level. Both Pokemon are very poor. Their qualifications are only at the gym level, and they're just ordinary people. But now he is hesitant. What Pokemon should he send? After all, his Pokemon are quite strong, and these two would be a slap in the face if they were given to them. Then it's up to you, Chansey, Blaziken. Aoki's 2 worst Pokemon. Chansey is at the elite level and Blaziken is at the gym level. They're only 1 step away from becoming a quasi-elite level. But there is no way. Metang is also very strong, and it is also Flash, so the daily points are not bad. It seems that your Pokemon are very strong, but mine are not bad either. Quagsire, use Water Gun. Walrein, you also use Water Gun. Two Pokemon use Water Gun at the same time, and the purpose is clearly Blaziken. Rock Tokoski's goal is simple. The goal is to defeat Blaziken. Chansey, stay in front and use Defense Curl. Blaziken, use Sunny Day. Chansey, the human shield, immediately stood in front of Blaziken. Despite being hit by the Water Gun, he still stood still, but his body was glowing with white light. Blaziken shouted at Soaring in the Sky, and Soaring in the Sky suddenly became clearer and sunny. It actually blocked it, then Encore. Yin Tokoski still admires Aoki's strength. Chansey, keep using Defense Curl and get out of my way. Chansey stood in front of Blaziken, blocking him tightly and letting the two Water Guns hit him. Aoki felt really helpless. It's really durable, has thick health, relatively high special defense, plus leftovers. The damage caused by two Pokemon fighting is slightly higher than the recovery of leftovers. Very well, Blaziken. Take this opportunity and use the Sun Flame immediately. Blaziken jumped up, condensed a beam of sunlight flame, and threw it at Quagsire and Walrein. No, it's actually a blazing sun. Get out of the way. Rock Tokoski also didn't expect Blaziken to use Sun Flame, which does a lot of damage. Quagsire wanted to dodge, but was still a step too slow and was hit head-on by the sun's flames. With a loud noise, Quagsire was blown away and fell to the ground, creating a huge, deep pit. Please give me flowers? With 4 times the restraint and the gap in strength, Quagsire lost his fighting ability with just one move of Sun Flame. Very well, Blaziken. Chansey, use Sunfire as well. Rock Tokoski's face turned green. Both of his Pokemon are restrained by Grass type. Who would have thought that Chansey and Blaziken can actually use Sunflame? That is a Grass type ultimate move. Even Grass type Pokemon are not that easy to learn. It's really embarrassing that you two have learned Pokemon from other types. Walrein, get out of the way. Walrein prepared to dodge, but was still a step too slow. He barely managed to avoid Chansey's Sunfire, but was hit by Blaziken. An offensive like an explosion of sunlight and flames, easily killing Walrein instantly. 0-0. Yin Tokoski was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he would be defeated so easily. Easy. Come back. Quagsire. Walrein. Tokoski took back his Pokemon and looked at Aoki with a complicated expression. I originally thought that I was already very strong and planned to travel, but now it seems that I am too far behind. When I defeat everyone on this island, I will embark on my journey to become a Pokemon Master. Then you must work hard. The goal of being a Pokemon Master is not that easy. Aoki comforted him, then took back his Pokemon, turned around and left. Returning to the original location, Aoki waited for a while, and both Tuko and Kamiser returned. Both have already achieved victory. After all, there is a Pokemon with a quasi-elite level, and another with a gym level. In addition, it is a relatively powerful Pokemon, so it is easy for both of them to win. I played a game today, and I was really happy, Tuko said with a smile. She prefers fighting, so she has never been happy without rival in the forest. You can't have a fight with Aoki. That's simply looking for abuse. Okay, now that we're happy, let's get going. Next, let's go to Moss Deep Gym. Aoki has gotten his hands on Tokoski's food, and it's time to embark on his journey. At noon that day, Aoki took Tuko, and Kamiser to an uninhabited island. The reason why I came to this uninhabited island was purely because a diamond treasure chest appeared on this island. It suddenly appeared, and I don't know why the diamond treasure chest is here. But now that it has appeared, you can investigate it. The elite level artifact treasure can be used for a fight. If you are at the championship level, use Jirachi and teleport to escape immediately. After getting to the island, Aoki was still worried and turned to look at the two of them. Tuko, Kamiser, be careful when you get to the island. There is danger on this island. I know, I will pay attention. The two nodded at the same time, still trusting Aoki in their hearts. After Aoki landed on the island, he was very careful and quickly found a cave according to the system map. 307. The space in the cave is very large, and the space in the cave is very high. Metang, be careful Jirachi, if you're in danger, take us a few teleports. Aoki used telepathy to remind him not to let the two people next to him know. While walking, Aoki suddenly stopped and looked at the footprints on the ground with a solemn expression. There are many footprints on the ground, and this footprint was just left. Obviously, someone is here. Everyone be careful. Someone is coming. Looking at the footprints, there are at least 6 or 7 people. Aoki reminded. Tuko and Kamiser also noticed the footprints on the ground and became vigilant. Let's be careful and keep moving forward without being discovered. Aoki stepped lightly and walked slowly forward. Not long after, Aoki walked out of the cave and saw a large underground space. There are many people down there, wearing all Team Aqua clothes. One of them caught Aoki's attention, mainly the Pokémon next to him. Name, Sharpedo. Strength, Elite Level, Ultimate Success. Qualification, Elite Level. Obviously, this is an Elite Level Pokémon, so no wonder it has a diamond treasure chest. Aoki was struggling in his mind, wondering whether he should defeat this boss. Diamond treasure chests are usually difficult to obtain. If you miss it, you may not have another chance in the future. Aoki thought about it carefully and realized that he had 3 Pokémon, Aggron from Mega Evolution, but Peak Elite. In addition, Salamence can also Mega Evolution. After Mega Evolution, it should also be able to have Elite Level. For Pokémon can never lose. I'm talking to you telepathically, so don't make any sound. We'll start a fight later. I'll leave my Greninja, Blaziken, to you too. Aoki contacted the 2 telepathically and took out his stronger Pokémon. In this way, 2 people with 1 weapon each can reach Elite Level, plus a few gym levels. They should be able to win this elite trainer. Tuko and Kamiser were surprised by Aoki's telepathy, but they did not refuse. Silently took Aoki's baby ball. Master Heishin, we have successfully found the Vermilion Gem. Aoki's mouth twitched. This luck is really good. This is a Vermilion Gem. The gem that successfully summoned Groudon was discovered by Team Aqua. Now it seems that Team Aqua and Team Lava have already found the gems that each other needs. Just need to find Groudon and Kyogre. But now that he has met him, he can only win successfully. He doesn't particularly care about the Vermilion Gem, but a diamond treasure chest must not be missed. As long as we are more ruthless and keep these people behind, we will never be discovered by Team Aqua. And there is another very important reason. Kwame is also among these people. As long as Kwame secretly helps, these people can be taken down. Very good. Although it is not the gem we need, it must not be left to the Lava team. Starfish took the Scarlet Gem and was ecstatic. If you get this, you will definitely get a reward from Master Archie, and maybe you can get a high-quality Pokémon. Aggron, Thunderbolt. Just when Heishin was excited, Aoki threw Aggron. As soon as Aggron appeared, a strong Thunderbolt burst out from his body and rushed toward Sharpedo. Eliminate the elite-level Sharpedo first, and you will successfully gain the upper hand in this battle. What? Sharpedo, use protection. Starfish was frightened by the sudden arrival of Aggron and immediately used protection. Sharpedo opened his mouth, roared, and then used Protect to block himself. Thunderbolt is blocked by Protect. Damn it, who is it? You dare to attack us. Starfish rage. If someone dares to attack him, they are clearly looking down on him. For the arrogant man, this is really unacceptable in his heart. It's him. When Izumi saw this strong Aggron, she immediately thought of Aoki. No, we can't let anything happen to Aoki. She has already joined the Soaring in the Sky team, and Aoki still has the leverage. In order to keep yourself safe, you can only eliminate these companions. Master Heishin, I will contact Master Archie first to prevent it from being Team Lava. Izumi pretended to contact Team Aqua, but actually didn't because she didn't want these people to contact her. In this way, as long as these people are eliminated, no one will know Aoki's identity. I understand. You should contact Lord Archie first, but I won't lose. Heishin is very confident in himself and does not think he will lose. Izumi pretended to make contact and then gave Aoki a look. Aggron, Gyarados, I leave it to you too. Aoki also released Gyarados, preparing to fight the Starfish to the death. Starfish looked at the 2 Pokémon in front of him, his face a little solemn. He didn't expect Aoki to have 2 elite-level Pokémon in 1.1. Fortunately, Izumi has contacted Archie, and I believe reinforcements will arrive soon. Sharpedo, Blastoise, I'll leave it to you. Haishing released another of his elite-level Pokémon. Also his trump card. He relied on Blastoise to become executive, and then relied on his own power to cultivate another elite-level Pokémon. Name Blastoise. Strength, elite level, ultimate achievement. Qualification, elite level. Aoki frowned. He was actually an elite level Blastoise, and he was able to restrain Aggron. It seems at this time, the Aggron Mega Evolution must be made, otherwise it will not be rival at all. Embor, Greninja, come on together. Blastoise, use Aura Sphere. Kami, Blastoise showed off her figure, and then threw out an Aura Sphere. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Aggron, show our strength. Mega Evolution, Greninja, Bond Evolution. Aoki evolves 2 at once, trying to defeat the opponent as soon as possible. Gyarados immediately rushed forward, swinging his huge tail hard at the Aura Sphere. The Aura Sphere was easily shattered. Aggron and Greninja were glowing white at the same time, and then they became brighter and brighter. Starfish was stunned. Is this evolution? Nonsense. Do you think he's uneducated? How could Aggron and Greninja continue to evolve? But it seems to have really evolved. Tuko was also confused, feeling that she might not have seen the world. Greninja has evolved, and even Aggron has also evolved. After the light dissipated, Mega Aggron appeared. And because of Mega Evolution, Aggron no longer has the Water-type weakness. 19. The weakness of the fighting system has also been weakened. The most important thing is to become stronger. Elite Peak, enough to deal with Elite's advanced Blastoise. Greninja has also become stronger. Name, Greninja. Strength, elite level, temporary. Greninja was originally very strong, and with the evolution of the bond, she successfully crossed this hurdle. Tuko, the woman opposite, is the one I installed. Please pay attention. Aoki used telepathy to remind Tuko. If he uses Greninja to kill Izumi, he will suffer a huge loss. Tuko glanced at Izumi, and she didn't lie, but she had already remembered it in her heart. Aggron, use Thunderbolt. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Sharpedo, you're going to use Hydro Pump. The water flow, Thunderbolt, collided with each other, directly causing a huge explosion. Go! Mytina, Carvana, Celio, Crawdaunt. Team Aqua's minions also sent out their own Pokémon. Except for Izumi, there is no one who is quasi-elite. Most of them are gym level. Fortunately and unfortunately, they are all of the water type. Encountering the quasi-elite level Electros, this is simply a killer. The battle broke out completely. Izumi took a peek at Aoki and Haishing, feeling extremely envious. This was elite level strength. Fortunately, she had a very strong Lyron and a very powerful Gyarados. Both of these Pokemon are very strong, and at the same level, they are not inferior to other Pokemon at all. Kwame is confident that she will be trained to the elite level. Because of this, Kwame was very grateful to Aoki. Plus, she naturally didn't want Aoki to lose. Damn it, who is this brat? He's so powerful. Starfish saw his Blastoise attack and was easily blocked. His face looked ugly. This Blastoise has been at the elite level for a long time. It is powerful and has a rich background, but it was still blocked. Who is this kid? Aggron, charge forward, Metal Blast. Gyarados, use Thunderfang. Aggron rushed forward quickly, with a white light on the surface of his body that became brighter and brighter. Gyarados also twisted his huge body, rushed towards Sharpedo quickly, and exposed his sharp fangs. The teeth carry a strong electric current. Sharpedo, use Rocket Headbutt. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump on Aggron. Haishing quickly gave the order. Sharpedo shrank his head, his body's surface glowed with light, his defense increased, and he was ready to attack at any time. Gyarados rushed over and bit Sharpedo's body. Strong electric current continuously impacted Sharpedo. The pain gradually came. Sharpedo gritted his teeth and endured it. Blastoise also spit out a huge Hydro Pump, hitting Aggron head-on. Aggron blocked it and rushed towards Blastoise. Even Hydro Pump was scattered by Aggron's gun, and then its powerful body crashed into Blastoise. Kami. Blastoise had a pained expression on his face and was knocked away. Aggron also felt pain. After all, they collided together, and they also received a Hydro Pump before. Fortunately, the current Aggron is not restrained by the water element. On Sharpedo's side, after enduring the painful blow from Thunderfang, he hit Gyarados head-on with a forceful blow. "You brat, don't think you can defeat me. I'm a veteran elite," Haixing said arrogantly. "Sharpedo, you also use Thunderfang, Blastoise, and Aura Sphere at close range." Sharpedo immediately rushed towards Gyarados, who fell to the ground, opened his mouth, and bit him. Blastoise also stretched out his hand and threw an Aura Sphere. Aggron, take it down with force. Use Thunder Punch. Gyarados, you also take it down, Thunderfang. Aggron stood there and let Aura Sphere hit him. Although there is no longer 4 times the restraint, Aura Sphere is still very painful. Even with the filtering ability, I still suffered a lot of damage. But Aggron's Thunder Punch also hit Blastoise. In terms of damage, Blastoise took more damage. After all, the damage was not weakened. Aggron and Blastoise both looked ugly, and even let out slight wailing sounds. On the other side, Sharpedo bit Gyarados, and lightning struck Gyarados' body. Gyarados endured the pain and bit Sharpedo. The same is Thunderfang. Both sides were bitten by each other, and thunder and lightning continued to impact the bodies of both sides. Pain, severe pain. At this time, it depends on the endurance of both parties, who can persist longer. In battles between elites, although tactics are important, sometimes endurance is also important. After all, at this point, it is not easy to use tactics to trick the opponent. It depends on who can persist longer. After a moment of stalemate, Sharpedo and Gyarados separated at the same time, staring at each other ferociously. Gyarados used Hydro Pump on the Pokémon nearby. Gyarados immediately used Hydro Pump to attack the Pokémon next to him. Crawdaunt, Carvania, couldn't hold it at all and lost its ability to fight. Because of his overconfident ability, Gyarados became more confident and more powerful in combat. Sharpedo used Hyper Beam, Blastoise used Rain Dance. Sharpedo condensed a Hyper Beam, Blastoise sang loudly to soaring in the sky, and a rain cloud suddenly appeared in the cave, then started to rain lightly. Aoki then noticed that Blastoise's ability was Rain Pan. Gyarados used Giga Impact, Aggron used Sandstorm Weather. Gyarados immediately twisted his huge body and rushed towards Sharpedo crazily. The momentum is surging, giving people a feeling of fighting for their lives. Aggron opened his hands, and a large amount of yellow sand suddenly emerged from his body, forming a huge sandstorm. Sandstorm sucks all the Pokémon into it. Even Gyarados will be injured, but Blastoise must not be allowed to recover. After all, Blastoise is very strong and can slowly recover his physical strength in rainy weather. Aggron was very powerful and quickly took control of the weather, turning it into sandstorm weather. Damn it, Blastoise, Encore Hydro Pump, Sharpedo, get out of the way. Starfish's face was particularly ugly. Aggron, charge forward and use Thunder Punch. Aggron rushed into Sandstorm and quickly approached Blastoise. Because their vision was affected by Sandstorm, Starfish and Blastoise could only vaguely see Aggron. Knowing that Aggron was approaching, Blastoise saw it and immediately controlled the direction of Hydro Pump. Aggron approached Blastoise and held the Hydro Pump hard. A Thunder Punch hit Blastoise head-on. With the lightning attack, Blastoise had a trace of pain on his face. Blastoise! Starfish's expression became even more ugly. On the other side, Gyarados bumped into Sharpedo. Even though Sharpedo wanted to dodge, he was still a step too slow and was hit head-on by Blastoise. Sharpedo was knocked out and let out a cry, but he still did not lose his fighting ability. Gyarados is also temporarily unable to escape due to the stalemate effect. Sharpedo rushed forward, take this opportunity to use Thunderfang, Blastoise, use Aura Sphere. Tuko stared at Aggron and noticed something strange. Aggron was hit head-on by Hydro Pump several times. Although Aggron was injured, it was not serious. It is obviously a restraint of attribute, but it is Aura Sphere. As long as it is hit head-on, Aggron will look very painful. Aggron, given the last move, Thunder Punch. Aggron looked at Blastoise right in front of him, and without any hesitation, he used Thunder Punch again. Gyarados was bitten in the front by Sharpedo, and the lightning eroded his body, but he still resisted tenaciously. Aoki Breeders is so good. His physical strength and endurance far exceed that of the normal Gyarados. So even though he was hit from the front many times, Gyarados still didn't lose his fighting ability. At most, he was in some pain. Gyarados, you must carry it down. Aoki opened his hands, and a green light emerged from his palms. I have never encountered such a powerful rival before, so I didn't use the power of Iridian. But now, he had to defeat the opponent, so he could only use the power of Iridian to restore his Pokémon. Aggron and Gyarados were also taken care of by the power of Iridian. Their injuries were weakened, and their physical strength recovered a lot. Blastoise's Aura Sphere also hit Aggron at this time. Aggron also felt pain, but he endured it, but Blastoise's expression was even more painful. Starfish misjudged Mega Evolution's Aggron's attribute, resulting in a disadvantage in the early stage. In addition, Aggron itself is very strong, and Haishing gradually enters the first stage. If you continue like this, you may lose. Haishing also noticed that his Pokémon was hurt more seriously than Aoki's Pokémon. No, we can't continue like this. Kwame was paying attention to the scene here while fighting, and she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. It seems that Aoki is more likely to win. If the Starfish is eliminated, there will be no threat. But this time a mission may have failed. Tuko watched from the side, her eyes full of envy, but more importantly, admiration. It turns out that this is Aoki, who already has 2 elite-level Pokémon at such a young age. Starfish thought for a while, finally made a decision, and took out a Pokémon ball. Aoki frowned. Judging from Haishing's expression, there should be another level 3 Pokémon. However, he didn't take it to heart. After all, he had a Salamence that could also Mega Evolve. There's also Jirachi. In terms of strength, Jirachi is stronger and has more moves than Aggron. Go! Bidiao, show your true strength in front of me. Tuko threw a Bidiao. Pidgey's final evolved form is also a good flying-type Pokémon, and this Pidgeot is quite strong. Name Bidiao. Strength, Elite Level, Ultimate Success. Qualification, Elite Level. Aoki was really relieved. Fortunately, he had just become Elite. If he were at the peak of Elite, even like Blastoise, it would be difficult to decide the outcome of this battle. Oh right, strictly speaking, Aoki's side is stronger. Bind Greninja, Mega Salamence, Jirachi, which is equivalent to 5 elites. Don't be too bullying. You are indeed very strong, but I'm sorry I still have a Bidiao. You will definitely lose this battle. Aoki silently took out another Pokemon ball. It seems that Salamence has to appear, otherwise Ultraman won't be able to handle 3 against 2. Starfish noticed the Pokemon ball in Aoki's hand and felt a chill in his heart. Is it possible that Aoki also has elite-level Pokemon? The eldest son of a damn noble, a rich man, is so young, but he already has 2 elite-level artifacts. Now, there's actually a third one. Go ahead, Salamence. It's your choice. Haishing felt a chill in his heart and felt his scalp numb. Aggron and the violent Carp Dragon are already so powerful, and Aoki actually has 10 songs of Salamence, or elite-level Salamence. He didn't believe that Salamence was worse than Aggron. Starfish was ready to retreat in his heart. But when Haishing saw Salamance's strength, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You brat, although the Salamence is very strong, it is definitely not elite level. How can it be a match for my Bidiao? Starfish laughed wildly with pride. Elite is just a hurdle. If you don't reach the elite level, your strength is definitely not enough. But he didn't know that there was another Mega Evolution in this world. Aoki sneered and put his hands into his pockets. Salamence, give money to Mega Evolution. Salamence let out a roar, and his body glowed with white light, which was particularly dazzling in this cave. Starfish. He was so deceived that he was able to transform. Starfish's face froze. Salamence can also evolve. What's going on? Why can all Aoki's Pokémon evolve? Although he wanted to possess this secret, he also knew that he might not be able to defeat Aoki. Izumi, have you informed Master Archie? We have been notified that we can reach this island in 10 minutes. Izumi's face doesn't change even when she lies. However, Haixing still believed it, thinking that his reinforcements would arrive soon, and decided to play it slow and steady. The light on Salamence gradually disappeared, and a new Salamence appeared in front of everyone. Name, Mega Salamence. Strength, Elite Level, Temporary. Qualification, Champion Level. Salamence, Dragon God Dives. Salamence hovered and soaring in the sky, then suddenly accelerated and flew towards Baijiao. The whole body is filled with purple arrogance, and the momentum is menacing. There's a feeling of not giving up until the goal is achieved. Baijiao, hurry up and get out of my way. Starfish gave the order and immediately flapped its wings and quickly flew to the side, avoiding Salamance's attack. The corners of Aoki's mouth raised slightly. Salamence, don't be afraid, just hit me. Salamence did not 697 stop, but went faster, and in an instant, he was in front of Sharpedo. Starfish's expression suddenly changed. He actually forgot about Sharpedo and fell down. He was also ready to let Sharpedo dodge, but he was still a step too late and was hit head-on by the Dragon God. Sharpedo was knocked against the wall on one side, his body trembling slightly, his eyes turned white, and he lost his ability to fight. Starfish's face looked ugly. Without Sharpedo, his strength was greatly reduced. I may not be able to hold on for long now. Very well, Gyarados, give me the freedom to use the freezing ray, Salamence, immediately. Gyarados immediately raised his head and spit out a mouthful of freezing light towards Baijiao and soaring in the sky. The blue freezing light froze wherever it passed, and the moisture in the air also formed an ice slag. Baijiao, get out of the way quickly. Baijiao flickered and easily dodged Gyarados' freezing light. But at this moment, Salamence flew over, and its fangs bit Baijiao's wings head-on. The huge body slammed into it hard. Baijiao could not stabilize his body and fell from soaring in the sky. Gyarados, Thunderfang. 27. Gyarados rushed over quickly and bit Baijiao. The two Pokémon bite at the same time, and the eagle let out a wail. No, Baijiao, Hyper Beam. Haixing was a little panicked. Although Baijiao felt pain, he still opened his mouth and spit out a Hyper Beam. Salamence, Gyarados, while using Hyper Beam. Salamence and Gyarados were leaning next to Baijiao. Three Pokémon used Hyper Beam at the same time, causing a huge explosion. Blastoise rushed forward and helped. Aggron, Encore Thunder Punch. Starfish wants Blastoise to help, but Aggron blocks Blastoise's way. Ludicolo, use Energy Ball. Ludicolo suddenly appeared behind Blastoise, an energy ball emerging from his palm. Haixing thought Izumi wanted to help, so he felt relieved. Although I don't think Ludicolo is of any use, he can at least block it for a while. But in the next second, Haixing's face suddenly changed. Ludicolo's energy ball hit Blastoise head-on. Blastoise let out a wail. Aggron also took this opportunity to hit Blastoise with Thunder Punch. Blastoise was immediately incapacitated. On the other side, Baijiao faced the bombardment of two Hyper Beams and also lost his fighting ability. The battle was over. Haixing was stunned. His three elite-level Pokémon lost their combat capabilities at the same time. What to do now? The few Pokémon he had left were not that powerful, let alone against three elite-level ones. Izumi, is it possible that you are from Team Lava? You dare to do this. Aren't you afraid that the leader will be angry? Don't be ridiculous. The leader won't know. Izumi sneered, and this smile filled Haixing's heart with fear. He seemed to have expected something. Why did you join the Lava team? Or are you originally an undercover agent? Wait a minute, you didn't contact Mr. Archie at all. Haixing suddenly remembered something bad. If he didn't contact Archie, he would be doomed. Force. Aoki noticed the starfish's small movements and immediately contacted Jirachi telepathically. Jirachi used confusion to control Haishing, who found it difficult to resist. Psychic, do you still have super Pokemon? Haishing said with fear in his heart. At this point, he became more and more afraid of death and wanted to live. Aoki walked up to Starfish and picked up the vermilion gem in his pocket. Izumi, give this to Archie, so that even if all these people are wiped out, you still have some explanation. Thank you, Chief. Kwame was originally worried about how to explain to Archie. But as long as he can take away this gem, Archie won't care even if the starfish dies here. Because Archie only cares about Kyogre. Then Master Haishing, I'll leave first. You have to be careful and don't get into trouble. Izumi teased Haishing, then left with the gem. As for the others, they knew too much, and even some of her subordinates had no choice but to give up. Kamiser, Tuko, you two go out for a moment and leave the people of Team Aqua to me. Kamiser immediately pulled Tuko away. Not long after leaving, Tuko seemed to have guessed something and immediately asked, Sister Kamiser, who are those people? Brother Aoki, is he trying to... Those people are Team Aqua, similar to your Team Plasma over there, and the dream is to summon Kyogre and let the sea flood the entire Hoenn region. Kamiser also heard what Aoki said, and I really admired him. How bad is his brain now that he actually wants to summon Kyogre and turn the world into a sea? These people are really stupid. Tuko also admires these idiots. Summon Kyogre and turn the world into a sea. So where will they survive? Survive in the sea? Recall that Haishing once said before that he would dominate the Hoenn region. This is clearly an evil organization. Tuko didn't have too much entanglement. She was not a virgin-type person. Aoki and Izumi exchanged a few words, and then began to deal with all the traces. Don't let Team Aqua discover anything unusual. Izumi took away the vermilion gem. This gem was not of much use. That is, it was used to summon Groudon. Aoki doesn't really need it. He didn't have the guts to summon Groudon, so he left it to Team Aqua. This kind of love and death thing. Let Team Aqua and Team Lava come. He first develops obscenely and strives to become fishy. If it weren't for the diamond treasure chest, he wouldn't have taken such a big risk to rob and kill the members of Team Aqua. Outside, Tuko and Kamiser waited for a while until Aoki came out. Okay, let's get out of here as soon as possible. It would be terrible if Team Aqua discovers us. Aoki grabbed the two of them and jumped on top of Gyarados. He also specifically asked Jirachi to use Psychic to wipe out all their footprints. Along the way, Tuko and Kamiser didn't say anything and left the island. On the other hand, Izumi was not in a hurry to contact Team Aqua. Instead, he spent a whole day pretending to be injured and running for his life. He didn't contact Team Aqua until it was safe. Archie was really angry when he heard that they were robbed and killed, but he was very excited when he heard that Izumi got the vermilion gem. Although Kyogre cannot be summoned, it cannot be obtained by anyone from Team Lava. But all this has nothing to do with Aoki. He has already left the island. Not far from the town of Moss Deep, Aoki was sure that Team Aqua wouldn't find out, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then focus on the diamond treasure chest. After spending such a high price, you must not miss the diamond treasure chest that you finally obtained. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully opened the diamond treasure chest and obtained the Dragon Fong, Smooth Rock, and Silver Crown. The harvest this time is great. Needless to say, Dragon Fong can be given to Salamence. Can increase Dragon type's attack. Smooth Rock is also very good. If you have Bangila in the future, you can use it just right. As for why it can't be given to Aggron, it's simple. Once Aggron Mega evolves, it's Steel type. The Sand Waterfall is a trap for yourself, so it is best to give it to Bangila. Not to mention the Silver Crown, which can improve qualifications, but the effect is definitely not as good as the Golden Crown. But for his Ralts, it still has a great effect. After all, Ralts only has quasi-elite qualifications now, and is not as good as Blaziken and the others. There is also Electabuzz, which also only has quasi-elite qualifications, so it may be possible to use it. Aoki thought about it carefully and finally decided to use it for Electabuzz. After all, he conquered Electabuzz first, so he must be responsible for it and improve its qualifications. And this Electabuzz still has dual ability. Aoki quickly recovered and threw a luxury ball. Salamence let out a roar, showing his strength, and immediately leaned against Aoki. Salamence, there is a Dragon Fong here for you. Aoki took out the Dragon Fong he just got and handed it to Salamence. Tuko and Kamiser were watching from the side, their eyes filled with disbelief. This is Dragon Fong, and there are some secret treasures in this world. For example, charcoal, mystic water, Dragon Fong. Of course, there's no such thing as leftovers, momentum belts, or fake items. Among all the secret treasures, Dragon Fong is the most expensive and can increase the power of Dragon-type Pokemon's Dragon-type skills. It's just that these secret treasures are all very expensive and cannot be purchased online. They're all monopolized by big families. This is the power of a big family. Aoki is obviously an ordinary person, but he also has Dragon Fong. Make sure this is just an ordinary person. Salamence looked at the Dragon Fong in front of him and was very happy, so he swallowed it in one bite. Aoki noticed that as soon as Salamence swallowed Dragon Fong, his aura swelled and his strength became more powerful. It's a pity that he still hasn't reached the elite level, which is a pity. Aoki, where did you get this Dragon Fong? Tuko was very envious, and her tone was a little sour. Kamiser also watched silently, feeling quite envious in his heart. Oh, I saw the one from Team Aqua before, so I brought him back. Aoki made any excuse. I have to admit that the Diamond Treasure Chest is really good. Especially the stronger the enemies you defeat, the more rewards you get. Please give me flowers. He decided that when he met elite and champion players together in the future, he would not rush to take action and wait until he became stronger to have a full showdown. In this way, the rewards in the Diamond Treasure Chest should be better. Tuko, Kamiser, it's not that far away from the town of Moss Deep. Let's go to Salamence. Aoki jumped on top of Salamence. Kamiser did not refuse and also sat on Salamence. Tuko thought for a moment, then sat on Salamance's back and put her hands on Aoki's shoulders. Because Salamance's body is not very large, although it can seat 3 people, it is a bit crowded. Aoki could clearly feel Tuko leaning against her back. 0. This feels pretty good. I really didn't expect that Tuko, who seemed to have better legs, would have such an excellent figure now. Tuko also felt the warmth on Aoki's back, blushed, and felt particularly shy. This embrace is really too warm. Thinking of Aoki's power again, Tuko felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. It didn't take long for Salamence to arrive at the town of Moss Deep. Before entering the city center, Aoki asked Salamence to stop. Riding large Pokemon is not allowed in the city. Although Aoki has a good relationship with Officer Jenny, he will not do stupid things. We've arrived at Moss Deep Town. I'm going to change Pokemon first. If you want to challenge the gym, you have to prepare in advance. Aoki reminded. But in fact, Tuko and Kamiser don't have many Pokemon, so there's no need to change them at all. Aoki, just go to the Pokemon Center and take a rest. We don't have any Pokemon to change. Yeah, you're tired too. Take a rest first, and we'll talk about it later if you have anything else. Aoki didn't worry too much. Since Tuko and Kamiser had said it, he just wanted to take a rest. In addition, he's going to change some Pokemon, and there's some things that need to be explained. Arriving at the Pokemon Center, Aoki said hello to Nurse Joy, and then prepared to contact Professor Birch. Electabuzz has been replenishing his body for so long, and it's time to evolve, so it's not good to delay it any longer. This won't last long for Electabuzz. Pokemon Center, Aoki first called May. After all, I haven't seen May for a while, so I'm the first one to think about it. Although the main purpose at the beginning was to eat soft food and my stomach had been nursed back to health, the system actually came. Then the soft rice will still have to be eaten. Not long after, the call was connected. Brother Aoki, thank you for the big ant. I really like it. May saw Aoki's figure and was the first to thank her. Aaron is given as a gift, and Trapinch is given as a gift, and they are all rare Pokemon. She feels that she has a high status in Aoki's heart. Especially not long ago, May herself was a little worried when she learned that Aoki had a new travel partner. After confirming her status, May felt very happy. That's right, Brother Qing, Chi Lu San, Mu. Thank you for your trappage. I like it too. I recognize you as my brother-in-law. Xiaosheng also said something beside him. The main thing is the trap inch given by Aoki. His qualifications are only at the quasi-elite level, but he is enough. Neither Norman nor Caroline spoke, but both accepted Aoki, especially Norman, who has withdrawn from accepting the man who kidnapped his daughter. It's Aaron again, and it's Trap Inch again, and both Pokemon have very high qualifications. Learn skills quickly. When he was young, if he had 2 rare Pokemon with such high qualifications, he would have become an elite long ago. It is impossible that they have only become elite trainers in recent years. May, I saw your Lyron. It's really well raised. Aoki praised. Through the screen, he could see that Aaron, who was originally given to May, had evolved, currently becoming Lyron. Everywhere, the energy cubes you gave me are more delicious, and I didn't cultivate them much. When May heard Aoki's compliment, although she was very humble on the surface, she burst into laughter in her heart. Don't be modest. I've seen it. This Lyron has been cultivated very well. Maybe you will have an elite-level Pokemon when you travel. Norman nodded beside him, thinking Aoki was right to say this. This Lyron has really high qualifications, and May has more than 2 years of travel left. Maybe by that time, the finally evolved Aggron will have elite-level strength. All thanks to Aoki, Norman suddenly felt that his daughter might be quite promising in the future. Aoki chatted with May for a while, and then May hung up the phone reluctantly. After all, he still had to have a good chat with Professor Birch. Not long after, Aoki contacted Professor Birch. Professor Birch, please. No problem. To be honest, I've always wanted to know how Electabuzz evolves, and I found out this morning. Professor Birch also knows Aoki's purpose and is looking forward to it. In this world, many people can guess that Electabuzz can evolve into Electivire. It's just that no one knows how to evolve. Only a very few people know this, and these people are trying their best to hide it and have no plans to tell anyone. After all, Electivire is also a mega powerful Pokemon, so they will naturally have a monopoly. Kamiser and Tuko also came over. They had been chatting with May before, and they didn't want to interfere. Not long after, a Pokemon ball was teleported in front of Aoki. Aoki took the Pokemon ball and threw hard. Come out. Electivire. A Pokemon appeared in front of everyone. Feeling the strong power in his body, Electivire waved his hands excitedly and smiled brightly. Aoki immediately took out the silver crown and gave it to Electivire. Name, Electivire. Ability, Electric Engine, Motivation. Strength, Gym level. Qualification, Elite level. Skills, Thunder Punch, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Ion Deluge, Low Kick. Electivire has become stronger, has dual abilities, and its qualifications have been improved enough to reach elite level. Electivire, it's actually Electivire. I didn't expect Electabuzz to actually evolve in a Thunder Shock. Professor Birch saw all this with his own eyes and was extremely excited because he knew another secret. Aoki looked at Professor Birch, who was so excited, and thought, if the fairy type is announced, Professor Birch will not explode. Forget it. Don't announce it yet. There were many Pokemon trainers nearby, and they all saw Electivire at the same time and thought it was very cool. Have you heard? Electivire seems to be an evolution of Electabuzz. I wanted an Electivire for a long time. It's not only very strong, but also very handsome. Countless people are talking about it. Unfortunately, they also know that the evolution method Electivire is not so easy to obtain. I guess Aoki won't say either. Facts have proved that it is indeed impossible for Aoki to tell anyone. This kind of thing must be concealed. After all, Electivire is not only handsome, but also extremely powerful and can monopolize Electivire's business in the future. Just sell some Electivire, and you can make a lot of money. Why do you want to go out? As a time traveler, Aoki himself is also a profit seeker, and it is impossible for him to contribute for no reason. I think back then, he took the initiative to hook up with May in order to find a backer, and he was prepared to eat soft food. Electivire, Come back. You'll follow me during this time. Aoki took back Electivire and passed Blaziken back. Not long ago, Blaziken had successfully reached the quasi-elite level, and the next step is to work hard. Relatively speaking, Greninja can be bound to evolve and must be kept. Salamence will soon be elite level and must be kept. Not to mention Metang. At present, the target of Ching 5.7 Wood's emphasis on training can only be transferred back to Blaziken for the time being. Chansey uses a special intimacy ball, so it doesn't count, and Ralts hasn't been conquered with a Pokemon ball yet. Back in the room, Kamiser could no longer restrain himself and immediately knocked Aoki down and sat cross-legged on Aoki. This pose is particularly sultry. Aoki, I want an Electivire. Next to him, Tuko also wanted it. When he saw Kamiser, he was not polite and immediately came over. The Electivire is so handsome. I want an Electivire too, and I'm sure of an electric type. Aoki knew that Kamiser would definitely want it. After all, Kamiser still likes electric Pokemon deep down. Not to mention Electivire, who is both handsome and powerful. Aoki looked at Kamiser sitting on top of him, and his heart was about to move. If he takes such initiative, should he take it down? If you miss today, you may not have the opportunity in the future. These beautiful legs and black stockings are really nice, and there's a pair of big white legs next to them. Alas, I have to endure it after all. No problem. I remember there's an Elekid's breeder house nearby. I will take you there now to see if there are any high-level Elikids. Aoki actually wants to pack some and cultivate them himself. After training to become an Electivire, sell the Electivire directly or reward your subordinates later. That's great. Thank you very much. Kamiser hugged Aoki excitedly. She always wanted Electivire, but she couldn't find it and there was no way to evolve it, so she had to give up. This time I finally have a chance. Tuko is also very excited. She doesn't particularly like electric Pokemon, but she also feels that she is missing one. Among the electric Pokemon, the only one that is powerful and handsome is Electivire 19. Then let's set off now. Aoki took Tuko and Kamiser to a nearby breeder house quickly. Some Pokemon are specially cultivated here, including Elekid. Gentlemen, this is Elekid and Elekid's Pokemon egg. See if there's anything you need. These have all been tested and have relatively high qualifications. Aoki and others, led by their boss, came to Elekid's training area. Kamiser liked them all, but he didn't choose them all. He just watched them silently. She thought of Aoki to help her choose one. After all, Aoki had a very high vision. Even Tuko is waiting for Aoki. At a glance, Aoki could see all Elekid's data. Name, Elekid. Qualification, gym level. Name, Elekid. Qualification, elite level. Electivire's potential is very high, no worse than Usangia at all. So most of them can reach the gym level, and a few can reach the quasi-elite level. There is no such thing as an elite qualification. After all, elite qualifications are extremely rare, and not everyone has the same Embor qualifications as Tuko. So everyone who could get it from Usangia cried and fainted in the toilet. I want these. Also, take me to see Elekid's Pokemon eggs. Aoki bought all those with quasi-elite qualifications, and a small number of them were tested for qualifications. After all, the machines for measuring qualifications are very expensive and cannot be implemented by this ordinary breeder house. They all measure with the naked eye, but the naked eye is not as good as Aoki's data eye. So Aoki got some bargains. This also made Aoki clearly realize that he might be able to buy some Pokemon eggs specifically in the future. You might be able to get a big bargain. For example, Jirachi's Pokemon eggs are just because he is lucky. If one day I can get another Pokemon egg from a mythical beast, wouldn't Rest be able to wake up with a smile? Sir, this is the exclusive area for Elekid's Pokemon eggs. You can take a look at it as you like. Aoki took a quick glance and found that he was not lucky. There were still only a few Pokemon eggs with quasi-elite qualifications. But it's okay, as long as you cultivate it well and eat more high-quality energy cubes, you can definitely cultivate it very well. Reaching elite level is not a dream. After all, his Aggron only had quasi-elite qualifications at the beginning, and it was not easy to obtain elite qualifications. Aoki bought all the remaining Pokemon eggs. He planned to cultivate all of them into Electivire and sell them at high price. If possible, you can also use Electivire to exchange for some Mega Evolution Stones. Anyway, many people in this world don't know the function of Mega Evolution Stone. On the contrary, Electivire is quite expensive. Back at the Pokemon Center, Aoki took out 2 Pokeballs. Kamiser and Tuko. These 2 are the most talented. You should train them carefully. Thanks. Neither of them refused. Especially Tuko, plus the Trapinch given by Aoki before. There are only 5 Pokemon. Emboar, Vanillux, Krokorok, Elekid. We haven't collected 6 Pokemon yet. The current Kamiser has Electros, Zebstrika, Magneton, Celio, Marshtomp, and Trapinch. Magneton is a Magnemite that was conquered during the encounter with Aoki. The remaining few were all conquered when they met Aoki. The Director Amalga has been sent to Professor Aurea Juniper because there is not enough space. Kamiser thought for a moment and decided not to use Pokemon Balls to conquer Elekid just yet. Just like Aoki's Ralts, hold them in your hands until they evolve. In the afternoon, Tuko simply went to challenge the gym, but Aoki was not in a hurry. After all, there are only 2 Pokemon in the gym trainer, and he won't be there until at least tomorrow. Aoki simply rested here all afternoon and prepared to challenge the gym the next day. If you have this time, you could take a rest with Kamiser and have a good sleep. At night, as soon as Aoki closed his eyes, he suddenly felt someone approaching. He cautiously opened his eyes and took a peek. The person approaching was actually Kamiser. I don't know why Kamiser is approaching, but I always feel that Kamiser and 077 may have something bad going on. Of course, it could also be a good thing. Aoki was filled with thoughts. Kamiser also noticed that Aoki was awake, holding Aoki's shoulders with both hands. Aoki, thank you for saving me and helping me many times. I'm very grateful. This sentence is a thank you from the heart. Aoki not only saved her, but also gave her so many Pokemon and was usually very gentle. Kamiser has completely fallen in love with Aoki. So, Aoki, I want to be with you. Aoki was filled with excitement when he heard this. His hard work for so long finally paid off. Now that Kamiser has confessed his feelings, there is no need for him to be polite, and he should accept it all. After all, Stephanie's wife came to your door for free, so don't give her up for free. Kamiser, since you already like me, let us be together in the future, and I will take good care of you. Aoki looked at Kamiser affectionately, with a fiery look in his eyes that made Kamiser's heart flutter. Kamiser blushed. Although he was very embarrassed, he still stared at Aoki silently, because his heart was full of admiration. She has completely fallen in love with Aoki. This time she took the initiative to be with Aoki just to confirm her relationship with Aoki. The next morning, when Aoki got up, he saw Kamiser still resting. Thinking of what happened last night, Kamiser was probably very tired, so Aoki didn't bother him. Kamiser, you have a good rest. I'm going to challenge Moss Deep Gym. I'll be back soon. Well, then you come back earlier and you will definitely win. Kamiser did not refuse. She was indeed very tired today, and it was time to take a rest. Aoki got dressed, and Tuko had been waiting outside for a long time. Sister Kamiser, won't you go? Tuko asked in confusion. Last night, in order to prevent being discovered, Kamiser did not dare to make a sound. It can be said to be a lot of hardships. She didn't get a good rest last night, so she wanted to sleep again, so we were on the 2 floors. Aoki made a random excuse. Tuko didn't think too much. Leaving the Pokemon Center, Aoki quickly arrived at Moss Deep Gym. Hello, I'm here to challenge the gym. No problem, just in time. Not long after we took over the gym, let's be your rival. A pair of twin siblings walked out of the gym. My sister and my brother look very similar. For those who didn't know, they thought they were twin sisters, but they were actually siblings. Our battle here is a doubles battle, and my Pokemon is Solrock. Then my Pokemon is Stone. Solrock and Lunatone are said to be Pokemon from the universe. Pokemon themselves are rare, but the strength of these 2 Pokemon is not particularly strong. Name, Solrock. Strength, elite level. Name, Lunatone. Strength, elite level. This was one of the worst fighting Pokemon trainers he had ever encountered. But I think it should be better than the Cerulean Gym in the Kanto region. In that case, go ahead, Chansey, Electivire. Chansey and Electivire, these are rare Pokemon. The two siblings said in unison. Chansey, Defense Curl, Electivire, using Thunderbolt. Solrock, use the Power Gem. Lunatone, use Hypnosis. The three of them gave the order at the same time. A rock normal light formed a gem and turned towards Electivire. Lunatone hides behind, uses Hypnosis, and prepares to hypnotize Electivire. Electivire, you stay behind Chansey. Electivire released a Thunderbolt, hitting the Power Gem. The Power Gem exploded directly. As soon as Chansey used Defense Curl, she was hypnotized by Lunatone and fell into sleep. Very well, Lunatone, Psyshock. Solrock used Psychic. Two Pokemon used super attacks at the same time. Chansey, Sleep Talk. Electivire used Thunder. Chansey said something, and then a golden light suddenly appeared. Hyper Beam is really good enough. Anyway, the two siblings are both ashamed. They are so unlucky. Not only can Chansey know how to Sleep Talk, but she can also use Hyper Beam. Electivire also let out a roar, and then there was a loud noise from soaring in the sky, and a dazzling golden thunder light hit Solrock and Lunatone head-on. Hyper Beam also rushed forward. Rumble, rumble. A loud noise caused a huge explosion in the middle, forming a strong shockwave. Thunder is so powerful. This Electivire is definitely very powerful. Yes, it is indeed very powerful. We must be careful and not give it a chance. The two siblings had wary eyes. Electivire, rush up to me and use Iron Tail. Electivire took advantage of the thick smoke and rushed over quickly, approaching Solrock quickly. The tail stood up with a silvery white light shining on it, and he swung hard. No, Solrock, get out of the way. Lunatone, help Solrock quickly use Psyshock. Solrock quickly stepped aside. Lunatone's eyes flashed, and then there was a Psyshock. Electivire, bear it down for me. Electivire carried it down, gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and then swung it down with his tail. 64. Iron Tail hit Solrock hard. Solrock couldn't hold it, and was knocked away by Electivire with one move, and fell heavily to the ground. On the other side, Chansey also woke up. Chansey, use Sunfire. Chansey's hands are shining, and the sun's flames are being prepared. What? Even the sun and the flames can do it. The two siblings were shocked again. There are too many skills to learn. How did they know that silver treasure chests can open skill machines, and gold treasure chests can open more? Solrock, get out of the way. Lunatone, get out of the way quickly. Electivire, use Thunder on me and knock them out for me. Electivire immediately used Thunder. An intense lightning spread throughout the field, completely blocking all paths. Chansey's Sun Flame also took this opportunity to hit Solrock head-on. There was a loud noise. Solrock lost the ability to fight, and Lunatone was also seriously injured. However, Lunatone received relatively few attacks, so it did not lose its fighting ability. Take advantage of this opportunity and Encore Thunderbolt all over the place. Electivire came back with Thunderbolt again, and thunder and lightning enveloped the entire venue. This time, Lunatone failed to hold on and lost her ability to fight. Sister, don't you know how to work harder? What do you think I'm trying to do? It's obviously because you didn't work hard on your own, and it's hurting me. The two siblings began to complain about each other. Of course, it was just a complaint. I guess I was already used to it, so I didn't start a fight. You too, if you want to fight, I don't think you need to fight, good Zhao Zhao. After all, you just took over the gym, and there will be many opportunities in the future. Can you please take out the badge? I can't let me watch you fight here. The two siblings reacted, feeling a little embarrassed, and immediately took out a badge. This is the Mind Badge obtained by defeating our Moss Deep gym. Please accept it. Thank you so much. By the way, I also have a companion who may come to challenge the gym tomorrow. I will trouble you then. Aoki thought of Kamiser. No problem. This is the responsibility of our gym trainer. Neither brother nor sister refused. Accept the gym challenge. That's what they're supposed to do. Tuko, it's time for us to go back. Aoki took Tuko with him. turned around and left. After getting the mine badge, Aoki already has 7 badges and is still missing the last badge. After returning to the Pokemon Center, Tuko immediately walked into the room. "Sister Kamiser, what's wrong with you today? Are you tired?" Tuko asked in confusion. Kamiser blushed, feeling quite shy, and wanted to find a crack in the ground to slip in. He actually took the initiative to hook up with Aoki last night. Afterwards, Kamiser also felt regretful. Isn't it too proactive? No matter what, I have to restrain myself a little and wait until the time is right to be with Aoki. I'm going to take a rest first, and you guys can have a good chat. Aoki took the initiative to leave, preparing to give the two a chance to chat. Tuko watched Aoki leave, always involuntarily focusing on Aoki. Perhaps even Tuko herself didn't notice that she sometimes cared a lot about love. But Kamiser noticed that Tuko might have fallen in love with Aoki. It looks like there is one more sister. Kamiser thought for a moment and finally decided to take the initiative to help Aoki. She also recognized Tuko. "Tuko, do you like Aoki? I find that I often look at Aoki." Tuko was stunned, and then his face turned red. He was very shy and didn't know how to explain it. "Sister Kamiser, don't misunderstand me. I will not compete with you for brother Aoki. No, you misunderstood me. What I want to say is that if you like Aoki, then take the initiative to pursue him. I can't handle such an excellent man by myself." Kamiser knew Tuko's worries and encouraged him seriously. Tuko was confused, thinking that she might have heard wrongly. What does this mean? Kamiser actually encouraged her to actively pursue Aoki. Could it be that she heard it wrong? Yes, it's just what you think. A person as good as Aoki will definitely have many wives, and I won't refuse you. And one thing is that Aoki often exercises and is very strong, so he is very strong. Thinking of this, Kamiser blushed. Tuko understood the previous words, but was a little confused about the latter words. What does it mean to be physically strong? Kamiser noticed Tuko's puzzled eyes and immediately whispered into Tuko's ear. Tuko understood instantly, and his face became extremely red. I really didn't expect the two of them to be together. So, Tuko, you also know that in this world, excellent people can have multiple wives. I hope you will consider it. Kamiser patted Tuko on the shoulder. Tuko didn't speak, but there was an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Some are excited, some are shy, and even a little bit inexplicably happy. She actually does have a crush on Aoki and has had thoughts about it. But when she thought that Aoki was already with Kamiser, she suppressed such thoughts. Now that Kamiser agrees, it seems she can take the initiative and pursue Aoki. She wants to take control of her love. Kamiser has been paying attention to Tuko, and he can roughly tell that Tuko really likes Aoki. These two people may end up together. Although he found a strong rival for himself, Kamiser didn't care too much. She still understands Tuko's character very well, and she is definitely not the kind of possessive vixen. If it is that kind of vixen, Kamiser must stop it and must not give Aoki this chance. By the way, I'm going to train Pokemon. You need to take a rest first. Tuko was quite embarrassed, made an excuse, and ran away. If I stay any longer, my face will feel extremely hot, and I would like to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but I am too embarrassed to stay any longer. Just as he went out, Tuko happened to see Aoki. Thinking of what Kamiser said, Tuko turned even redder and ran away without even having time to talk to Aoki. Aoki was confused. What is going on? Before, she was a BGCH and generous little Stephanie, but now she is so shy. This turn of events is quicker than turning the page in a book. Entering the room, Aoki immediately came to Kamiser's side. "Kamiser, what's wrong with Tuko? Why is your face so red? Did something happen?" "It's nothing. This is between our sister-in-law Stephanie, but it's also a good thing. You will know about it later." Kamiser was not in a hurry to tell Aoki, lest he failed to succeed and Aoki's happiness would be in vain. Aoki was confused and thinking about what the two girls were talking about. Maybe say something important. "Okay, don't think too much, just know that this is a good thing, that's all." Seeing that Aoki was still thinking, Kamiser pushed Aoki gently. "Okay, I don't think about it too much, but if there's any big thing, don't hide it from me, otherwise I will be angry." Aoki pinched Kamiser's face, and stopped worrying so much. Judging from Tuko's expression just now, this should be a good thing. Maybe it's a particularly good thing. Aoki suddenly stretched out his hands, hugged Kamiser tightly, and then pulled him into his arms. Kamiser, I miss you very much. You said you have almost recovered. Can we have a chat? Aoki felt like he was on drugs, a little addicted, and liked Kamiser quite a bit. He could never forget the scene between him and Kamiser. This will never be forgotten. Kamiser understood what Aoki meant, with joy and a hint of shyness in his eyes. Well, I'm still a little tired. You can be gentler. Aoki understood what Kamiser meant, and immediately lowered his head and slowly leaned against Kamiser. Kamiser closed his eyes, feeling quite nervous, and held Aoki's arm tightly with both hands. The two people leaned together silently. Tuko is training her Pokémon outside very seriously, especially knowing that Aoki is also the rival of this Evergrande conference. Tuko is even more serious. She felt that it was necessary to work harder, at least not to lose too miserably. While training, Tuko thought about it. Oh, there's still one Pokémon left. What's the next Pokémon to choose? Tuko currently only has 5 Pokémon, and if she wants to participate in the Evergrande conference, she needs at least 6. And maybe there should be a little more, so that some Pokémon can be used as alternate Pokémon. While Tuko was thinking, Aoki was discussing life with Kamiser. Discuss some of the most important things in life. This may be the importance of life. Money and women. This is his lifelong pursuit. After Kamiser rested, he went to challenge Moss Deep Gym. Then the three of them started dating again. And after playing for a few days, they felt that the time was about the same, so they left the town of Moss Deep. After embarking on the journey, Aoki subconsciously opened the system map and looked at the treasure chests on the map. Silver treasure chest, gold treasure chest. They're all ordinary treasure chests. This time I challenged Moss Deep Gym and got a silver treasure chest and several skill machines. Aoki didn't think much and directly used the skill machine for his own Pokémon. There were a lot of treasure chests on the system map. Aoki looked through them and prepared to arrange the route. It's best to get all the treasure chests without wasting too much time. Just when Aoki was about to arrange the route, he suddenly paused and looked at one of the shining treasure chests. This kind of light was more dazzling than the diamond treasure chest, and it blinded his eyes. Aoki took a closer look, and sure enough, this was no ordinary treasure chest. King's treasure chest. Unexpectedly, another king's treasure chest suddenly appeared, and it was not far away from him. This is the king's treasure chest. There are only 3 king's treasure chests in the entire Hoenn region, corresponding to the 3 idiots of Hoenn respectively. Groudon, the god of earth; Kyogre, the god of the sea; Rayquaza, the god of soaring in the sky. These 3, no matter which one they are not something Aoki can handle. A king's treasure box suddenly appears. Which Pokemon does it correspond to? Could it be Deoxys? Aoki thought of Deoxys, the only Pokemon that could stand up to Rayquaza, although he was defeated in the end. If it's Deoxys, it's not something he can handle. Aoki carefully opened the system map and looked through it. The diamond treasure chest and the king's treasure chest were close together. This map says Florence. What a familiar name. Aoki suddenly remembered. Isn't this the region where Jirachi is located? Of course it's not Aoki's Jirachi, but the original Jirachi. You can be sure that this king's treasure box should be brought by Jirachi. Aoki decided to go to the location of Jirachi immediately and get this king's treasure chest. After all, this is the first king's treasure chest. The most important thing is that he has a Jirachi. No matter how powerful this Jirachi is, it should not attack him. The diamond treasure box, the king's treasure box, the 2 highest grade treasure chests, cannot let go of any of them. Moreover, the Farns region is a vast forest with countless Pokemon living in it. Aoki plans to sweep a little bit, maybe get some excellent Pokemon. And Tuko and Kamiser also need high-quality Pokemon. Tuko, Kamiser, I seem to have some time recently. Let's go to Farns. It's a big place, and there might be Pokemon you like. Okay, let's go now. Naturally, Tuko would not refuse. After Kamiser volunteered himself, he would not refuse. As long as it's Aoki's decision and it's not too extreme, Misery will accept it. Farn's region. Every 1,000 years, Jirachi will appear, absorb the energy of the Millennium Comet, and then feed it back to the fawns. Therefore, the Farn's region is vast, has vast resources, and is home to countless Pokémon. It can be said that the role of Jirachi is indispensable. Is this Farn's? This forest is really big. I want to find a grass-type Pokémon. Tuko said excitedly. She really wants to find a Pokémon she likes as soon as possible, and strives to get 6 of them together as soon as possible. Let's go now. Aoki took the initiative to hold Tuko's hand. He recently discovered that Tuko was acting more and more wrong and often looked at him secretly. Kamiser even arranged for the two of them to be close together and have close contact. Don't care what these two people mean, it's free of charge. Don't take it for free. He could also test Tuko's inner thoughts. Tuko felt very shy, but she did not refuse Aoki after all, and let Aoki hold her little hand. Of course, Aoki couldn't forget Kamiser, and he also held her hand. A man holds 2 hands. There are many Pokémon in the forest. In order to prevent accidents, Aoki released Metang and also released Greninja. Please give me flowers. Tuko released his Embor to prevent a sneak attack from wild Pokémon. Along the way, Metang and Embor are responsible for the Pokémon you encounter. It's all about cultivating your own Pokémon and letting them grow as quickly as possible. Aoki only hopes that Metang can evolve into Metagross quickly and then become an elite-level Pokémon as soon as possible. For several days, Aoki was crossing the entire Farn's forest. Because he was sure of his own strength, Aoki was not particularly worried. When they were about to arrive inside Farn's, Jirachi had already woken up and seemed to notice another Jirachi. Aoki's Jirachi is a little restless and often teleports away. Because he knew the specific reason, Aoki did not stop him and just allowed Jirachi to leave. On the other hand, in the deepest part, an Absol suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Aoki. Absol seemed to feel something and moved quickly through the forest, running towards where Aoki was. Aoki, I always feel that something is wrong. Is it too dangerous here? Tuko looked at the surrounding forest, because the surrounding trees were too tall, causing little sunlight. The surrounding atmosphere is somewhat eerie. I always feel like there are ghosts nearby. Don't worry, with our strength, nothing will happen. Aoki was extremely calm and not too worried at all. And we are almost at our destination. The king's treasure chest and the diamond treasure chest were all waiting for him at the destination, and he didn't want to waste time. Don't worry, as long as I'm here to protect you, you will never be in danger. Aoki put an arm around someone and pulled him into his arms. Not to mention, Tuko and Kamiser's embraces were particularly warm and their bodies were particularly weak. He just likes this kind of delicate body. Tuko's body trembled, but she did not refuse in the end, and Kamiser also snickered in her heart. This girl is definitely interested in Aoki. She pretends to be so grand. It's okay. One day, Tuko will definitely be Aoki's. Let's go to the front and have a look. Aoki continued walking forward. Ho ho ho. Aoki was walking through the forest when he suddenly heard a roar. Looking up into the distance, a black and white beast was approaching quickly. Absol. Aoki immediately recognized this Pokémon, known as the Disaster Beast. But disaster can actually be predicted. Name, Absol. Strength, elite level, perfection of mysteries. Qualification, elite level. Aoki frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an Absol at the peak of elite. This should be the Pokémon that protects Jirachi in the original book. Absol jumped into the air and shook the sharp blade on his head hard. A silver-white sharp blade flashed away and struck Aoki. Gyarados, Aggron, Greninja, Bond Evolution, Aggron, 250 Mega Evolution. The two Pokémon were glowing with silver-white light at the same time. After Gyarados appeared, he immediately stood in front of Absol and was hit from the front. Being attacked by Absol at the peak of elite, Gyarados also felt special pain. The severe pain filled Gyarados' heart with rage, and a golden hyper beam opened his mouth. Absol jumped up and ducked aside easily. What a strong strength, worthy of being at the pinnacle of the elite level. Aoki's eyes were filled with fire. Whenever you are a champion, Aoki will run away without saying a word, to avoid being severely repaired. But just for elite level, even if you are at the peak of elite level, Aoki will accompany you to fight. Aoki, Hidito, be careful. Tuko and Kamiser were both concerned, but they couldn't interfere in this elite level battle. Fortunately, Aoki has several elite level Pokemon, so nothing will happen. At the same time, Aggron and Greninja have also successfully Mega Evolved. Greninja, Shuriken, Aggron, Rock Polish. Greninja leaped into the air and threw out a series of water shurikens. The water shuriken is very fast, and although Absol is strong, it is still difficult to dodge. After being hit from the front, Absol fell to the ground, but quickly regained his balance. Aggron took this opportunity to rock Polish and increase his speed. Salamence, come and help. Mega Evolution. Salamence let out a roar, quickly grew in size, and even glowed with white light. Soon, Mega Salamence appeared in front of everyone. In other words, Absol can't speak, otherwise he would definitely curse. Although I'm a little stronger, you don't need to send so many Pokemon. And all of them are elite level. Do you really think I can fight so many? Salamence, rush me into soaring in the sky. Then do a Dragon Dive, Aggron, Focus Blast, Gyarados, Hyper Beam, Greninja, use Hydro Pump. Aoki gave an order, and 4 elite-level Pokemon took action at the same time. Absol roared wildly in his heart. That is, he couldn't curse, otherwise he would definitely curse. This is too much bullying of Pokemon. So many fights. Absol jumped and immediately dodged Aggron's attack. But as soon as he dodged the most deadly attack, he was hit by Greninja's Hydro Pump. The whole body was blown away. Absol didn't have time to resist. Gyarados' Hyper Beam was already approaching, and he had to avoid it at this time. The golden Hyper Beam was getting closer and closer. Absol quickly twisted his body and reluctantly avoided it. But just as he dodged, before he could fight back, Salamence rushed over. He used Dragon God to dive and hit Absol head-on, knocking Absol away. Aggron, see the opportunity, Encore Focus Blast, Greninja, you continue to take action. Absol is indeed very powerful. But facing the elite-level Mega Evolutions Aggron, there are also 3 elite-level Pokemon. He is not that strong either. But after a period of fighting, Absol was finally defeated. After all, they are only elite-level Pokemon. Even at the peak of elite level, it is impossible to fight so many of them at once. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated by Butler in the original work. I guess Butler at that time was not as good as he is now. Aoki saw that he had obtained the diamond treasure chest, but did not conquer the Absol. After all, this Absol has its own mission and needs to protect Jirachi. He was about to meet Jirachi, be a little polite and civilized. That is to say, Absol doesn't know what Aoki is thinking, otherwise he would be speechless. He has already sent so many Pokemon to beat him up, so he still has the nerve to be civilized and polite. Is this polite? Aoki, won't you tame this Absol? Tuko asked with laughter when she saw that Aoki had cured Absol, but was not convinced. It's not necessary. This Absol needs to protect Jirachi in the Farns region, so don't disturb it. Jirachi? What Pokemon is this? Tuko and Kamiser both had curiosity in their eyes. Jirachi, a Pokemon that only appears once every 1,000 years. It can absorb the energy of the Millennium Comet and then feed this power back to fawns. Because of this Farns region is so fertile. Absol is the Pokemon that protects Jirachi. Aoki explained. I see. Since it is to protect Jirachi, then forget it. This Farns region cannot be destroyed like this. Tuko and Kamiser nodded slightly. There was no further mention of conquering Absol. After Absol recovered, he did not continue to attack Aoki with 4.8. Because he felt the power of Viridian in Aoki, and being given this power by the forest, he was definitely not a bad person. Moreover, Aoki clearly knew about Jirachi, but did not subdue him, which shows that Aoki is a good person. Since he is a good person, there is no need for him to interfere so much. Aoki was walking when Jirachi suddenly appeared and lay on Aoki's head. Brother, I feel a very familiar force. Absol followed behind, and looked confused when he saw Jirachi on Aoki's head. When did Jirachi appear? According to time, it should take a while for Jirachi to fully wake up. Something is wrong. Something really is wrong. What exactly is going on? Farns deep. Aoki finally arrived at his destination. Right here, the king's treasure chest. The first king's treasure chest. Aoki became more and more excited as he thought about it. He looked around carefully to see if he could find Jirachi. At this moment, a light appeared in front of Wei Mu's eyes. Name, Jirachi. Strength, level 3 God weak. Qualification, level 2 God. Sure enough, this is the real Jirachi, not the one hatched by Aoki. He actually has the strength of a 3rd level God. He was just in a weak contest condition. No wonder he was caught by Butler in the original work. Otherwise, if Butler wants to catch a real 3rd level God, he is simply seeking death. As long as Jirachi is in the peak contest condition, even if Butler appears, or even the champion appears, he will still be able to fight. Human, thank you. Aoki was originally struggling with whether to mobilize the people. Unexpectedly, Jirachi thanked him suddenly. Why should we thank 19 him? Aoki looked confused and didn't understand what happened. At the same time, Aoki's Jirachi flew into soaring in the sky, hovering next to the big Jirachi. Why do you want to thank me? Aoki asked. Thank you very much. Your Jirachi is actually my offspring, but due to special reasons, it didn't have time to hatch. Originally, I thought that I might not be able to hatch it in this life. Thank you so much for successfully letting it hatch. Aoki seemed to guess it after hearing Jirachi's thanks. This Jirachi is in a weak contest condition. It is likely that it laid eggs and did not have time to recover. You're welcome. I came across it by accident, and I like Karora very much. Since he is Jirachi's father, Aoki is too embarrassed to do anything. But do these fantasy beasts have genders? It seems that Lugia has no gender, so there is no need to worry about it. Little Jirachi kept circling, and then lay on Aoki's head, looking particularly happy. Big Jirachi felt relieved when he saw little Jirachi being so happy. It can't leave here for the time being. Since little Jirachi is so happy, let little Jirachi follow Aoki. You can play here for a few days. Don't leave in a hurry. I'll teach you some skills. No problem. Aoki didn't refuse. Although Jirachi knows many and densely packed skills, there are still some skills that he has not learned yet. Unlike the Jirachi in front of him, his skill panel is even more densely packed. Anyway, he was already blinded. By the way, Jirachi, I have 2 companions. They also need Pokémon. Do you have some rare Pokémon here? Aoki suddenly asked. Tuko and Kamiser also had a hint of joy in their eyes. They really need some excellent Pokémon, and it would be great if Jirachi can provide them. No problem. I'll call all these Pokémon over immediately and let you choose. Big Jirachi did not refuse, but just glanced at Absol next to him. Absol left immediately and brought back many Pokémon soon. They are all Pokémon that live in the forest around here, including grass, fire, ground, and rock types. Various Pokémon. Aoki glanced at it and felt very sorry that there was no quasi-god Pokémon. Alas, he really thought too much. Having Salamence and Metang is not enough. He even wants to have other quasi-god Pokémon. He cannot have good things alone. But there's still some good Pokémon here. Like a Squirtle. Usanja is still quasi-elite qualified. If you train them well, you should be able to reach the elite level. Tuko, Kamiser, there is a Squirtle there. It is quite rare. Which one of you wants to tame it? Aoki did not give in, but looked at the 2 beauties beside him. I don't need it anymore. I have a Swampfish and a Celio now, which is enough. Kamiser was the first to refuse. On the contrary, Tuko still doesn't have a water Pokémon. This Squirtle can be used as a main force and should be trained well. Then leave it to me, Squirtle. I will conquer you. Tuko also likes Squirtle, so she walked forward excitedly and threw her Elekid. After a period of training, this Elekid is ready to fight. At the same time, she was still very grateful to Aoki for giving up such an excellent Usangia to her. Tuko likes Aoki a little bit. Squirtle also knew that he would be subdued and did not refuse. They still believed in Jirachi. This patron saint sacrificed himself to nourish this fertile land. Elekid used discharge. Tuko gave the order, and Elekid immediately released a bolt of lightning. The war broke out instantly. Squirtle is not very strong, and neither is Elekid. But with attributes Restraint and Tuko's command, Elekid finally defeated Squirtle. Tuko also successfully subdues Squirtle. Great, I've conquered Squirtle. The excited Tuko turned around, rushed towards Aoki, and hugged Aoki. Aoki, thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the 240 Squirtle. Aoki looked at Tuko, who was rushing towards him, and was stunned for a moment. Then he was not polite and hugged her tightly. He will never refuse Stephanie's sister-in-law, who takes the initiative to throw herself into her arms. He even took the initiative to stretch out one hand and put it on Tuko's slender waist, while the other hand rested on her white thigh. Tuko also felt Aoki's little movement, and her face turned red when she thought of her own initiative. He quickly pushed Aoki away, straightened his clothes, and turned around shyly. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. It's okay. I agree that you two are together. As long as you are willing, you can entrust yourself to each other tonight. Kamiser came over, took one of Aoki's arms, and leaned on Aoki's shoulder. Feel the warmth Aoki brings. Tuko became even more shy. Her face was red. She was extremely shy and quite embarrassed. Okay, I would like to congratulate you for successfully taming a Squirtle. Aoki patted Tuko lightly, deliberately to take advantage of Tuko. Tuko trembled. Her face was red, and her heart was beating wildly. This damn Aoki actually took advantage of her, but for some reason, she really liked it. I really want to be with Aoki. Don't ever be separated for the rest of your life. Aoki stayed in Farn for the next few days and was in no hurry to leave. He planned to let little Jirachi and big Jirachi spend some time together. Let's train Pokemon, by the way. In the past few days, the harvest was not very great, and only Tuko subdued a Squirtle. Unfortunately for him, he was unlucky. In such a big forest, there was no quasi-god. What about Bandera, Garchomp, Dragonite, Sticktail Dragonite, Stafftail, Scale, Ankylosaurus? He wouldn't mind it anyway. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. He could only feel regretful, but he had no choice. Fortunately, there's a big Jirachi who specializes in teaching his Jirachi to learn some skills. After a few days, Aoki felt that it was almost done and it was time to leave here. Jirachi, I have to go to the Alliance competition and need a rush. Let's part ways again. Aoki took the initiative to make a separate request. I understand. It just so happens that I still need to continue sleeping for a few more years and will not be able to wake up for the time being. But before I leave, I will give you something. The big Jirachi is hovering around Aoki's Jirachi, with white light emitting from his body. These white lights continue to shroud and soon enter Jirachi's body. Aoki was stunned for a moment, and then immediately used the eyes of Data to look at Jirachi in front of him, with a confused look on his face. This strength has improved a bit quickly. Name, Jirachi. Strength, Elite Level Profound Truth. Name, Jirachi. Strength, Elite Level Perfection of Mysteries. Just in the blink of an eye, Jirachi's strength has already reached Elite Perfection from the beginning of Elite. Just when Aoki thought that Jirachi was likely to break through to the championship level, the light disappeared. Jirachi's strength also stopped growing, but it is also truly promoted to the peak of Elite. It is only one step away from reaching the championship level. Aoki really wanted to say, if you try a little more, you have to increase it to the championship level. Just a little bit, which is not enough. But he also knew that this was probably impossible. It only needs some energy to improve its strength. I've already helped it improve a little. But all this energy comes from the Millennium Comet and needs to be used in Farns, so I can only mobilize a little. Jirachi's voice came. Although Aoki felt very sorry in his heart, it was difficult to express it. Elite Peak, already very good. It is estimated that in a while, Jirachi will officially become a champion. It's okay. I'm very satisfied. After all, it saved several months of time. Then you can leave. I will come out in a few years, and then you can come and see me. Big Jirachi's figure disappeared and fell into a deep sleep again. Aoki looked confused. Did Jirachi just leave like this? What should I do with my king's treasure box? This is the first king's treasure chest, and it has disappeared before it was opened. Jirachi, don't leave in a hurry. Let's have a fight. If possible, you'd better pretend to lose to me. Aoki was screaming in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't find Jirachi at all, and he was embarrassed to attack another Jirachi in front of his own Jirachi. Forget it. If you miss it, you miss it. Jirachi, we are ready to go. In. Aoki touched Jirachi lightly. Although Jirachi was a little reluctant to leave, he still came to teleport and appeared in Aoki's arms. It needs to take a good rest now, slow down a little, and strive to understand the origin of the secret as soon as possible and reach the championship level. Ordinary Pokemon can reach elite level once they fully understand the secret. Elite level Pokemon need to understand the origin of mysteries and then break through to champion level. The origin of mysteries can provide a deeper understanding of the mysteries and can also increase the strength of Pokemon. In addition, the secret source can also reduce the damage of other systems and increase the power of one's own unique moves. And once it reaches the championship level, the Pokemon's physique will be greatly enhanced. In short, elite-level Pokemon are very powerful, and champion-level Pokemon are even more powerful. Leaving the core region of Farns, Aoki speeded up and left the area as quickly as possible. He is ready to challenge the next gym. It is worth mentioning that the strength of Pokemon has improved to a certain extent these days. The most important thing is that Jirachi has successfully reached the peak of the elite level and can step into the champion level at any time. He can already predict that once Jirachi successfully steps into the championship level, as long as he doesn't meet that kind of peak championship level trainer, the normal championship level trainer is no longer his rival. Tuko followed Aoki, holding a Squirtle in her hand, feeling very happy. Squirtle is really good this time, and the main thing is that Aoki gave it to her, so she is naturally very happy. Aoki looked at Tuko, who was so happy, and gently pinched Tuko's face. "Why are you so happy lately? Do you like me?" Tuko's face turned even redder, and she patted Kaiwei Mu's hand gently. "Aoki, don't be like this, it's too bullying. Sister Kamiser is still here. It doesn't matter, I won't care. Even if you two are together, it's acceptable." Naturally, Kamiser would not refuse. He even took the initiative to come over, grabbed one of Aoki's arms, and pulled Aoki into his arms. Tuko blushed. "Even if you agree, but I haven't agreed yet. I will feel very shy if you talk like this." "Okay, don't waste time. Let's leave quickly. Let's go to the next gym quickly." Aoki hugged someone with one arm and walked forward. Not long after, Manua Zhao passed through the forest. Absol stood not far away, watching Aoki leave. It wasn't until Aoki disappeared that Absol turned around and disappeared into the king of the jungle. In the evening, Aoki camped beside a river near Farns and prepared to have dinner here. "Aoki, what's for dinner?" Tuko was lying on the table, staring at Aoki silently, her eyes full of expectation. Aoki looked at Tuko lying there, his eyes twinkling. "You should see more of such a beautiful scenery. I'm so lucky today to be able to see all this. I may not be able to sleep tonight. Tonight, let's eat whatever we want. After all, we don't have enough food. That's all." "Okay, I get it now." Tuko didn't think too much, just noticed Aoki's eyes, suddenly reacted, turned around, and ran away quickly. Her face is as red as an apple. That night, after dinner, Aoki had another conversation with Kamiser. Tuko sat outside, feeling particularly uncomfortable that she was asked to guard him here. But I don't know why, deep down in Tuko's heart, she especially wants to be with Aoki. And Kamiser took the initiative to ask for it today, just to stimulate Tuko. Otherwise, with Kamiser's character, it would be impossible to discuss this kind of thing at night. And it's still in the wilderness. She would be embarrassed too. After a long time, Kamiser pushed Aoki aside, pulled Tuko, and entered the tent. Aoki stood outside, listening to the two people whispering, feeling really speechless. This Kamiser is real. Just throwing him away like this is like picking up clothes. Doesn't he recognize the person? Unexpectedly, Kamiser was such a person, and the sun never shone. Aoki sat by the river, opened the system page, and looked at the system log. But when he saw the system log, Aoki suddenly froze and looked confused. Because in addition to a diamond treasure chest, there is actually a king's treasure chest. I got the king's treasure box. Could it be because it was approved by Jirachi? So I got the king's treasure box. From this point of view, you don't have to defeat the mythical beasts in the future to gain their recognition. Aoki suddenly predicted that Ash in the future would be recognized by many mythical beasts. It seems that next year, he will need to travel to the Kanto region to follow Ash and farm mythical beasts together. Of course, we don't have to travel together, but as long as something happens, he will follow immediately. CC. Ash Barrier. Remember to wait for your brother. Wait, it shouldn't be called Ash Barrier, I'm sorry. Aoki immediately focused his attention on the system log. Congratulations to the host. You successfully opened the diamond treasure chest and obtained a gold bottle cap. This should be Absol's diamond treasure chest, which is just a gold bottle cap, but it's also normal. It was just this gold bottle cap that made Aoki hesitate, not knowing who should use it. He currently has 4 championship qualifications: Greninja, Aggron, Salamence, Metang. Most of the rest have elite qualifications. Whether to give it to Blaziken or Gyarados, Aoki hesitated for a while. Logically speaking, Blaziken is his Earl Dervish Pokémon, and Gyarados has already reached elite level. Once Gyarados has championship qualifications, it will be able to accelerate its growth. So Aoki is very confused. After struggling for a long time, Aoki had firmness in his eyes. Blaziken followed him for a long time and helped him a lot. Can't let Blaziken down. He decided to let Blaziken have championship qualifications first, so that he should be able to grow as quickly as possible. Initially, Blaziken and Greninja evolved into their second form at the same time, but Blaziken had already been thrown away by Greninja. He must help Blaziken. Aoki made a decision in his mind and prepared for the next city, so he exchanged Blaziken back to improve its qualifications. But now, the first thing we need to look at is the King's Treasure Box. This is the King's Treasure Box. This is the first time he has obtained the King's Treasure Box, and he is really looking forward to it. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You successfully opened the King's Treasure Box and obtained a copy of the Phantom Beast map, a large energy-providing device, and a Master Ball. Aoki was stunned for a moment, and then his face became ecstatic, almost jumping with excitement. It's actually a map of Phantom Beasts. This is a good thing. As the name suggests, Phantom Beasts can be found in the map. Although there is already a Jirachi, it does not mean that Aoki will be too much. The more Phantom Beasts there are, the better. As for the large energy device at the back, Aoki didn't know what it was, but it must be useful. The energy device is more important. You'll know it later. The last Master Ball is also a good thing. Of course, it is impossible to really conquer the mythical beast. Master Ball can be used to conquer fantasy beasts and is not included in the 6 Pokeball slots. Aoki couldn't help laughing and used this Master Ball to conquer the fantasy beasts on the map. This would be the best thing. Today is a good day. Aoki couldn't help but hum a song. Inside the tent, Kamiser heard Aoki singing and pushed Tuko gently. Did you hear that? Aoki is looking forward to this kind of life. If you're willing to be with him, he will definitely be happier. Please give me flowers? Tuko was a little confused. During this time, Kamiser had been persuading her to let her be with Aoki. Although she does have thoughts about Aoki, it doesn't mean she wants to be with Aoki. Alright, I still feel quite shy, so I feel embarrassed, but deep down, I am still willing to be with Aoki. Tuko, you can think about it carefully. You should have a pretty good idea of what kind of person Aoki is. Kamiser did not persuade much. After all, it still depends on Tuko's own consent. Otherwise, she would not be able to force Tuko. You can't give Tuko a drug. Wait, this seems like a good idea. Drug Tuko, and then let Aoki take Tuko. This method is good, but if one day Tuko is really nice to Aoki, she will feel very embarrassed. Then drug Tuko. Next to the river, Aoki had just clicked on the reward when he saw the fantasy beast map disappear. When I looked at it again, the system map page had changed. There's one more page. When you open it, it happens to be the system map, with a huge red dot in it. This red dot is not far from Aoki. According to this journey, it should be reached in a few days. Aoki's heart skipped a beat. This fantasy beast seemed to be not far away from him. If you think about it carefully, it seems that the phantom beasts in this world are not particularly dangerous. Maybe you can go there, and maybe you can capture this phantom beast, which will be great in the future. Aoki set a goal for himself, first to conquer the quasi-god Pokémon, and then to conquer the phantom beasts. Finally, Aoki went to tame a few mythical beasts, but if that didn't work, he wanted to keep a few mythical beasts. This kind of life is wonderful. Inside the tent, Tuko and the others came out and immediately came to Aoki. Aoki, it's getting late. We should rest early. It's indeed time to rest. Aoki nodded slightly, then walked into the tent and laid down in the middle. Kamiser lay down on the left side very unceremoniously, and Tuko had long been used to it and lay down on the other side. The three people just leaned together and fell into sleep. This night, Aoki slept very happily. The next day, Aoki embarked on a journey again, this time with the goal of finding this phantom beast. He will not give up on the phantom beast, and he should do it sooner rather than later, and he can't waste too much time. At the beach, Aoki encountered a challenge from a trainer as soon as he arrived. The other party uses Scizor. The strength is not very strong. Electivire used Fire Punch. Electivire quickly moved next to Scizor, fired a Fire Punch, and hit it head-on. Scizor is immediately incapacitated. The battle is over. Electivire, thank you for your hard work in this battle. Aoki took back his Electivire, and this battle was really easy. Aoki, congratulations, you won the battle easily. Tuko congratulated from the side. It's okay. In this battle, 990 is a little too easy. It is indeed quite easy. Now it is estimated that only the Elite Four can fight with him. Of course, when it comes to commanding talent, he is not necessarily that strong. The main reason is that he has been trained well and relies on crushing in battles. Little brother, you are very powerful. Do you want to come to my ship and play? An old man wearing a captain's uniform stood on the deck and actively invited. Aoki turned to look at the old man. His pupils shrank, and his eyes were shocked. It was actually this old gentleman. This old gentleman is today's Elite Four of the Hoenn region, the Dragon Elite Drake. Okay, I've been a little bored lately, so let's go out for a walk with the old gentleman. Aoki did not refuse and stepped onto the crew's ship, with Tuko and Kamiser following behind at the same time. Little brother, you look like you're also a trainer. How long have you been out there? Drake asked. This year's New Year trainer has been out for a few months. Aoki replied. It turns out to be rookie trainer. Judging from your appearance, you are quite capable and can be considered a genius. These are Drake's sincere words. It's really not easy for Pokémon to become so powerful just a few months after its release. But he always felt that Aoki was too arrogant and had to be taught a lesson to avoid being too power-tripped. Such an excellent seedling needs to be carefully suppressed. Little brother, it seems that you are very strong. Do we want to have a fight? With the idea of educating Aoki in mind, Drake proposed a challenge. No problem, I agree. Aoki nodded in agreement without hesitation and naturally couldn't refuse Elite's challenge. Isn't it just to play with Elite? It's just a pity. If possible, he would like to wait until he becomes stronger to have a full challenge. In a 6-on-6 comprehensive challenge, as long as you can defeat Drake, you will definitely get higher rewards. Ding dong. The system changes the rules for the host. Only the host who is willing to fight can obtain the treasure chest. The sound of the system came. Aoki's face looked extremely happy when he heard this, and even a little excited. That's fine. Wait until he becomes an elite-level trainer, and then challenge the elite and champion to get the Diamond Treasure Town. The Diamond Treasure Chest at that time should be able to get a lot of rewards. Then my Pokemon is this one. Drake recognized his Pokemon, a Shelgon. As expected of a Dragon-type trainer, there are so many Dragon-type Pokemon. When facing Ash in the future, he will be able to take out a Shelgon, and now he still has one. In addition, Drake definitely has a trump card, and he really has a lot of bags. No, Aoki decided that he should work harder and prepare more bags. It would be best to gather together a family. Since yours is Shelan, mine will be yours, Metang. Aoki also threw out his trump card. At present, the most suitable person to deal with Bagon is probably Metang. Both sides are about the same strength. Name, Shelan. Strength, gym level. Qualification, elite. Fortunately, it is only an elite qualification, not a championship qualification, otherwise Aoki's tone would be sour. Metang or Flash. Drake's pupils shrank, thinking of the former Hoenn region champion Steven Stone. Steven Stone also has a Flash's Metagross, which is particularly strong, and because of this Metagross, he is firmly in the championship. It was only later that Steven Stone gave up the championship himself and gave it to Sekali. Your Metang looks very beautiful, but I will never lose. 11. Shelan, use Flamethrower. Drake took the lead and called the shots. Shelan opened a mouth and spit out a stream of very hot flames, roaring and quickly approaching Metang. Steel-type Metang will definitely be injured once it is burned by Flamethrower. Metang, use Confusion, control this flame, and push it into soaring in the sky. Tuko felt inexplicably familiar. It seemed that this was how she had dealt with Embor's Flamethrower. Metang immediately uses Confusion to control Flamethrower. Flamethrower immediately turned around and passed by Metang, which was not very costly. What a precise control. Is this your Metang? It's really powerful. Drake suddenly admired Aoki. To be able to cultivate him so well at such an age shows that he has outstanding talent, and now he even has such a strong sense of combat. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely fight head-on, unlike Aoki, who destroyed his Flamethrower with the smallest amount of physical strength. Shelan, use Dragon Pulse. Shelan spit out another mouthful of Dragon Pulse, the purple Dragon Pulse, and in an instant he was in front of Metang. Metang, Meteor Mash. Metang waved his fists vigorously. His hands were like comets, and the air was full of fist shadows. The comet-like fist hit Dragon Pulse head-on, destroying it. A silvery white light enveloped Metang. Aoki's face lit up. He was so lucky to have triggered the effect of Meteor Mash. Improve combat effectiveness by 1 level. Metang, rush up to me immediately and give him a full Meteor Mash. Metang rushed towards Shelan, moving very fast. But in his mind, Aoki used telepathy to get Metang close and immediately used Ice Punch. The attack has been upgraded by 1 level, and coupled with the restrained Ice Punch, it should be able to give Shelan a little damage. Shelan, Flamethrower. Drake doesn't care about that much. Since Metang is close, he will use Flamethrower. See whose Pokemon is stronger and lasts longer. Metang, hold on to me. Don't be afraid of its Flamethrower. Aoki believes in Metang. After his careful breeder, even a Flamethrower can still withstand it. Metang rushed over immediately, quickly rushed into the flames, raised a fist, and hit Shelan with an Ice Punch. No, Shelan, get out of the way. Drake's expression rarely changed when he saw Metang's Ice Punch. This guy doesn't have martial arts ethics. He clearly promised Meteor Mash, but actually came to Ice Punch. Shelan wanted to escape, but was still a step too late and was hit in the body by Ice Punch. Both sides were hit by each other, and their faces looked a little painful. Even if it was Metang, whose body defense was relatively strong and could withstand all this, he still felt a lot of pain. Metang, take advantage of this opportunity and encore Ice Punch. Metang immediately raised his hands, beating Shelan with cold fists. Shelan, bear it down. Use Fire Fang on 19th. Shelan endured the pain, opened his mouth, and bit down, his flaming teeth biting Metang. There was a red mark on Metang's body. Both sides felt extremely painful, but finally stopped. Ice Punch. Fiangs of Fire. 2 Pokemon attack each other at the same time, and their moves are very simple, just ordinary attacks. At this time, it depends on who falls first. After all, fighting is that simple. Metang is so strong. He's been trained so well. Drake sighed inwardly. Originally, I want to give Aoki a blow so that Aoki wouldn't be too proud and complacent. But I didn't expect that Aoki was so good and the Pokemon he trained were so powerful. Not only is he strong, he is also capable. In terms of strength, stamina, and ability to withstand blows, Metang is one of the best. I don't know how Aoki was raised. Wait, Aoki, Drake suddenly remembered that the person in front of him was the person who studied and measured squares. They even gave them a portion of the profits for the championship and the Elite Four. He glanced at Aoki at first, but didn't remember it for a while, but now he finally thought of it. No wonder Aoki can be trained so well. He turns out to be an excellent breeder himself. Metang, give Shelan the final ice punch. Metang endured the pain, and then used ice punch, hitting Shelan's body head-on. Shelan stumbled, lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground. Shelan loses the ability to fight, and the winner is Metang. Metang was also panting constantly, and his body was shaking. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot of injuries, but won in the end. Aoki, you're really powerful. Originally, I was thinking that you should see a strong person at such a young age, but I didn't expect to be defeated by you. Drake sighed inwardly. I originally wanted to teach Aoki a lesson, but instead I was taught a lesson by Aoki and was beaten quite badly. Uncle, don't worry. I know myself very well. Sometimes I will lose, and sometimes I will win. I won't be too entangled. Aoki really doesn't get entangled. If you win, there will be a treasure chest. If you lose, you can come back. If I don't believe it, I will lose to you forever. Little brother, you have such a good attitude. Thank you for the energy cube benefits. Drake thanked him. The benefits of energy cubes are really great. Aoki gave them away for free, so he was naturally happy. No one thinks that money is too much. This is all as it should be. After all, Drake Elite will safeguard the interests of the region. Aoki said politely. What? This uncle is an elite. Tuko and Kamiser were both shocked by Aoki's words. The uncle in front of me is elite. Yes, this uncle is indeed an elite, a dragon elite. Aoki introduced. Tuko and Kamiser had admiration in their eyes. After all, this was one of the strongest Elite Four in the region. Elite isn't very strong either. I'm not too surprised when Mr. Aoki looks like this. Drake was also slightly proud. Well, that's because I have met 4 champions, all of whom are famous. Aoki thought about it carefully and found that he had indeed met 4 champions. What? You also met 4 champions? Tuko's tone turned sour. Hers seemed to be elite and champion, but Aoki actually encountered 4. Even Drake was a little shocked. Yes, there are indeed 4 champions, such as the original Professor Oak, Stephen Stone, Wallace, and Sinnoh champion Cynthia. Aoki calculated this. This is definitely the treatment of the protagonist. For championships? Have you ever challenged anyone? Drake asked curiously. He didn't expect Aoki to know so many famous people. But if you think about it carefully, Aoki can make energy cubes. And I have cooperated with so many people, so I must know a lot of them. Yes. Aoki, have you ever challenged for the championship? Tuko asked curiously. Even Kamiser was full of curiosity. Well, I did challenge the Sinnoh champion Cynthia back then. Her Milotic, the weakest Pokémon, was defeated with great difficulty. Saying this, Aoki felt a little complacent. After all, he defeated the champion. 340. Even the champion's weakest Pokémon was still defeated. You won the fight. All 3 of them found it incredible. Aoki actually won the championship. Yes, it seems that it is not impossible for the strongest one to defeat the weakest Pokémon. Only then did Kamiser and Tuko realize that Aoki also had elite-level Pokémon. It is not impossible to defeat the weakest Pokémon in the championship. Drake took another look at Aoki, feeling really surprised. Defeating Cynthia's weakest Milotic was not easy. Little brother, you are the most talented young man I have ever seen. You must work hard. The future world will be yours. Drake said with a smile. The world still needs to rely on elites and champions. The two started to talk to each other in business. Tuko and the others were quite speechless. They were still bragging about each other in business at this time. They were really 2 shameless people. After some time, the luxury cruise ship gradually approached the coast. Aoki then parted ways with Drake. Uncle Drake, we will continue traveling. This time the Evergrande conference is over. Maybe we will challenge Elite. Really? Then I'm waiting for your challenge. Drake is also full of expectations. After parting ways with Drake Elite, Aoki embarked on a journey again. The goal is naturally the end point of the Fantasy Beast map. He wants to conquer this Fantasy Beast. One Jirachi is not enough. It is best to get a few more. After all, it is very likely that you will encounter Dacto in the future. If you don't have any strength, you will only be bullied by Dacto in the Lily of the Valley Conference, and he will probably be beaten badly. Thinking of the future Ash, he reluctantly forced out 2 Pokémon, and he didn't know what the remaining 4 were. Salamence used Dragon God Dive. Salamence let out an angry roar, his body glowing with purple light, and he rushed towards Aggron. Aggron clapped his hands suddenly, and a huge rock hit Salamence head-on. Salamence was sent flying directly, his huge body spinning in midair, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Aggron is still elite level after all. No matter how talented Salamence is, he can't compare to elite level. He was easily pressed and beaten. Salamence, follow your own ideas and don't let me down. Aggron, hold back a little. Salamence immediately flew into soaring in the sky, opening his mouth with a rich flamethrower. Hot flames roared out and soon enveloped Aggron. Aggron allowed the flame to burn his body and still stood motionless. Instead, a powerful thunder was released. Golden lightning fell from the sky and hit Salamence head-on. Salamence let out a wail again and fell to the ground, his face full of pain, but his eyes were firm. After all, it is a Dragon-type Pokémon. The pride of owning a Dragon-type Pokémon naturally does not want to be defeated. Aoki is watching expectantly from the side. Salamence is about to become elite level. It's just such a hurdle, just like evolution. You can advance once you get there. But all depends on luck. With luck and a little stimulation, Salamence might actually become elite. Salamence, you have to believe in yourself. You will definitely win. Aoki shouted encouragingly. Salamence heard Aoki's encouragement and suddenly felt a surge of strength in his heart. It must not lose or let Aoki down. It must become strong enough. Thinking of this, the power in Salamance's body became stronger and stronger. The invisible door to the void in my mind was originally full of cracks, but when Salamence hit it like this, the door to the void was shattered. Salamence also understood the secret, and with the power of great victory, tackle another door to the void. Not long after, another door to the void was also knocked open by Salamence. Aoki clearly sensed that something was wrong with Salamance's aura, which was very different from before. Immediately use the eye of data and look at the Salamence in front of you, and your heart is filled with endless joy. Finally succeeded, Salamence was successfully understood. Moreover, 2 mysteries can be comprehended at once. If it were an ordinary dual attribute Pokémon, it would only be able to comprehend one at most. Of course, even if you only understand one type, you're still at the elite level, but the secret has a bonus to the attack of this attribute. Name: Salamence. Ability: Overconfidence, Intimidation. Strength: Elite level, Dragon, Flying Zodiac. Qualification: Champion level. Tuko and Kamiser also noticed something was wrong. Aoki, there seems to be something wrong with your Salamence. Has it been successful? Both of them knew that Aoki's Salamence was only one step away from elite level. Now seeing that Salamance's momentum is stronger, the 2 of them already have ideas in mind and are vaguely looking forward to it. Yes, Salamence has now become an elite-level Pokémon. It has succeeded. Now, he already has 3 elite-level Pokémon. Aggron, Salamence, and Gyarados are all very powerful Pokémon. Among them, Salamence and Gyarados are only the elementary level of elite and have completed the ultimate secret. But Aggron, not long ago, went one step further and successfully reached the elite level. This is the so-called ultimate secret. This is also thanks to the fact that Aggron has eaten the mysterious fruit twice, coupled with his championship qualifications and his usual mysterious energy cubes. He has made significant progress. If you switch to the ordinary elite level, it may take several years to reach this point. Otherwise, there are so many elite trainers. Why just elite trainers? Even Drake Elite is just an elite. not yet at the championship level. Of course, it's also possible that he has champion-level Pokémon. But in general, Aoki's Aggron has grown very quickly, thanks to the system's secret fruit and secret energy cube. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the mysterious energy cube. Even if it costs 100,000 Alliance coins for a meal of this kind of energy cube, those elites will buy it. In addition to these 3 Pokémon, there is also Greninja, and the progress is becoming more and more obvious. It is also about to become an elite-level Pokémon. Once the bond evolves, Greninja will definitely become an elite-level Pokémon. But it won't be long before Greninja can still become elite, even if she doesn't need bonds. Aoki, congratulations, your Salamence has become elite level. Tuko smiled and thanked him. Kamiser came over and gave Tuko a gentle push. Tuko, now you know how good Aoki is. You must not miss such a good man. Tuko blushed and actually mentioned this matter again. Although she was interested in Aoki, she still felt shy about this kind of thing. Aoki saw that Kamiser was taking such initiative. He couldn't just sit there. He had to take the initiative. He immediately took a step forward, pulled Tuko into his arms, zhao, and held him tightly. Tuko, in order to celebrate my Salamence becoming an elite-level Pokémon, how about you stay with me tonight? Tuko rolled her eyes, mentally complaining about Qing District. I have never seen such a shameless person. It's obvious that her Pokémon has become elite level, and now she is actually asked to help celebrate it. Celebrate's method actually wants her to dedicate herself. There's still such thick-skinned people in this world. Well, you should really celebrate. Tonight, you have to make an acre of food. Tuko immediately changed the subject. Then get ready to eat. Aoki didn't hesitate too much. Instead, he walked in front of Salamence and gently rubbed Salamance's head. Congratulations. Salamence also happily leaned against Aoki and nuzzled her gently. MT Chimney. Aoki traveled through the jungle and came to the famous Chimney Mountain in the Hoenn region. He was going to take a walk here to see if he could encounter rare Pokémon. As long as it is a suitable Pokémon, he will take it away. Even if he doesn't want it, he can still give it to his subordinates. Although he doesn't have many subordinates now, it's okay. Courtney and Izumi have already found their subordinates, and he is a very obedient subordinate. You can change your appearance in the future and join Aoki's Soaring in the Sky team directly. In addition, there are 2 people, Tuko and Kamiser, who really want to come and have a look. Although Tuko already has an Embor, a pretty good fire Pokémon. But Kamiser, as of now, has water, electric, and ground Pokémon. There just isn't a single fire Pokémon. Originally, Kamiser wanted to become an electric-type trainer, but now it seems that he will become an all-round type trainer before long. Just like Aoki, moral, intellectual, physical, artistic, and labor, just like Aoki, he is well-rounded. In order to come here, Aoki made a special detour and picked up some treasure chests along the way. As for the 240 Phantom Beast, it's actually not that far away. I don't know if it's acceptable to waste a little time. Come on, let's go straight over and see if there are any outstanding Pokémon in Volcano. Aoki did not take the cable car and wasted time. If Tuko hadn't suggested coming here to see if there were any outstanding Pokémon, he wouldn't have come. Okay, let's go there now. Tuko and Kamiser followed Aoki to the foot of the mountain. The 3 people climbed the mountain and then came across a cave, and Riki walked in. Perhaps because it is close to Volcano, the temperature of the cave is very high, but there are also many fire Pokémon inside. Ponyta, Slugma, Ninetales, Houndour, Camerupt, Torkoal. It's just that Aoki doesn't value these Pokémon very much. He is about to have a champion-qualified Blaziken, so he will not take these ordinary Pokémon seriously. Metang, use the power of your mind. Metang suddenly appeared and used Zen Headbutt on one of the Ponyta. Ponyta is not very strong. When she was hit by Zen Headbutt, she immediately lost her fighting ability. #K. Aoki threw a ball and subdued this Ponyta. Well, he means that if he encounters a very good fire-type Pokémon, he will still conquer it, even if the qualifications are slightly inferior. Tuko and Kamiser didn't take it seriously. They followed Aoki, and their eyes became higher. Even if there are no quasi-god Pokémon, at least some with relatively high qualifications are needed. For example, Usangia. Ponyta's Evolve Rapidash is actually very powerful, but it's still a little bit weak after all. Aoki continued to walk forward. The closer he got to Volcano, the higher the temperature became. Kamiser wiped the sweat from his forehead and pulled his clothes. It was looming, and Aoki couldn't help but take a second look. Tuko also pulled on her clothes, feeling very hot, and didn't notice at all that Aoki was feasting her eyes. It's very hot, but if you hold on a little longer, you'll definitely find better Pokémon as you get inside. Why? Aoki gave a comforting sound. His eyes continued to scan, and he walked forward. Finally, Aoki came to the end of the cave. Below was the rolling lava, and there were waves of heat. Lots of Pokémon. Tuko looked at the magma in the distance. There were many Pokémon against the wall. They're all fire-type Pokémon. Kamiser also looked into the distance, looking over at a glance, try to find one he liked. Aoki also paid careful attention, and finally set his sights on a Magmar. Name, Magmar. Strength, elite level. Qualification, elite level. Finally, after BJFD, such a long time, I found another Pokémon with elite level qualifications. Kamiser, that Magmar is pretty good, so just choose it. Although the elite qualification is very high, Aoki no longer cares about it. Blaziken, Greninja, Salamence, Metang, all of them are excellent. No need to raise another Magmar. Magmar? It is indeed very strong. It is said that it can evolve. Unfortunately, I don't know how to evolve. Kamisri frowned slightly. She doesn't hate Magmar very much, but she really doesn't know how Magmar evolves. Although Magmar is still very strong, even if he doesn't evolve, she still wants Magmar to become stronger. Magmar's evolution method? Don't tell me yet, I really know this. Aoki said seriously. Magmar can successfully evolve into Magmortar as long as he carries the lava drive and communicates with him. Do you know this too? Kami's eyes were filled with surprise. Aoki actually knows this. He is indeed her man and knows enough. Even Tuko also expressed admiration. Aoki, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable and know so many things. You are so awesome. Aoki felt the admiration of the two people with a hint of pride in his eyes. Of course, I'm very powerful, especially at night. I'm even more powerful. Do you want to try it? Tuko looked at Aoki's strange eyes. Her face was red, and she felt a little nervous. Of course, she understood what Aoki meant. Stop talking nonsense, Sister Kamislii. Hurry up and conquer this Magmar. Tuko immediately changed the topic, not wanting to dwell on the issue. As for the Magmar in front of her, she doesn't particularly like it. It's not as powerful as her Embor. I really want to conquer it, but it seems difficult to conquer it. After all, my Pokémon can't go into the Magmar at all. Kamiser covered his forehead and felt a severe headache, but there was nothing he could do. Aoki also remembered just thinking about subduing Magmar, but Magmar was not so easy to subdue. After all, we are in lava, but there is no fire Pokémon in Kamiser. Then there is only one way. Tuko, have your Embor, holding these energy cubes, go over to captivate Magmar. Aoki prepares to lure Magmar. Tuko thought for a moment. There was only one fire Pokémon at the moment, so this was the only way to do it. Okay, I'll ask Embor to go over and have a chat. Embor took an energy cube, jumped into the magma, and then began to captivate Magmar. Not long after, Magmar jumped out. Magmar was captured by the energy cube and walked out of the magma. Embor immediately returned to Tuko. Magmar, my companion wants to conquer you. If you win, you can get free food. If you lose, you can eat good food with her from now on. Aoki used telepathy to communicate with Magmar. Magmar quickly agreed. Kamiser, it has agreed, and the rest will be left to you. Aoki took a step back, leaving the battlefield to Kamiser. I'll leave it to me. Kamiser took a step forward and threw a Pokémon hard. Name, Marshtomp. Strength, elite level. This Marshtomp will be able to evolve into Swampert soon, and its strength will be even greater by then. Marshtomp, use Water Gun. Kamiser raised his hand and made a signature gesture. Numaiu immediately spit out a mouthful of water and sprayed it towards Magmar. Magmar opened his mouth, spit out a mouthful of hot flames, and roared out. Fortunately, the temperature here is already very high. Flamethrower. It looks like this Magmar has learned a lot of skills. Kamiser's eyes lit up. Such a powerful Pokemon will definitely become more powerful after it successfully evolves. Flamethrower and Water Gun collide. The blazing flame evaporated the Water Gun, leaving a large white mist. But it was still put out by Water Gun. After all, their strength is almost the same. Water defeats fire. Mud Bomb. Zhu Yuyu grabbed a handful of mud from the void and threw it out with all his strength. Magmar breathed out another mouthful of fire and hit the mud bomb head-on. The mud bomb was exploded, but some mud splashed onto Magmar's face. The mud covered Magmar's eyes, causing him to panic subconsciously. After all, it is a wild Pokemon, and it will feel very panicked when faced with this situation. Marshtomp, take this opportunity and use Muddy Water. Naturally, Kamiser would not hold back, so he took the opportunity to strike and defeat Magmar. Marshtomp spat out a mouthful of water and hit Magmar head-on. Magmar could not resist and was swept away by the current, rolling on the ground. Very well, Marshtomp, take advantage of this opportunity and use Takedown. Marshtomp mustered up his momentum and rushed towards Magmar quickly, using his huge body to knock Magmar away. Magmar eventually lost his ability to fight and then fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Kamiser immediately threw the Pokemon Ball, gently touched Magmar, and successfully subdued it. Great, I finally conquered Magmar. Aoki looked at the excited and happy Kamiser and immediately walked up and pulled Kamiser into his arms. What a warm embrace. Kamiser's face was slightly red, with a hint of expectation and even a hint of warmth in his heart. Tuko was watching from the side, with a hint of envy in his heart. She suddenly regretted why Aoki took the initiative to pursue her, but she didn't agree because she was shy. Now, I can see Aoki and Kamiser show their affection in front of her with my own eyes. This is quite unpleasant. No, she couldn't watch two people showing off their affection. As long as Aoki took the initiative, she would immediately agree to it. Kamiser, I helped you capture a good fire-type Pokemon. Should you thank me? There was a hint of amusement in the corners of Aoki's eyes. There was something in his words, and he was full of thoughts about Kamiser. Of course, Kamiser understood what Aoki meant and reached out to tap Aoki's cheek. Of course I should thank you. So, tonight, I will definitely reward you well. Now that the conversation has come to this point, Aoki naturally can't make too many demands. Moreover, he is looking forward to it now. At night, it should be a good day. Tuko's face turned red again, and she began to have thoughts in her mind. Shouldn't she be kept vigil tonight? This was a bit too much. Aoki and Kamiser discussed life, and they were so happy that she listened. This is clearly bullying. Okay, I'll go see if there are any better Pokemon first. Aoki let go of Kamiser and came to Volcano's mouth again. At a glance, there were many fire Pokemon. Perhaps the fire energy here is very high, which makes the fire-type Pokemon a bit strong. Please give me flowers. There are also many with higher qualifications. Although Magmar is the only elite-level qualification, there are also many quasi-elite level qualifications. Elite-level qualifications are not so easy to obtain, otherwise it would be impossible to have only a few elite-level trainers. Aoki looked around, picked out a few good ones, and then accepted them. However, he has no intention of cultivating himself. His main purpose is to let others cultivate him. Okay, there aren't any powerful Pokemon here, so we should go back. Aoki pulled the two of them, turned around, and left. Kamiser and Tuko immediately followed Aoki. That day, Aoki spent a long time exploring the entire MT Chimney. In total, I captured a few Pokemon that were pretty good, but that I didn't need. Night fell quickly. Aoki set up camp next to a river and prepared dinner. After eating and drinking, Aoki released Aggron and let it watch from the side while he prepared to do important things. Tuko, we are going to discuss some important things. Do you want to come in? I will discuss it with you. Of course, Tuko knew what Aoki was going to do, and she still had some expectations in her heart. But she just thought so. She didn't dare to bring it up let alone did it. Tuko, come quickly. Let's have a good chat. I want to talk to you about something very important. Kamiser fooled Tuko with a smile. Let Tuko fool him first, and when Aoki takes Tuko down, it will be too late for Tuko to regret it. But it's obvious that Tuko is not a fool, and he is not easily fooled. No need. You can talk among yourselves. I don't have that much time. Tuko rejected Kamiser. Aoki didn't feel too sorry. He pulled Kamiser and walked into the tent. After all, Kamiser said that he would not waste time if he wanted to repay him well. You have to talk to Kamiser. Tuko watched the two of them together with her own eyes and did not stop them, but there was a trace of envy deep in her heart. Suddenly I wanted to be with Aoki, but I was too shy to agree, even if he is not so proactive. After leaving Chitong Mountain, Aoki speeded up and reached his destination as soon as possible. He wanted to find a phantom beast as soon as possible, so he couldn't waste too much time. He was looking forward to the second phantom beast in his life. Not long after, Aoki arrived at the destination on the map, a wasteland with nothing nearby. Aoki, why are we here? Kamiser looked around with confusion in his eyes. Tuko also had curiosity in her expression. There is really nothing good about this place. It is just a wasteland with many deep pits. There should be something good. I once got a treasure map. It's near here. Get your trap inch out. Give me the dig, and dig under my feet. Aoki looked at the system map and saw that the phantom beast was with him, and their shadows overlapped. Then it is very likely that he is at the feet of 857. I understand, trap inch. Come out and dig under Aoki's feet to see if there is anything good. Neither Tuko nor Kamiser refused and threw their own Pokemon balls. After the two trap inch came out, they immediately burrowed into the ground. Aoki's eyes were full of expectation. What kind of fantasy beast was it? Wouldn't it be too dangerous? But if you think about it more carefully in the original work, so many phantom beasts are completely bullied existences. Either he is too kind-hearted or he is very weak, so there should be no problem. Trapinch Dig was very fast, and it didn't take long before it dug a big hole in the ground. Aoki, what good stuff is there under here? Tuko asked curiously. Aoki saw Tuko's curious expression. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he immediately pulled Tuko into his arms. There are good things in this, good things that can make us too happy and live a very happy life. Tuko was teased by Aoki and pinched Aoki's arm gently. Don't be kidding, I'm serious. Kamiser also came over and put a hand on Tuko's shoulder. I think what Aoki said is true. This will definitely make you happy. Do you want to be happy tonight? Tuko's face turned red, and she puffed up her face angrily, glaring at the two of them. Stop teasing me, otherwise I'll be angry. Aoki didn't take it to heart at all, and even felt that the angry Tuko was cuter than before. This makes Aoki want to squeeze it. It feels special. After a while, two Trapinch came out at the same time, digging a large, deep hole in the ground. Aoki immediately walked to the pit and looked at the dug hole. Opened the system map again, and the huge red dot is still here. It may be a little bit curved, but it's definitely around here. Come, let's come over and dig. Aoki picked up the shovel and started digging. Greninja and Electivire also started digging. As for Kamiser and Tuko, they're Stephanies after all, and they cannot be allowed to mine. The two of them could only stand by and cheer Aoki on. Not to mention, mining is really tiring. Aoki sighed. If it wasn't for the fantasy beast, he wouldn't be here mining. In fact, he was also curious about what kind of phantom beast it was that was actually underground. In fact, he already had an idea in his mind, and he roughly guessed it, but he still couldn't be sure. Aoki, come on, I believe you. Kamiser cheered from the side. Aoki suddenly became energetic and continued mining, and soon dug a huge deep pit. There is nothing in the 3-meter deep pit. This damn map couldn't be any more precise. Just when Aoki was thinking this, the map suddenly became three-dimensional. About 15 meters below Aoki, there is a red light. The phantom beast should be here. Your uncle's is actually 15 meters long. Thinking that after digging for so long, I only dug about 3 meters, and it would still be so deep. Sure enough, you should still rely on Trapinch. Trapinch, dig down here. If you see something different, bring it up to me immediately. Aoki immediately ordered the 2 trap-inch digs and went to prepare lunch. It's almost noon. I really want to have a good meal to replenish my strength. Kamiser, look after me. Tuko, come here and prepare lunch for me. Clear. Kamiser immediately walked to the pit, and Tuko naturally went over to help Aoki prepare lunch. But a moment later, Tuko blushed because Aoki not only prepared lunch for him, but also took advantage of her. Those hands were a little too much, but Tuko couldn't do anything about it, and she even felt a little warm in her heart. Aoki even secretly pulled Tuko into his arms while Kamiser was not paying attention. Tuko, are you free tonight? I really like you. Tuko's heart was beating wildly. I was very nervous. Should I agree or not? Not long ago, she had made up her mind that as long as Aoki took the initiative, she would never refuse. Now, Aoki has finally taken the initiative, but he must not miss this opportunity. Tuko quickly gathered up her courage and said with a blush, "In a few days, when we get to the city, let's find a hotel, not outside." There was ecstasy in Aoki's eyes. It was just a test, but Tuko actually agreed. In this case, don't blame him for being rude. He can only take good care of Yuzi. No problem. When we get to Satopolis City, I will have a good discussion with you and explore the classic philosophies of life. Any discussion of philosophy is false. Who are you mainly discussing with? I dug it. I found a crystal, and it turned out to be a gem. Kamiser suddenly shouted excitedly. Aoki immediately let go of Tuko and ran over quickly. This speed made even Tuko feel ashamed. It was as if nothing had happened to the two of them just now. It's just that Aoki cares too much about the Phantom Beast. Relatively speaking, there will be plenty of time to spend with Tuko in the future. Aoki took the crystal from Kamiser's hand and immediately looked at it with the eye of data. In fact, he had already guessed it, but when he actually saw the crystal, Aoki was still very excited. This is actually Deoxys crystal. That was Deoxys, who could compete with Rayquaza, even if he was defeated in the end. But we have to admit the power of Deoxys. And there is also a variety of forms, which Aoki likes very much. Name, Deoxys. Attribute, superpower. Ability, sense of oppression. Strength, level 2 God, weak contest condition. Qualification, level 2 God. Skills, Psycho Shift, Cosmic Power, Recover, Psycho Boost, Freezing Beam, Sun Flame, Shadow Ball, Thunderbolt Zap Cannon. The smile on Aoki's face became even brighter. Unexpectedly, this Deoxys actually had the qualifications of second-level God. This means that Deoxys, once fully grown, will be no worse than Jirachi. Although he still couldn't beat Rayquaza, Aoki was very satisfied. After all, it was just a fantasy beast. Rayquaza and his ilk are top-notch divine beasts, and they also have their own duties. Deoxys wants to surpass it, but it's not that simple, and Chingha doesn't have such big dreams. Aoki is very satisfied with having a second-level God, and he might be able to reach the first-level God in the future. Aoki, is this the treasure you were talking about? A crystal is indeed very valuable. Kamiser said. She didn't know that this was Deoxys's crystal. If she knew, she would probably be so surprised that she couldn't open her mouth from ear to ear. That's right. This is the treasure I'm talking about. I didn't expect to meet you. It's so great. Aoki was very excited. There was another extra-universe Pokemon. When Deoxys grows up, he will be able to fight against those evil dark organizations. By the way, how to restore it? Aoki suddenly remembered that even if he had the core of Deoxys, he would still be at a loss if he didn't know how to use it. We must find a way to restore Deoxys. As for what method, Aoki immediately looked at it with the eyes of data. After learning the method, Aoki looked a little weird. Because if you want Deoxys to recover, you must use a large energy device to provide energy to Deoxys. This way Deoxys can be restored. Aoki's expression was very strange. The last King's Treasure Box seemed to have opened a large energy device. This is obviously prepared by the system for Deoxys, and the system is really a good system. He is willing to call this system the best system of the year, and is willing to award it with the ribbon of the best system. That's too far. Aoki immediately opened the system and saw the large energy device from last time. It can provide energy to some special Pokemon. I don't know the specific Pokemon. Moreover, this energy device itself contains a certain amount of energy and can also use electrical energy to convert it into energy. This is just for Deoxys. He also said that some special Pokemon can be named by name. These are prepared for Deoxys. Aoki has decided to take out the large energy device at night. If the energy is not enough, then go to a nearby power plant. I believe that with his status, he should be able to borrow power from the power plant. After all, he has a very good relationship with the Jenny family, the Joy family, the Elite Four, and the championship. Hey, what are you doing? This is a private place. Suddenly, someone shouted, and then many people came from a distance. Most were wearing white coats. This should be a group of researchers. After these people appeared, they first saw the Deoxys core in Aoki's hand. One of them held an instrument in his hand and looked at the core in Aoki's hand. Captain, it's that crystal. One of the security captains saw the crystal in Aoki's hand and said without thinking, "Hurry up and hand over the crystal." Aoki's face turned dark instantly. This was what he had found, and it was also the core of Deoxys. How could he hand it over? And these people should be those in Lalula City in the original work. But so what? It is absolutely impossible to return the things he found, and this is not someone's private place. Aggron, Salamence, Gyarados, Greninja, come out here. Aoki released 4 Pokemon, 3 of which were elite level, quasi-main level in the 10th Song Dynasty. He wanted to see if these people had the guts to rob him. What? Do you want to grab something? Let's see if you have the strength. That's right, Imbor, you come too, so no one could try to steal our things? Tuko was also angry. You all dare to snatch my man, and I am impatient. Kamiser also released his own Pokemon, Electros and Zebstrika. After Salamence appeared, he let out a roar and was full of momentum, giving everyone a sense of oppression. This is the oppression of elite. The captain's face turned dark, and he was very upset inside. Who would have thought that these young people could be so powerful? Especially Salamence and Aggron. These are not Pokemon that normal people can own. I'm so sorry, sir. We are researchers from Alliance. What you have is what we have been looking for. Can you give it to me? Immediately a man in a white coat came over. It looked like he was Professor. Researcher from Alliance. Just like I'm not a researcher, you have the ability to go to Professor Birch Laboratory. Aoki doesn't care about these people. Speaking of background, he would have been timid in the past. But now he is definitely not afraid. After all, there are many people standing behind him. Professor Birch, Officer Jenny, Nurse Joy, Cynthia, as well as the champions and Elite Four of Kanto, Johto region, Hoenn, Sinnoh region. Which of these people wouldn't charge him for the energy cube? With this background, do you think it's a joke? Officer Jenny, please. The white coat could only look at Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny clearly recognized Aoki's identity and didn't want to get involved. After all, their family has made a lot of money because of Aoki, and the two parties have a very happy cooperation. And Aoki's background is not that easy to bully, not to mention that Aoki found it first. Mr. Aoki, this place has been turned into Alliance's research site, and everything belongs to Alliance. Officer Jenny had to say, looking quite embarrassed. Aoki didn't really care, but asked seriously, "Is it now?" "That's right now. That will be perfect. This is something I dug up before, so it belongs to me privately. This is stipulated by Alliance law." Aoki put the core of Deoxys in his pocket and was ready to leave. Officer Jenny said helplessly, "Professor, Mr. Aoki is also an important researcher at Alliance. He has a deep background. He found it first, and there is nothing I can do about it." In the end, the core of Deoxys was taken away by Aoki. That is to say, Aoki has a deep background and has a wide range of friends, which ordinary people do not have this ability. Therefore, these researchers could only watch Aoki take away the core of Deoxys, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't beat Aoki again. And knowing Aoki's background, they didn't think Alliance would take action against Aoki. After all, although they used the banner of Alliance, in fact, they are just one of the companies. This company is not as good as the Jenny family, let alone the Joy family and Professor Birch Laboratory. The most important thing is that Professor Oak, Alliance's champion and elite, were all bought by Aoki with money. However, although they gave up on the surface, in fact, the people in this family did not intend to give up. After all, this core of Deoxys, they roughly knew, had fought with Rayquaza. With such a powerful Pokémon, they naturally wouldn't give up, they just pretended to give up. But he planned to use some special means to take down Aoki and get back the core Deoxys. After getting the Deoxys core, Aoki immediately came to a large nearby city. There's a big power plant in this city. Aoki wants to use the power plant here to restore Deoxys. Inside the power plant, this gentleman, according to your request, has already gone to one of the power generation equipment to be distributed specifically to you. As for the other power generation equipment, it is necessary to provide power to the city, said the station master of the power station. No problem. One power station is enough. You leave first. I want to do my own experiments. Aoki sent the others away. Although the people at the power station were curious, they left anyway. Anyway, you only need to connect a line and provide it to a room, and the rest has nothing to do with them. Aoki, what should I do next? Both Kamiser and Tuko looked confused and had no idea what Aoki was going to do. You could just watch here. I have a lot of things to do next. Aoki took out a large energy supply device, put the core of Deoxys into it, and then connected the power supply. Next, as long as you turn on the switch, you can continuously provide energy to Deoxys. However, Aoki hesitated. After all, Deoxys is so powerful. If he really takes action, he may not be able to defeat Deoxys. Don't fail to subdue Deoxys when the time comes, and you'll be beaten up by Deoxys instead, and you'll probably be beaten into a fool. The system, this Deoxys, will it obey? Aoki couldn't help but ask the system, although the system never answered. Ding dong, the Phantom Beast map is a reward from the system. As long as the host does not do anything excessive, Deoxys will not resist. The system finally answered a sentence. Aoki's face turned green. What does it mean not to do excessive things? Why do you have to emphasize the tone when you say this? What extreme things can he do? And it seems that with Deoxys, it's impossible to do anything too extreme. No, you can't think too much. The more you think about it, the more you feel like an animal and that you're not a good person. Aoki immediately pressed the switch. Suddenly, a lot of blue-purple light suddenly appeared on the core of Deoxys. The entire power plant also provides a large amount of energy in an instant, which continuously flows into large energy devices. Tuko and Kamiser were watching, puzzled. What on earth is this? Why does Aoki provide energy to this thing, and also provides so much energy? But Aoki didn't say anything, so they were too embarrassed to ask more questions, and they didn't want to disturb Aoki. Aoki stared at it seriously, his eyes full of expectation, and he couldn't wait in his heart. Name, Deoxys. Strength, intermediate, recovering. He saw with his own eyes that Deoxys' strength was recovering. Although there were level 2 gods originally, that was only in its heyday. Deoxys is now absorbing enough energy and preparing to regain its strength. Name, Deoxys. Strength, elite level. Name, Deoxys. Strength, quasi-elite level. About an hour later, Deoxys' strength was recovering, but the recovery speed was very slow. Aoki was impatient to wait, but he wanted to wait here. The first is to protect Deoxys, and the second is to see how far Deoxys' strength can be restored. He does not seek to be restored to the level 2 god. As long as he can be restored to the level 3 god, Aoki will be happy. Although this possibility is actually not very high, you still have to have some hope. Though it's so boring. Tuko is lying on the ground with her hands and feet spread out in a large font, which is very eye-catching. Aoki raised the corner of his mouth slightly and immediately walked to Tuko's side, pressing Tuko's feet and hands at the same time. Then do you want to play poker? Although Tuko likes Aoki very much, she is definitely not in this place. Aoki, let me go quickly. Who wants to deal with you? Don't joke. Kamiser immediately came over, sat next to Aoki, and gave Aoki a gentle push. How about we play poker together? Aoki's mouth twitched, and he went too far to think that it would involve this matter. but it seems that he was the one who brought up this topic, sin. Ahem. I'll talk about this kind of thing later. I don't have time recently. When I have time, I will definitely fight with you. Aoki immediately changed the topic, and then focused on the core of Deoxys, Wang Zhao. Name, Deoxys. Strength, elite level, perfection of mysteries. I'll check it out, and I've already completed the profound truth. After a while, I'll be able to understand the origin of the profound truth. Aoki is full of expectations and only hopes that Deoxys can recover as soon as possible. After some time passed, the crystal finally changed and continued to expand. Kamiser and Tuko also noticed it, and they immediately stood up and looked nervously. This is a Pokemon. Don't be too nervous. It was just that it was hit hard before, but it has recovered now. Aoki is very calm. After some time, Deoxys finally returned to his original shape. Name, Deoxys. Strength, champion level, original small success. Qualification, level 2 God. It's a pity that he only recovered to the championship level and did not reach the imagined level 3 God. Aoki, what Pokemon is this? Tuko and Kamiser were both curious. The two of them didn't understand what kind of Pokemon this was, and it was so strange. Oh, it's called Deoxys, a Pokemon from the universe, very powerful. Aoki didn't explain much, but still took a Master Ball and walked towards Deoxys. Deoxys, would you like to travel with me? You can find your companions along the way. Deoxys said nothing, but stretched out a tentacle and touched the Master Ball. The next second, Deoxys was sucked into the Master Ball. Successfully conquered Deoxys. Aoki excitedly raised the Master Ball and shouted loudly, I conquered Deoxys. Tuko, Kamiser. I really didn't expect that Aoki would have such a badass scene. Aoki was really excited. After all, he had conquered Deoxys, another phantom beast. How could he not be happy after taming such an excellent Pokemon? Now his strength has undergone rapid changes. Deoxys, champion level, small success from origin. Jirachi, elite level, complete mysteries. Aggron, elite level, ultimate secret. Salamence, elite level, secret 430. Gyarados, elite level, secret achievement. Greninja, quasi-elite level. Blaziken, quasi-elite level. As for the others, they're all gym level and elite level, so there's no need to mention them for the time being. He now has a total of 1 champion and 4 elites, and even in terms of background, they are completely comparable to those elites. Aoki looked at Deoxys carefully again. He had recovered and was able to fight. But if you want to completely restore your original strength, it will take a period of accumulation. Unable to use this energy to recover, one must Deoxys, absorbing the energy from the universe themselves. Okay, it's over, we can go. Aoki felt that it was almost time to leave. Kamiser and Tuko immediately followed Aoki, both curious, but did not ask. This is clearly Aoki's secret. Everyone has their own secret, and they don't want to discuss it. After returning to the Pokemon Center, Aoki found Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, thank you so much. This time I was able to go to the power station to provide electricity, even though the lady helped a lot. Otherwise, even if he goes to the power station, the people at the power station will not be able to provide him with a separate line. No problem, Mr. Aoki. This is from our Joy family to thank you. Nurse Joy smiled brightly. What a beautiful and touching angel. Well, Nurse Joy, I'm leaving first. Aoki said hello and left. On the way, Kamiser took the initiative to hold Aoki's arm, showing a particularly intimate attitude. Why not stay at the Pokemon Center? We have to stay in a hotel. It's very simple. The sound insulation inside the Pokemon Center is terrible, you know? Aoki specifically winked at Kamiser. Kamiser understood and didn't say much, just leaned against Aoki silently. He knew what might happen next, and he was inexplicably looking forward to it. Tuko was also very nervous. She held her hands tightly, and her palms were sweaty. She must not forget her promise to Aoki. When she gets to the hotel, she will repay Aoki. In a hotel, Aoki opened a room and took the two of them back to the room. As soon as she entered the room, Tuko felt even more nervous. Maybe something important would happen next. Aoki found a place to sit down, unable to hold back the joy in his heart. He was really excited. After all, he had conquered Deoxys and had his first championship-level Pokémon. It's just a pity that in normal times, it is best not to use these fantasy beasts so as not to cause trouble. But once you encounter real trouble, you can only use your own killer weapon. Kamiser fell next to Aoki, holding his chin with his hands. His little face was very cute. Aoki, it seems that this Deoxys should be particularly strong, otherwise you wouldn't be so happy. Kamiser immediately turned over and stared at Aoki silently, with expectation in his eyes. She didn't speak, but she was encouraging Aoki, "Do it. I'm waiting for you here." Aoki seemed to have heard Kamiser's thoughts, and without being polite, he raised a hand and put it on her shoulder. "Kamiser, how about we have a chat? I want to discuss some important things with you." Tuko stood nearby, feeling that she might be a light bulb and a little at a loss. Just when she was about to leave silently, Aoki suddenly grabbed Tuko's shoulders and pulled her to her side. "Don't leave in a hurry. Have you forgotten your promise to me? As long as we are in the hotel, you are willing to be with me." There was disbelief in Kamiser's eyes, and then he looked at the two of them up and down and snickered at the corner of his mouth. "When did the two of you hook up? I don't even know, and you're still behind my back. Can't you let me know? It's not what you think. We just agreed, and we didn't go behind your back." Tuko's tone was a little panicked, and she hurriedly explained, worried that Kamiser would be angry. Aoki suddenly pulled Tuko next to him and pinched her little face gently. "Don't be angry. Kamiser is just teasing you, and you don't know it." Only then did Tuko notice that Kamiser's eyes were filled with ridicule, and he was clearly lifeless. But she thought Kamiser was angry. This Kamiser's sister was so bad. "Sister Kamiser, how can you bully people like this?" "I'm angry," Tuko said angrily. Her little face looked a little cute. Kamiser would not tolerate Tuko, so he pulled Tuko to his side. "You have the nerve to be angry. What's there to be angry about? If we meet again tonight, you won't be angry." Aoki was also snickering, and then immediately laid down next to Tuko. "Tuko, you have been quite arrogant recently, so I decided to teach you a lesson tonight." Tuko wanted to leave, but Kamiser grabbed her arm. "Tuko, don't think about leaving. Let's have a good chat with Aoki." "Yeah, let's have a good chat." Aoki stretched out a hand and placed it on Tuko's shoulder. "Wait, no." Tuko stopped Aoki with both hands, but she didn't mean it at all. Obviously, Tuko is just showing off, but she's still very interested in Aoki and especially wants to be with Aoki. Aoki is really speechless. Please, can you recognize Drew when you are pretending? Are you insulting my intelligence?" Tuko didn't panic at all. His expression was even a bit expectant, with a hint of shyness. This is obviously a special liking for Aoki. "Okay, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early and don't waste time." Early the next morning, Aoki sat in front of the dressing table and arranged her hair leisurely. People are in high spirits during happy events, and Aoki feels the need to show off his perfect form. Tuko also woke up, looking at Aoki opposite, jumping cautiously. Before she went on the trip, she had no intention of finding a boyfriend, and she didn't think anyone could catch her eye. After all, Imbor already has gym-level strength after traveling for a few months, so he is naturally very confident. But I didn't expect to meet Aoki, and I was moved by Aoki step by step, and finally I was completely addicted. She has even completely become Aoki's person and has a good sister. I wonder if her good friend, Mei, will laugh at her if she knows about this. Kamiser sat up and patted Tuko next to him. "Tuko, don't be too entangled, woman. This will happen one day. You are just ahead of schedule." Aoki also came over at this time and pulled Tuko into his arms. "Okay, don't be too angry. As long as I'm here, I will definitely protect you." Tuko silently leaned on Aoki's shoulder, feeling the warmth Aoki brought. In fact, being with Aoki is also a good choice. At least Aoki is good enough. "By the way, are you hungry? I'm going to get some food, and you guys can take a rest here." Aoki patted both of them on the shoulders and left the hotel. This is a hotel. He did not prepare breakfast for himself, but asked the hotel waiter to prepare it. After all, he was very tired last night and he needed a good rest. After eating and drinking, Aoki was not in a hurry to leave the hotel. After all, Tuko was really tired. He wanted Tuko to have a good rest. Until the next day, Tuko recovered. Aoki did not continue the journey, but planned to rest in this city for a few days. And not only for rest, but also for dating Tuko, trying to capture Tuko's heart as soon as possible and become good friends with Tuko. Facts have proved that his choice was right. After a few days of traveling, Aoki completely captured Tuko's heart and made Tuko fall in love with him. While Aoki, Tuko, and Kamiser were shopping, a group of people were following Aoki silently. "Sir, we have found the target, but the opponent is in the city center. Do you want to take action?" A certain minion whispered. Unexpectedly, just when he said it was bad, Aoki moved his ears but did not show it. "This is a large city, and the opponent is also very strong. You are not his rival, so you should wait until he leaves before taking action." "Yes, sir." On the other side, in a tall building, a middle-aged man happened to see Aoki. "Salamence, Aggron, and Greninja are all rare Pokémon. I want to order them." The middle-aged man's eyes were cruel, but he didn't know that Aoki had discovered the news that he had sent someone to follow Aoki. I don't know how powerful Aoki is. If he knew how powerful Aoki was, he probably wouldn't be so calm. In the next few days, Aoki continued shopping with no intention of leaving. Anyway, he is already strong enough. Now he needs to accumulate strength and then challenge the elite and the championship. As for the Evergrande Conference, there are still several months to go, and Aoki has plenty of time, and he only has the last badge left. Although Tuko is also several badges short, she still has plenty of time. A few days later, the middle-aged man looked at Aoki's information and couldn't help but curse. "This kid spends time with beautiful women every day. I don't know, why don't you take a good rest? It's your uncle's fault. He wasted a long time just to catch Aoki and complete the mission." However, Aoki has been in the city for such a long time, so it is not easy for him to do it in a large city. Otherwise, he would also feel a headache if he was hunted down by the Elite Four. "Please give me flowers?" Therefore, the city cannot take action and can only follow Aoki and wait until no one is around before taking action against Aoki. Just when a middle-aged man was impatient to wait, Aoki finally decided to leave. After all, even if he had enough time, he couldn't waste time like this every day. He still planned to become stronger as soon as possible. Strive to become an elite trainer in the first Alliance competition. Well, at least a team of elite-level Pokémon needs to be assembled, preferably not including Jirachi. In the hotel, Aoki packed his things and put his backpack on his back. After breakfast, it's time for us to continue setting off. We can't play here every day. Yes, it is indeed time to set off. I want to become the strongest trainer. Tuko nodded seriously. After wandering around for several days, she felt it was time to set off. Even if Aoki doesn't offer to go, she has to take the initiative. Then let's go. We've been playing here for several days. If we continue playing here, I think I might become corrupt. Kamiser happily grabbed Aoki's arm. She had been having a lot of fun these past few days and had completely fallen in love with Aoki. Let's go. Aoki grabbed one person with one hand and left the hotel. His attitude was similar to that of a rich second generation. And he is the kind of rich second generation who looks very annoying. Just after leaving the hotel, Aoki was discovered. "Sir, they are holding backpacks and look like they are ready to set off. Follow immediately. Once in the wild, take action immediately." Luxury. Ralt seemed to notice something and gently pulled Aoki. During this time, she was lying in Aoki's backpack, living very peacefully and without needing to fight. Aoki focuses on cultivating Metang and hopes that Metang can be developed as soon as possible. Once it evolves into Metagross, it can become even more powerful. As for Ralts, they're so cute that Aoki doesn't want to let Ralts touch him yet. After leaving the city, several strangers followed Aoki secretly. Aoki also noticed it, but didn't pay too much attention to it, or even take it to heart. The diamond treasure chest delivered to your door is not for nothing. After all, he is in short supply of treasure chests during this period. And are these high-level treasure chests?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.